For more chapters, join my Patreon, link in description. Chapter 41. Hero vs. Kingdom 3. He had a dream. It was a land of despair where everything was dyed with blood and darkness. He stood face to face with her on top of a castle wall made through the pain and suffering of people. No, it was a too one-sided encounter to call it a face-to-face meeting. Arp had already lost to the hero. All his magic spells had been blocked by their magician. He had thrown his daggers in desperation, but an archer with long ears destroyed all of them with her sharp arrows. Normally, his subordinates were lazy, and they had treated his authority as their commanding general as shit. However, they acted in a way that was incongruous to their past actions. His subordinates fought desperately to protect him, but in the end, they were easily slain by the warrior's great sword. If they had always done well as they did right now, their actions wouldn't have felt sudden and unexpected to Arp. They decided to act in such a way at the last moment, and it almost brought tears to Arp's eyes. "Don't do it. Wait a moment. Don't swing that." "Hero!" The Steel Knight, who never took off his helmet, refused to stop. He was about to sever Arp's head. However, the hero desperately halted his action. All the other members inside the hero's party let out a sigh at the same time. The hero paid no attention to them as she stepped forward. She made a sincere entreaty towards Arp. "Please don't cause any trouble and surrender to us, for Heavenly King Arp Hertana Keljuk. There is no need for us to fight each other any longer." "Hero, you! It is impossible. Everyone be quiet, please surrender yourself." Arp hadn't been hostile towards the hero from the beginning. She was the only one that was aware of this fact. Arp had watched over the hero for a very long time, and she was aware of this fact too. If Arp had wanted to, the hero knew he could have killed her a long time ago. This was why they could be on the same side. She was sure they could be on the same side. You speak as if the Demon King's army isn't on a campaign to bring peace to the world." However, Arp made light of the hero's words as he mocked her. His sharp purple eyes were half hidden by his drooping black hair. It wasn't just the hero. His eyes twinkled as if he was mocking the entire hero's party. "Why?" She asked the question as if she couldn't understand him. However, Arp didn't give her an answer. He didn't want to stop the hero's steps. A heavy burden was already on her slender shoulders, and he didn't want to add more to her burden. Instead, he tried to relax her contorted face a little bit. He let out a grin as he opened his mouth. "Hero, I'm pretty sure a very good-looking Noonan will be coming here soon, and she'll be very angry when she sees my corpse. I want you to give her this message." His words were very comedic when one considered it to be his last words. It made the hero's face scrunch up. Unlike her, the members of the hero's party thought Arp was scheming to screw over the hero. This was why they started moving before Arp could finish his skit. The warrior unsheathed and gripped his great sword. The magician held a staff that looked too heavy for her even if she was holding it with both hands. She prepared a spell. The archer pointed an arrow towards Arp. The red-haired thief rushed towards Arp with his daggers drawn. They all treasured the hero above all else. They wanted to shield her from the fucked-up truths that dominated the world. "Don't try to confuse her, for Heavenly King." "In truth, Kahook." The dagger scored a clean hit. Arp had already exhausted his magical energy, and his defensive gear were all broken. His consumable artifacts were all used up. Arp could no longer put up a fight, so he exposed his heart to the dagger of the thief. Yes, he already knew this would happen. "In truth, I'm not too fond of older women, Cock. Please tell her." His vision was being dyed black. He could feel Etna's mana swell from afar. She was the commander of the army of thieves. If I was going to die anyways, I shouldn't have called New Nim here. He had such useless thoughts as he died. It makes you seem like a normal person." He could hear the tearful voice of the hero as he was at death's door. Her voice somehow made his chest burn. However, he couldn't turn back the time. This was a story that had already ended. This was how his previous life came to an end. Arp's innate ability had reversed the world, and he opened his eyes from within a small human body. He wanted to hurry up and wake up from the nightmare that rehashed the past events. "No, he heard a female scream. It was the voice that he had heard during the last moments of his previous life. Wait a moment. Whose voice of despair was it? Ah! Art opened his eyes. His ears were deafened by the sound. It was the worst kind of nightmare. He had a harsh expression on his face as he tried to get up. However, his body was strangely heavy, so he looked down. Meadle and Sienna had fallen asleep from exhaustion after they had a territorial fight over his abdomen. He looked to the side, and he saw Ina, who had gotten up early. She glared at him with white eyes. She was looking at him as if he was a convicted criminal. "Well, I'm popular. What can I do about it?" HMMP. Ina's cheeks were puffed out as she quickly turned her head away. Art let out a bitter laugh when he saw her. Then he woke up the two brats that clung to him like koalas. It was time to head out now. When the morning brightened, the townspeople and the children were led out the town by Art and Meadle. Since all of them had packs on their backs, it looked as if they were refugees. Fortunately, it was late spring, so the weather was mild. We are quite noticeable. That's great. Isn't it bad if we are noticed, Art? Meadle tilted her head in puzzlement as she asked the question. Art let out a light laugh as he gave an explanation. That only applies when we are exploring a dungeon where we have no idea if strong enemies are present or not. However, we know that there are only level 100 cast-offs inside this region. This is why it would be more convenient if they scouted and came towards us. I see. When their enemies caught sight of the group, they would immediately attack the party. In such a scenario, Meadle would be able to cut them down without being repulsed by what she had to do. Art didn't explain any further as he expanded his mana threads into a wide net. This wasn't something like feeling an ominous feeling when one was being watched or ambushed. He would be able to know who was going to attack him. At the very least, it would allow him to prepare a counterattack. As he controlled a massive amount of mana, he directed a question towards the nearby village Persone. So which village is closest to this location? The village doesn't have an official name. If we go past that hill, we'll be there. The town didn't have a name. These towns were so unimportant that it would probably not be recorded in the hero's chronicle. They went to several of these villages as they gathered more people. Moreover, they cleared out all the soldiers and black magicians they encountered. The quest reward would continue to bottom out. The thought of it made him sad. However, even if the quest reward was garbage now, he had to go through it to get to the next stage of this quest. This was the charm of a chained quest, so he had to endure it. Still, I hope this ends before the summer of this year. I want to avoid what always occurs in the fall. If he went by the schedule, they had plenty of time. They would have enough time even if they ran in place going nowhere for 4 years. Even if such delays occurred, Meadle would probably learn skills like jump and all the techniques associated with it. She was scary like that. The problem right now was the fact that the world and the monsters changed depending on the seasons. There were monsters that were calm in the spring, and they would cause trouble in the summer. Then there were the monsters that attacked after the fall harvest in the winter. They attacked to steal the food of the humans. Art was trying to proceed on a specific route, and there were those on this route that would be affected by the seasons. If Silpenon is able to grow up quickly, I can use him. No, it might be faster to develop this one. On one side of him, a lovely white-haired girl was grabbing onto his sleeve like Meadle. He smirked as he looked down at her. She was skilled enough to control her mana, and under his tutelage, she was emitting a white-colored mana. She was moving it around with one hand. Her skill level was better than him in his previous life. She had ridiculous amount of potential. Why were there only geniuses around him? The genius pouted as she looked up at Art. This is tiring, Appa. Mana is nature. If you accept nature as being mana, nature will soon become one with your mana. It will fill you up. Okay, I'll try harder. Demons possessed overwhelming more mana compared to humans. After consuming mana, demons also had a much faster recovery time. The reason for this difference was the fact that the demon race looked at mana in a fundamentally different way than humans. No matter how much he explained it, humans were unable to understand the perspective seen by the demon race. There were magicians in historical records that were barely able to understand this truth after many years. This foundation allowed them to be able to compete against demons. In his past life, the magician from the hero's party understood this perspective. It was thanks to this magician that the demon race's strongholds in the human world was all brought down. Any demon that got in her way had died. In truth, Art was more afraid of the magician than the hero in his previous life. Ah, it quickened a little bit. Appa, it is as if the mana is smiling at me. Yes, I see, so that's how it is. In this life, it seemed there would be at least one more terrifying prodigy that would be on par with that magician. Art wondered why such a monster-like prodigy like Sienna hadn't made a name for herself in his previous life. He stroked the head of the girl that was smiling brightly at him. Ugh, Art, I want to learn mana. Meadle, you are already pretty good at handling mana. In short order, they arrived at the first town. The town had been in a rut since they had lost all their children. They rejoiced when they saw the safely returned children. They also cried for the children that would never make it back to them. Then they became shocked at Art's edict to leave their town. I can't do this. Of course, you saved my child, so I'll give you compensation as thanks. However, I can't abandon the village. We won't force you to do this. However, if you all continue to live like this, the soldiers will steal your children once again. Shall I give you more bad news? They won't hesitate to torture you for information regarding my party. They will kill several of you as an example. Oh, our king would never. There is a different king on the throne. What? The people discussed the topic in a heated fashion, and sides were formed. The people that lost then recovered their children followed Art and Meadle's lead. The rest stayed behind. Since the children obediently followed Art and Meadle, the townspeople decided to put their trust in them. If the soldiers come asking questions, you guys tell them everything you saw here. If we do that, Magician Nim will. It's all right. You tell them everything. You can even tell me what I'm trying to accomplish. It is better than you guys dying just because you hid the information. Magician Nim. The people remaining behind in the town had rejected Art, yet he was being considerate towards them. Of course, he didn't think the soldiers would let the townspeople live even if the townspeople told them everything. However, Art had given them a fighting chance. He had done enough for these idiots who had basically forfeited their lives because they were afraid of change. It took several days, but Art's party toured all the nearby villages. Most towns reacted similarly to each other, and the people who lost their children showed strong feelings towards Art. My child, what happened to my child? You did it. I bet you killed my child. Art understood their rage, so he didn't get mad. Meadle had been restless over the situation, and she had done well holding herself back until now. However, her composure broke when she met the parents of the dead children. No, it isn't like that. When we found the children, they were all ready. That's enough, Meadle. They were unfairly placing the blame on Art. Meadle had emerged from this tragedy alongside him, so it would have been weird if Meadle wasn't agitated by the current situation. However, the truth would place the people in more danger. If townspeople decided to stay behind, they were told the children were kidnapped, and some had died under unfortunate circumstances. He left it at that. I was too late to save them. I'm very sorry. I have no excuses. Art spoke only those words. Deception and disdain were necessary skills for the heavenly king, but he briefly put away those skills. Right now, he had to use an essential skill used by swindlers. He pushed forward with his version of the story. There were omissions, so he wasn't technically lying. It was enough. Eek, coo-hoo. We already know you aren't at fault. However, if we accept that as fact, then who should we hate? Hook, my baby, my baby. In the end, many people rejected Art's offer. He was a being that possessed mysterious powers, and that fact was enough for to be ostracized by them. On the other hand, the people who accepted his help stuck very close to him. Art had to be satisfied with that fact. Still, Meadle's heart hurt as she took in everything. Art. No one here is at fault, Meadle. The people who are dishing out the hate and the people who are receiving the hate aren't at fault. Sometimes screwed-up situations like this occurs. In truth, this is some of what happens in real life. The war in his previous life was similar. Even if the demons didn't want to fight, they had no choice thanks to the innate ability of the Demon King. A kind-hearted girl had to repeatedly fight horrific battles just because fate had chosen her to be the hero. What happened in her past life was about to be repeated in her present life. He had no other words he could say except that it was screwed up. Ooh, all right. Meadle understood the meaning behind his words, so she suppressed her emotions. This in turn increased the frequency of her sneaking into his arms when he slept. Sienna unnecessarily burned with a strong sense of rivalry, so she stuck close to Arp too. It just made Arp exhausted. There were a lot of words and troubles exchanged, but all the people were gathered in a week. There were around 2,000 people gathered. It took them an additional 2 days to search for a land that would be suitable for them to live on. They ended up at the mid-slope of a hill where monsters rarely appeared. So, are we supposed to build the town here, Magician Nim? No, I guess we have to call it a small city. There are 2,000 people here. I wonder if this many people can really live here. I'll help you build your city. Don't worry too much about it. A large number of people came here because they looked up toward Arp and Meadle. It looked as if Arp felt a bit abashed when he scratched his nose as he spoke. However, his inner thought differed a little bit from his outward appearance. Since I've made a bait this large, a large fish should be biting it soon. This was how the city construction started. The fish became aware of this without delay. Chapter 42. Hero vs. Kingdom 4. There were 2,000 people, but 1,000 of them were children who couldn't work. Still, they were making great progress in carving out a small city at the middle of the small mountain. All the tasks that couldn't be done through the power of the people was solved by Arp. Of course, he used his mana strings. The mountain is collapsing. It is being pulverized. An entire forest is being swallowed up. The mana strings consumed a lot of mana. However, the large consumption rate became a problem only in battle where every minute and every second mattered. Since no one had chased after them yet, he had plenty of time. He had the luxury to be able to use the mana strings to his heart's content. This was possible because his mana recovery rate had increased compared to his days as a demon. Arp used his mana strings every time his mana recovered. He carved the mountain, dug up the ground, or he processed the trees. He had cut down the forest in its entirety. Naturally, the townspeople started looking up to Arp as if he was like a godlike figure. He isn't human. I've seen magicians before, but they weren't like this. Did you just see that? He extended his hand once, and 20 trees just fell. When the large-scale construction came to an end, the townspeople firmed the ground, and they started gathering the fallen trees to create building materials. They were doing minor tasks compared to what Arp was doing. This resulted in a city being created at an incredible speed. The ground was flattened in a half-day, and buildings started going up after another half-day. The people that weren't of help in the construction were given the task of gathering food. They were sent out into the mountain. Just the same, Arp filled up the food stores when they didn't bring back enough. How did he do so? Customer, who do you think I am? He did it through the veteran merchant Mycenae of the Anywhere Company. You are someone convenient to use in various situations. If you were a little bit more circumspect with your words, I might have agreed with your sentiment. I want you to leave behind your cheapest rations. I need enough for 3,000 meals. Tusk. I don't have much money left after purchasing the crystal ball of blessing. I'll have to empty out another dungeon soon. You just straight up ignored my words. Dungeon merchants rarely appeared outside of a normal dungeon. The rules changed a little bit when one bought a voucher from them. It was possible for one to trade with a dungeon merchant outside. In this particular case, Meadle and Arp had cleared out the dungeon located within this mountain. Mycenae found out about it since she designated herself as the merchant in charge of dealing with them. She had shown up like a phantom that was haunting them, and Arp had pulled her outside of the dungeon to make a deal. You are young, yet I've never met a customer with so little manners. In 5 years, I'm sure you will make many women cry thanks to your unruly heart. I'll probably be the one crying. Meadle would have beaten me with a club before it could reach that point. Mycenae narrowed her eyes as she glared at him. As expected, you like her? Are you trying to meddle in the love life of a customer? If you don't have particular feeling towards her, I might put some of my spit on you to call dibs. By the time I grow up, The spit you put on me would have dried up, and there would be no trace of it left. Art snorted when he saw Mycenae's ears flutter around. If one took compliments from merchants at face value, it'll lead one to bankruptcy in the end. However, his face hardened a little bit at her next words. I really want to hold the title of being a lover of a hero at least once. For a brief moment, Art froze in place when he heard her words. Should he dodge the statement? Should he deny it? He mulled over it, but there was only one answer he could give from the start. She wasn't fishing for information. She was sure of her own claim. He had always had a feeling in the past that Mycenae knew about their status as heroes. If he denied the claim, it would cause unnecessary difficulties for both sides. In the end, Art shrugged his shoulders as he replied towards Mycenae. That's right. We were quite skillful in keeping it a secret up until now. Of course, however, I've already realized it from the outset. Haven't our meetings been quite coincidental after our first meeting? I tried very hard not to unnecessarily arouse your attention. Why are you bringing this up right now? He had a decent idea on why, but Art spoke in a sullen manner. Mycenae chuckled as she spoke. I believe you have a modicum of trust in me now. I want to establish a firm, cooperative relationship. Moreover, you already know this, right? It doesn't matter which dungeon you enter. I drop everything I have going on to beat all the other merchants in showing up in front of you. It was my way of keeping both your identities a secret. In truth, I deserve thanks for doing such a task. Didn't you do it to monopolize the trades with us, since we are heroes with bright futures? Wasn't it an attempt to increase your profit? Of course, that is my ultimate goal. Mycenae boldly acknowledged that fact. Then she added more to her explanation. However, I also do not want the Demon King to take over the world. This is why I tried my best to protect the two heroes from being solicited by unnecessary people. It is a task where my practical interests and doing the right thing intersects. In truth, I confirmed my suspicions when I saw all of this today. Mycenae spoke as she pointed towards the construction site of the small city. A large number of people were embarking on a new life. Everyone thought the construction of the city would be difficult, but Art's complete support had made the job much easier. Thanks to his help, there were very few people that complained. I thought you only went around smashing dungeons, but you are doing very hero-like tasks. Every person here has absolute trust in you, and they rely on you. This also made me confident that I could trust and rely on you, customer. It is very unexpected to hear such words from a dungeon merchant. Don't you guys put profit above all else? All the more reason to put my trust in you. Mycenae let out an alluring laugh as she spoke. Customers like you let out an always radiant light, and many people get tangled in that light. It isn't a coincidence that heroes are the bane of the Demon King in a chaotic world. The only ones able to bring the hearts of the people together are the heroes. Heroes unite the hearts of the people. Heroes weren't religious leaders. If one discounted their abilities, heroes were normal human beings. Other people did as they liked by relying on the heroes. It was a one-sided and disgusting relationship. He didn't have such a relationship with the people here, so it seemed she was under some delusion. Yes, it would be convenient to have someone I can trust too. However, Art didn't have to go out of his way to shatter such delusions. She could package her sweet words in every which way, but in the end, it was a business relations. This was why this relationship had to be based strictly on profits and losses. Emotions didn't have to enter into the calculations. He erased the countless thoughts he had been thinking. He let out a light laugh as he extended his hand towards Mycenae. Soul contract. I'm sure you came here prepared with one. Of course, I had a very hard time since the efficacy of the contract had to be high. I had a very hard time coming up with a story for the headquarters of the company. A cost of the contract is usually split between the two parties. However, since you've suggested it first, you should take on an additional 10% of the cost. I'll pay 40%. Your calculations are always precise. Mycenae pouted as she brought out the contract. Art put his index finger on it, and he dragged it across the contract. The basic outline of the contract had already been created. As his fingers scanned over the contract, conditions were modified, added, and deleted. It isn't just me. You are forbidden to talk about anyone I deem to be an ally. From this point on, that will be Meadle, Sienna, Silpenon, Lassetti, and me. However, once you start encountering more and more people, there is a danger of me being in breach of contract without meaning to. If it is a situation where they will find out even if you don't open your mouth, the contract will make the proper judgment. If you are careful with your words and actions, you won't be in breach of contract. Then I needed something that would count as profit for me. I want you to sell 10% of the items you gain in dungeons exclusively to me. Of course, Meadle and any of my other party members have to agree to sell it to you. It has to be a unanimous decision. Also, I won't sell any items that I choose not to sell to you to other merchants. If you don't have the purchasing power, you have to find a suitable owner to sell the items to. Since this is an exclusive contract, could you give me a grace period to come up with the funds? Moreover, the third clause must. Arp and Mycenae pitted their heads against each other with the contract between them. They were precise in their calculations, and they double-checked each clause. The townspeople were busy constructing the city, but when they caught sight of the young magician, they thought he was quite talented in picking up women. Also, I have an additional addendum. In a flash, Mycenae raised her head from the contract to look at Arp. When he met her eyes were very serious. They were clear and deep. He was a bit surprised by them. He wondered if the conversation up until now had been a set-up for this moment. What is it? The place is a bit far from the Daya's kingdom, but does customer know about the Forest of Eternity? It is located on the border of Duchy of Teata. It is the place of origin for the elves. Isn't it centered around the World Tree? As expected, you know about it. I heard you guys were in a country town before both of you were chosen as heroes. So how are you so knowledgeable? Mycenae let out a sigh at Arp's words. He let out a bitter laugh when he caught a hint of irritation in her sigh. The information regarding the Forest of Eternity weren't widespread amongst humans. The residents of the forest were zealous in protecting their location. They had cut off all communications with the outside world. It was as Arp had said. The residents were none other than elves. Then do you perhaps know what the Forest of Eternity is facing right now? I can make a guess. The friction between the duchy and the forest might have worsened. A country that covets the elves might have sent out an organized group. The monsters might be causing more mayhem. The World Tree might be drying up. Maybe all of these events are the reason why the Forest of Eternity is being ruined. You are absolutely correct. It is all of the above. The Forest of Eternity is in overall distress. If things continue to head in this direction, it'll be in ruins soon. It will all be thanks to those that thinks with their lower body instead of their brains. Elves were beautiful. It was said that they were born from the vital force of the World Tree, and they were beautiful enough to be called fairies. It was just amongst humans. They were considered to be one of the most beautiful races amongst races that were capable of rational thought. Of course, many people desired them. Amongst the smut that is circulated within the kingdom, 80% of them deals with elves. Men are the worst. If people were just reading books about elves, it could be considered to be charming. However, in the past, countless number of people trespassed into the Forest of Eternity to kidnap elves. The elves had to fight against them over the long years. This was why elves spat on the ground when other races were brought up. The manhood of orcs and human men should be severed. Mycenae grinded her teeth as she spoke. She expressed her anger as her ears fluttered fiercely. Art couldn't help but chuckle. She was speaking very serious words, so he didn't get why she looked so cute right now. Art wasn't into older women, yet she had just delivered an effective blow on Art. Sadly, Mycenae was too incensed to realize this fact. He lightly slapped his cheek with one hand. He took in deep breaths as he opened his mouth. It can't be helped. However, you guys always manage to hang in there. That's true. We've managed to hold out until now. Mycenae nodded her head. Since Art wasn't going to hide the fact that he was a hero, she didn't plan on hiding the fact that she was an elf. To be more specific, she was a dark elf. In truth, she possessed a powerful presence. Even Silpenon was able to pick up on this fact. Art possessed observation magic that was ranked higher than what she possessed. There was no way he hadn't picked up on her true identity. However, it has gotten worse recently. It really seems like something is happening within the forest. Unfortunately, I was reduced into becoming a dark elf, so it'll be difficult to give direct help to the forest. The world tree is really petty. Whenever one of you makes a little mistake, it reduces them into dark elves. It isn't the world tree's fault. It was because I was inexperienced. Anyways, that isn't important. It is the forest of eternity. Art narrowed his eyes when she finally broached the main subject. Mycenae looked straight into his eyes as she made a sincere request. At some time in the future, could you accept my quest, which is related to the forest of eternity? All right, you should also put that into the contract. What? Art had agreed to it so easily that Mycenae was taken aback. Is it okay for you to accept it so easily? I'm not sure I should be saying this, but the situation within the forest of eternity is very dire. It might get very dangerous for you. I'll be dragged to that place anyways if I continue to act like a hero. I have no reason to turn down an extra reward when I know I'll have to do this later. In Art's past life, the elves living inside the forest of eternity had suffered a really horrible ending. Moreover, if he went by what was happening within the Daya's kingdom, the current situation would probably be worse than what occurred in Art's past life. I have to do something before it is too late. Tusk. I'm already doing something annoying right now, yet I have a future appointment to do another annoying task. This is why I didn't want to become a hero. However, he would work diligently from now on. He would do it for the peaceful farm life he would greet in the future. Your counterpart isn't here, so I'm not sure you should agree for her. Ha, if you were going to say that, then you should have something before you took out the contract. Meadle is leaving everything regarding the contract up to me. At that moment, Meadle was with Sienna. They were exploring a dungeon they had found on this mountain. Meadle was teaching the ABC of battle to Sienna, and they were gathering any items that was worth money. Normally, dungeons were very hard to find, yet it wasn't a problem for Art. So this finalizes the contract? Yes, yes. She had been trembling inside because she thought Art was going to ask for something very big. She nodded her head. Hoo-oo. Ooh-oo-oh, I hate this feeling. When the draft was completed, they put their signatures on it. The soul contract split into two, and 2 pages were absorbed into the body of Art and Mycenae. It was an incredible magic contract. When there was a breach of contract, the penalty would be inflicted on one's soul. It was very expensive, but it allowed each party to completely trust each other. This was why it was possible for Art to ask her questions that he had wanted to ask. You have a skill book that can be used by a warrior priestess? That child was given the occupation of warrior priestess. So do you have it or not? I don't have it right now. Do you realize how rare a warrior priestess class is? Moreover, most of the skill books related to that class is under the care of the temples. Ooh-ah, you are giving me a very difficult homework from the beginning. Please, I beg of you. Art had on an impudent smile. It was an expression that would never be on a face of someone making a request. When he stood up, Mycenae grumbled at the fact that he left the matter as is. She smacked her lips when she felt the energy that was being released from the bottom of the mountain. As expected, you weren't just doing a simple construction job. Art had a twisted smile on his face. He didn't have to answer her. The smile was answer enough. I'll see you next time, Ajima. Please take care of Silpanen and Lassetti. I'm almost done with that task. If you want to purchase the Warrior Priestess skill book, you'll have to call me a bit sooner next time. Mycenae took something out from her pocket. She threw it towards Art before she disappeared. Art confirmed the identity of the item as he snatched it out of the air. It's a communication instrument. It probably was a communication device that connected only with Mycenae, and it might double as a summoning device. It seemed such services came along with making an exclusive contract. Art snorted as he put it away. Then he took a step forward as he weighed the enemy force that was busily climbing up the mountain. Magician Nim? Yes, it is nothing. You should continue to build. The townspeople, who had been busy in their tasks, tilted their heads in puzzlement at Art's movements. Art shook his head as he waved them away. If they got involved in this, it would get more complicated. From now on, the situation would be in Art's domain. So I just have to exclude the region containing the dungeon where Meadle and Sienna is traveling towards. The read all creation ability worked fiercely, as all the information about this region was injected into his brain. He knew where Metal and Sienna was heading. He had the information regarding the size of the enemy force and the terrain they were climbing. He even had the information regarding the structural integrity of the region supporting the small city they were building and the mess that was left behind when Art gathered the ingredients for the construction. He finished his calculations. "All right, let's do this." Art extended both his hands as he extended dozens of mana strings. All of them burrowed into the ground to cause a weak earthquake. He had uprooted all the trees, so the soil was loosely held now. The tremor hit this region. "What the hell? I feel a vibration." "Vibration? What the hell, It's the soil. There's rocks mixed in with the dirt. It's a landslide. A landslide has just occurred." "Kuwak." It was an enormous landslide that was almost impossible to replicate even with high-rank magic. It engulfed the soldiers and the black magicians. Chapter 43. Hero vs. Kingdom 5. Art hadn't chosen the site of the construction on a whim. There was a large open space on the mountainside. It was the ideal place to build a city. Many people would be able to live there. Moreover, this place was highly visible. If soldiers and black magicians were tracking them, it would be quite easy for them to find this place. This is my last chance to nip this in the bud before this blows up into something big. If their ability to judge a situation is not compromised, they would send their biggest force towards us in haste when they realize what I'm trying to do here. They'll try to completely bury this in the darkness. This was why Art had baited them. Instead of allowing them to increase the casualties of the innocents, Art decided to give them a target they can focus on. As if to confirm his thought process, the soldiers immediately gathered towards the mountain. That wasn't all. There was a geographical advantage that inevitably came with being located midway up the mountain. Anyone that discovered and climbed towards the city would all be considered to be enemies. Lastly, while he was destroying the mountain to construct the city, Art had executed the final touch to his plan. It was inevitable for him to upturn the earth when he uprooted the trees. In the process of doing so, how difficult would it be for him to prepare a trap within the terrain? Kuwak. The ground is eroding the soil. For example, Art had buried crystal balls that had been about to explode from being stuffed with mana. He buried them deep in the ground and he detonated them to cause massive casualties to his enemies. Water. My God, the valley. The water is coming from the valley. Guak. For example, he might have done some funny business while he constructed the waterways. His enemies would be swept away by the sewage. Boulders, there are large boulders. Oh no, oh my God. Kupuat. For example, he had stacked up a pile of boulders that he had excavated from the construction work. He sent them rolling as he caused the landslide. Kua. Run away, Kaak. Several thousand soldiers immediately died before they could enter into a battle. They hadn't even been able to locate their enemies before they were hit with a natural disaster. The road to mountain wasn't steep. However, a considerable number of soldiers and black magicians had already suffered horrible deaths. Devil. There's a devil here. A devil lives in this mountain. Run away. Who would actually want to climb up this mountain? The morale of the soldiers immediately bottomed out. The black magicians were too afraid of the unknown beings that resided on top of the mountain, so their feet were stuck to the ground. If they are able to use such tactics, what level are these magicians? How many of them are there? Ooh, this is terrifying. What spell was that? I can't win against that. Art's purple eyes let out a steady light as he moved his fingers through the air. The mana strings followed the movements of his fingers as additional landslides occurred. The structure of all creation was seen through his eyes, so it was possible to know what would happen if certain parts were severed. Kuoak. Help me. O Demon King. The death throes of numerous people rang out. Death upon death was piling on as their blood became a lake and their corpses became a hill. As if to add insult to injury, casualties continued to mount. However, they had nowhere else to go. If they were able to act freely, they would have left at the outset. Hook. Look at what's happening down there. What's going on? It's an earthquake. Of course, the townspeople became aware of the fact that something was happening nearby. It was almost miraculous, but their current location was left alone. Still, the rest of the mountain was collapsing, so they couldn't help but notice it. The soldiers below. The magician Nim is wiping them out. He isn't making any large gestures. He is just waving his hands. He was using mana strings in conjunction with his read all creation ability. He looked like a god to the people around him. In truth, this was all possible because he had made countless preparations beforehand. The people around him didn't know this fact. Basically, his abilities were great for bluffing. The difference between a 4 heavenly king and a hero is paper thin. Art was pleased as he waved his hands. An additional 100 soldiers died from one wave, and another 80 died at his next gesture. Endless pain, screams, and despair filled the bottom of mountain. However, Art didn't pay the slightest attention to them. He already knew this would happen from the beginning. This was why he had sent Meadle to a different location. Meadle was now adept at discerning between good and evil. However, she couldn't put aside her tendency to shoulder every death onto her shoulders. However, I'm able to shrug it off. At the very least, the part of him that was the 4 heavenly king of the Demon King's army was better suited for this task than a hero. He was able to kill strangers to accomplish his goals. It was something one couldn't do unless one was able easily forget about such deeds. He had lived under the unreasonable orders from the Demon King. He had lived through an unreasonable world. When the numbers of beings he had killed exceeded 1 million, it was possible for him to forget about their deaths. Therefore, there was no way Art would feel much when he was killing those that deserved death. Is it about done now? He had waved his hands for an hour. When Art confirmed that no troops were entering into the mountain, he retracted his hands. At this point, the mountain looked completely different from before. Well, if we can get up and down from this place, it should be fine. I wonder if we can be prosperous living on this mountain. This place that had been normal mountain to the villagers. However, this mountain would now be long remembered in history. They had a faraway look as they looked at their residential environment, but they couldn't make their complaints known to Art. Of course, Art knew what they were feeling inside. You should focus on the construction instead of paying attention to me. Do you really think it'll end with just one attack? Heek. A force of that size is going to come again? It might be a larger force. It'll be good for you guys if I can take care of them while I'm still here. A chill went up their spines when they heard his words. The people meekly went back to work. Art snorted as he exited the construction site. So then, he had purposefully spared one person. Amongst the black magicians, there had been one that possessed decent power, yet he had been very passive. He kept looking around at his surrounding in a cautious manner. Art buried everyone except him. He let this particular magician run away. The bastard probably thought he was lucky. He probably thought that he had survived because he had more sense than the others. To be precise, Art had enticed the black magician to act this way. Art had made the black magician think that he was clever in his escape. However, the black magician never escaped Art's sight from the beginning to the end. Reinforcement. While Art was walking quickly, he used the reinforcement skill on his boots. It immediately allowed him to activate the blink magic. The ability of the boots had been amplified, so he would be able to use blink once or twice a day without consuming any of his mana. It also considerably extended the range of the blink magic. If he could advance in his reinforcement skill, he could probably use an additional blink. However, his current capabilities was enough. HMMP8. Art used consecutive blinks as he kicked off the ground. In a flash, he was already running across the base of the mountain. In his previous life, it would have been impossible for him to move like this. He never imagined there would come a day when he would be able to physically exert himself like this. The title of a hero wasn't an empty one. As he had leveled up in the past year, he hadn't just grown in terms of magical energy. His physical stats had also made rapid progress. Of course, his physical abilities were laughable when compared to a level 160 warrior, but he was on a different level when compared to a mage of similar level. Art looked exactly like a typical magician on the outside. This was why they wouldn't know about Art's physical capabilities. This gave him an advantage against his opponents. Another blink and good, I caught you. Kook. He had quickly descended the mountain, and he was finally successful in grabbing the black magician by the back of his neck. As expected of a cautious and meticulous person, the black magician was equipped with an artifact that attacked an ambusher. However, it was effective only if the enemy was unaware of the trap. Of course, Art knew the activation condition of the artifact. He also knew its shape, structure, and power. When he grabbed the black magician, he immediately destroyed it with his mana string. The artifact didn't activate. Hook! The black magician was shocked when he realized this fact. He had already realized that his opponent was on a different level than him. It was enough for him. Please spare me. I'll tell you everything." "All right, I was hoping you would say that." "Kook." Art moved as if he was about to charge forward, but he used the motion to plant his opponent's head into the ground if he found out Art was a child. He might show some bravado. He had to pressure his opponent from the perch of absolute power. It would allow him to easily extract information out of the man. Art put his foot on the man's back as he asked the question. "So, which demon is cooperating with the Archduke?" There was a limit on how abrupt a topic should be broached. Art had already concluded that the Archduke was behind all of this, and he was cooperating with a demon. He skipped over those parts to ask the next question. It seemed the black magician was taken aback by Art's question, so he carefully opened his mouth. "Demon? I don't know Heek." Art extended his mana string, and he leisurely placed it around his opponent's finger. It felt as if the mana string was sharp enough to sever his finger at any moment. The man gulped. Art spoke in a low voice. "Your life is worth nothing to me, but I'm guessing that isn't true for you." "See, correct. That means your words must change next time you speak. Understood?" "Why, yes, sir." Threat and torture were essential skills for a heavenly king in finding out a secret. Usually, heroes were unable to extract information. They were either too soft-hearted or inexperienced. It usually came back to bite them in the back, but that would never happen to Art. It was a woman called Tina. She conscripted some of the kingdom's magicians. She said she would help the Archduke if he cooperated with her experiment. I was one of the magician that was conscripted. He was telling the truth. He hadn't originally been a black magician. He had went through a class change to become one. Of course, he had come here following the orders of the Archduke, so his origin was unimportant. However, he had said her name was Tina. If she had exited the demon world to work within the human world, she would have to be talented. Art had never heard of her name in his past life. It probably was an alias. Art let out a sigh as he asked the question. "I thought the Archduke was searching everywhere for the heroes." "So how did he come up with an idiotic idea of cooperating with a demon?" We were told that the Demon King won't kill the heroes until the heroes attack the Demon King's castle." Kaya. Art never expected them to leak such important information at such an early stage. It would be a lie to say he wasn't feeling a bit nervous at facing a plan that was much more sophisticated than what the Demon King's army carried out in his previous life. It seemed the Demon King's disposition, as a chef, hadn't gone away. Still, the Archduke believed the information, and he gave consent to let the demon into his country. Then there is the Demon King that refused to catch the heroes when a really good opportunity presents itself. He continues to follow his recipe. He wondered if it would cleaner to just let the world end. Originally, Art had no desire to protect the world. He had done his best to work towards his peaceful retirement, yet problems were coming at him from unexpected places. It sapped his energy away. I'm telling the truth. It sounds unbelievable, but that's the story I was told. I completely understand your reaction. I didn't believe it the first time I heard it, but... All right, I believe you. Then you are going to spare me. Before I do so, let me ask you the last question. What's the size of the army waiting on standby? Speak. The shortcut to victory was to take the enemies unawares before they could conduct an attack. A smile of triumph appeared on Art's lips. It was best to upturn the table before the game could be set. The black magician gave an answer. "There is none." "Huh?" At Art's questioning voice, the man gave additional information with a defeated voice. "That was all of us. It is impossible for the kingdom to spare any more soldiers. You've killed over 10,000 soldiers and over 20 black magicians. How can there be more? The Daya's kingdom is ruined now. When the Archduke finds out about this, I'm sure he will cry." Art became silent as he heard the black magician's words. His ardent lamentation reeked of helplessness. It was the moment when a hero ruined a country. Chapter 44, Two Heroes Party 1. "Well, you can get up now." "Yes, a child. Cock. You aren't going to amount to anything much." After he extracted the time-sensitive information, Art spared the black magician as promised. The black magician's 2 arms were tied together, and a warm marble was placed near his chest. It would immediately explode if the black magician tried to use magic. Then Art took his gold and artifacts. No matter how he did it, he had spared the black magician's life. "You are so young, yet how can you be so brutal?" "I'm sure you know about the experiments that was carried out by the demon with the help of the Archduke." "Can you say that again? Who's brutal?" Did the black magician relax a little bit when he found out Art was young? He had the guts to bad-mouth Art, but when he heard Art's voice, he immediately shut his mouth. He knew his life could be easily taken away if he spoke carelessly. On the other hand, the battle had ended so suddenly that Art had a hard time accepting the truth. He was barely able to realize that everything wasn't settled yet. "Do you have other locations where you conduct experiments?" "We don't. There are still black magicians left in the kingdom, but there are only 1 or 2 left. Nothing could be done with just 2 black magicians. If they were capable of doing something, they were out of Art's league as of now, so he just had to ignore them. Did he really solve everything at once? Art was having a hard time believing in his own accomplishment, so he lowered his voice further to give additional threats. However, the only thing he accomplished by doing so was to bring about the black magician's teary-eyed confession. It brought back childhood nightmares for the man. At this point, he knew it was true. Diaz really had no answer. Maybe, if all the forces of Diaz could be gathered to attack this place, it might be possible. However, the whole country isn't on the side of the Archduke. It isn't as if he could unilaterally gather all the magicians within the kingdom. There is also the issue of him receiving help from a demon to take control of the throne. The only ones that could be sent to this place were troops that were completely under the command of the Archduke, since all of us are dead. Art didn't need to hear any more to know what would happen. In short order, the ownership of the Diaz kingdom would definitely change again, or maybe the kingdom itself would disappear. Art had a far-away look as he looked past the mountain. His gaze came to rest on the mountain of corpses and blood that was flowing like an ocean. It was a nice and peaceful view that went well with what Art was feeling. "All right, what about the demon?" "The demon trained us, and she left after giving us orders. I'm telling you the truth." If her presence became known to the opposing factions, the Archduke's position would have been untenable. This is the condition the Archduke had to work with. Was that really true? What if the Archduke stationed his troops nearby in case something went wrong? Wouldn't he use the demon to turn the kingdom on its head when something went wrong? Art had a habit of always imagining the worst case possible. Then he thought about what he would do in such a situation. He went through that process, and he realized there was nothing that could be accomplished by him going to the palace. This fact calmed his heart. Yes, if they are at a dead end, maybe it might be better for the Diaz kingdom to fall. Then I can. The black magician slightly narrowed his eyes to look at Art's expression. Art had let go of everything, and his heart was feeling lighter. It seemed the black magician was trying to use that moment to his advantage. He was trying to secure his own safety. Art put on a bright smile as he spoke to the black magician. "Of course, I gave you my promise, so I'll spare you. However, you do realize I'm not going to spare you for nothing." "Yes, sure. I'll do whatever you want. I'll give up on black magic to live a peaceful life. Maybe I'll go to the countryside to tend some cows. Are you looking down on the dairy industry?" "Heek." Art put him in his place before he used the Read All Creation to read the black magician's information. Deus von Signuma Black Magician level, 70 strength, 8 agility, 9 stamina, 16 magic energy, 169 Art's magical energy was over 800. Even if one took into account the almost 100 level difference, the gap was ridiculously large. Moreover, while Art possessed magical energy over 800, he also had considerable amount of strength, agility, and stamina. Art was several dimensions apart from the black magician, and the difference was unsurmountable. However, despite this fact, Deus' talent wasn't too bad. It seemed he had been diligent in his magic studies every time he had leveled up. Basically, he had done tasks that would raise his magical energy. Normally, the simple and honest ones that work really hard didn't get lured by black magic. Art was tilting his head in puzzlement when he caught the florid last name. He realized the truth through intuition. Your parents are nobles from the Archduke's faction? How did you know that? My father is the right-hand man of the Archduke, so I had no choice. Hook. Deus von Signima was so surprised by Art's pointed question that he unintentionally blurted out the information. He flinched when Art's smile turned vicious. Ah, it doesn't matter. You can't gain much from using me against my family. I'm ready to sever my relationship from the family. I'm willing to go live a quiet life in the remote countryside. No, I was just thinking you have the setting to become a legendary hero. Legendary setting? Yes. I will spare you, and I'm starting to have an idea on how you can be of benefit to me. Deus von Signima had a bad feeling when he heard Art's words. The next word out of Art's mouth pretty much confirmed Deus' thoughts. Have you heard of a soul contract? Are you okay, Art? Appa. When Art returned to the site of the construction, Meadle and Sienna were already back after finishing their dungeon exploration. They had already surveyed what had occurred below the mountain, so they had a good idea on what Art had done. I'm not hurt at all, so you guys don't have to grope me like that. But there are so many corpses here. It was like cutting a bread with a knife. There is no way I would cut my finger doing such a task, so you guys should relax. Meadle's talent made her a genius, but she couldn't kill 10,000 troops. This was true even if she used her acceleration skill, which was a total cheat ability. What he had done was possible because he was a magician. Still, I'm glad Art is unharmed. Appa Tilda. When the two girls were sure Art was unharmed, they clung to his side. Deus was staring at this curious sight, but he quickly lowered his gaze to the ground. Thankfully, Deus was quick on the uptake. As Art had that thought, he spoke quietly towards Meadle and Sienna. I think we should leave tomorrow, so you guys should make preparations. Tomorrow? Isn't that too fast? Didn't you originally say it would take over a week, Appa? That's right. He had originally allocated around a week for all of this. He had assumed there would be at least 2 more attacks by troops under the command of the Archduke. My secondary power was stronger than I thought. It seemed the Archduke of Diaz was dumber than he had assumed. I'm not sure what you are talking about, but does this mean the people here are safe now? For now, they are. Of course, even if the townspeople gladly left behind their former residences to come to this place, it didn't mean there won't be any calamities or threats in the future. Even if the Archduke was ruined, it wasn't as if his power base would all disappear. Moreover, the Demon King's army was alive and well. This was why this location was the ideal location to place this city. We will stay here tonight. However, we'll have to move on when the day brightens. We'll have to move as if we are really busy. Art let out a light sigh as he spoke to his party. You two did well in going to the dungeon. It'll be busy once again tomorrow. Both of you should wash and rest. Sienna, you have to do a good job saying farewell to your sister. Yes. Sienna hugged Art tighter before she disengaged. She turned around as she ran off. Level 28 could be seen clearly above her head. Laughter slipped out of him at the absurdity of it. How come there are only monsters around me? But Art is the most incredible one amongst us. Meadle spoke as she glared at the retreating back of Sienna. Art gave a non-committal answer as he mussed her hair a bit roughly. You should go rest. But Art is going to work again. Since I've made this mess, I can't just leave everything as is. Meadle had a sullen expression on her face, but she knew there was nothing she could do. She nodded head. Meadle glanced at the black magician Deus and she asked Arp a question. This person is a bad guy. Is it okay for you to be with him like this? I gave him my word that I would spare him, so I have no choice. Instead, I'm thinking about using him in the future. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It didn't matter what Art was saying at that moment. Deus' mind was filled with the word soul contract. He couldn't hear anything else. What scary things will he have to do with his soul on mortgage? Meadle really didn't like Deus, who was letting out a foul energy. However, she saw that he was shaking in fear, so it seemed he couldn't do anything against Art. As expected, Deus didn't have any allies here. He was destined to shake in fear until he was given an order. The night passed quickly. Art stood at the center of the construction site, and he did all the tasks that could be done with his mana strings. He had made a mess of the mountain, so he tidied it up. He gathered materials that would be used for construction, then he searched the mountain for animals that could be used for food. As he used it more, Art realized that mana string was an incredible magic. This was especially true when he used it with his Read All Creation ability. The mana strings could gather and analyze all the information in its surrounding. It used the information to move in the most efficient manner. It sometimes felt as if he was moving in all directions at the same time. Even the one using the magic was surprised, so how would those watching him feel? Other people couldn't see the mana strings. It was as if Art was changing everything just by waving his hands. He looked like a god. I really don't think he is human. Do you doubt it after seeing all of this? He is a god. A god. Thanks to Art's exertion, the city had a foundation by the time morning came. The people felt the truth in their bones. They realized how much construction could be done by working with a magician who possessed a basic knowledge of architecture. It is possible to create waterways like this. How surprising. This place is already better than our town. I love our view. It is quite open. This should be good enough. Art even checked the wooden barricade around the small city. He made sure everything was perfect before he withdrew his magic. He had used mana strings every time his mana had recovered. Usually, it took a long time for unique spells to develop, but it had already reached level 10. Shall we go now? He cleared everything. It was impossible to clear a quest as thoroughly as this. He had finished the base quest alongside the hidden quests. He hadn't intended to do this, but he kept completing the quests that had popped up in a row. It was ironic, but he was done now. Magician Nim, are you perhaps leaving already? Magician Nim. It was almost supernatural as to how the townspeople were able to sense his impending departure. They were flustered as they hung on to him. However, Art was firm in his attitude. I did all I could do here. No one will be able to threaten you if you stay within this city. There's no one left to put a curse on you, so you can be at ease and resume your lives. I want you to forget about my party and don't ever speak about us. You should always bear that in mind. Art had rescued the kids, and he had gathered the townspeople to construct a city on the mountain. They owed him a lot, yet he wanted them to forget about him. They were surprised by his demand. Magician Nim, I'm going. It seemed the townspeople wanted Art to live in the city. They wanted him to rule over them, but Art didn't hold any lingering attachment to this mountain. He had been forced to carry out this quest, and he hadn't received any rewards. He hated those types of quests the most. Art wanted to run out of here as soon as possible. He dragged Meadle and Sienna with him. The people came out in droves, yet he ignored them all. Sienna, you have to be happy. I'll be back, Unni. The most memorable sight was Ina and Sienna. Ina was crying, yet Sienna had a big smile on her face. It seemed she didn't want her Unni to worry about her, or maybe she really wasn't sad. He wanted to think it was the former, but Sienna's face was way too bright for it to be true. Ina and me will be safe if she lives in this town. It is enjoyable for me to be with Appa. This is what is best for the both of us. It isn't enjoyable for me if Sienna is with us. Meadle and me, you joke around too much. The two brats armed themselves with congenial smiles as they sparred with each other. Art decided not to intrude. In fact, he didn't even like acknowledging it. Deus was being dragged by the rope, and it felt as if he was staring at Art. He also decided to ignore him. Magician Nim! Magician Nim! He had completely turned away from the city, and the gazes of the townspeople was squarely on his back. It stung. What did he actually do that merited them calling after him with such fervor? He was afraid his resolve would weaken if he turned around to look at them. Humans are simple beings. I did all of this knowing this would happen. What emotion am I supposed to feel when the people react in the manner I predicted? It was a thought that was unbecoming of him. Art tusked as he shook his head to free himself from those thoughts. He took out the communication device, and he soon had a connection to Mycenae. Agema. Hello, customer. My name is Mycenae. Mycenae. Did you finish their education? It just finished right now, all right. I'm going to visit them once, so you should wait for me with them. Did you really contact me for that? Art ruthlessly severed the connection, then he turned to look at his party. Silpanen's party will be in charge of this black magician. Of course, I will put a fail-safe in place. After we tell them what to do, we can go on a merry trip to find a magician. Does anyone have a question? Yes, I have one. Meadle raised her hand high into the air as she spoke. The level difference between Sienna and us is large. Since we are leaving behind the black magician in their care, what if leave behind Sienna too? It was a weirdly compelling suggestion, but Art let out a bitter laugh. It was possible for Meadle to become smart when she was trying to eliminate her competitor. On the other hand, Sienna was flustered as she gripped Art's sleeve. I like Appa. I can raise my level quickly, so don't throw me away. Okay. Of course, Art didn't plan on leaving behind Sienna. Unlike Silpenian, she was a cute and honest girl. It was a plus, but there was a fundamental reason why she was different from him. Silpenen is different from Sienna, Meadle. If I want to explain this difference, I'll have to give you a long lecture on what classes are. I'll give you a short explanation for now. Meadle, do you know about those that are called nobles when they aren't nobles? Meadle shook her head from side to side without much strength. Art nodded his head in a solemn manner as he gently put one hand on Sienna's head. Then he spoke to Meadle. We have one right here. You should greet her. She is the noble healer of our party. Chapter 45. Two Heroes Party 2. Priests were always stiff-necked. They were all stuck up. However, there were good reasons why they were able to act that way. The first reason being priests were as rare as magicians. The second reason being they were considered to be talents indispensable in all situations. It isn't as if there aren't any magic spells that could heal wounds. However, the effectiveness of a magician's heal is crap. It sucks. Even if the magician had enough mana to use heal, one would be better off using scouting, defensive, or offensive magic. On top of that, the probability of getting wounded increases as the dungeons become more dangerous. It is impossible to last just using potions. This is why all parties want and seek the help of a priest. Of course, it was a bit of a different story in regards to heroes. They could learn skills from all classes. It wasn't just the magician's healing spell. They could even learn the priest's cure spell. However, Art already consumed an extreme amount of mana using the mana strings. He didn't have the luxury to learn and use the cure spell. Meadle was an idiot, so she couldn't learn the spell. However, a priestess with no attachment to any temple had shown up in front of him. He had Sienna, who was naturally gifted with high magical energy. Even if she was a warrior priestess, she wasn't completely dependent on her holy power. Her magical energy was structured in a way where she could stand on her own. Still, she was a priestess, so she would be able to learn the cure spell. Appa, my level is low. Will I be helpful to you? Sienna felt considerably relieved at Art's words. She looked up at him as she asked him the question. Meadle was explicit in expressing her disappointment. However, Art lightly ignored Meadle as he stroked Sienna's head. Of course, you will be of great help. What a relief. Of course, this was under the assumption that she learned the cure spell that a warrior priestess could learn. He had no choice but to put his trust in Mycenae to make that part come true. It hasn't arrived yet. I took a chance in signing an exclusive contract with you, yet Agema is being very unhelpful. You really are a rude customer. Moreover, you called me Agema again. Mycenae grinded her teeth, but it was true that she hadn't been able to acquire Art's order. She didn't know why she was giving excuses. She let out a sigh as she gave Art the other item he had ordered. She pushed the soul contract towards him. Will this be all, customer? I'm going to go rest. This side venture has made me very tired. You suffered a lot helping us. Take it easy. We'll see you again next time. Thank you, Elven Merchant Nim. Silpenen and Lassetti gave a courteous farewell. It seemed Mycenae wasn't totally devoid of feelings. She put on a soft expression as she raised her hand towards them. For this business trip, I'll consolidate the education fee and the item's expenditure cost. I'm giving you a 30% discount, so it will be 1,287 gold. Kaya, I guess we can't move past that. How can I move past that? Just be a good boy and give me my money. Silpenin helplessly paid out her business expenses. After Mycenae was sure she received her dues, she started to move away with her cart behind her. She gazed at Art. I'll contact you as soon as I acquire the skill books. When that happens, please come to the closest branch of the Anywhere Company. If possible, please hurry it up. Sienna was undoubtedly a warrior priestess, yet there was no one here that could give her the education she needed as a priestess. This was why she was simply learning mana control and fighting techniques. It wasn't just mana. She was pretty talented at controlling her body, so she was making progress on both fronts. However, as her combat skill level and mana control level kept climbing, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I want you to gather skill books and spell books for all the other classes. I want you to acquire everything you can get your hands on. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Of course, you can leave it to me. Also, you should prepare the money you will have to give me. Who? Art smirked when she mentioned money. She suddenly had the desire to ask him more about it, but she came to the conclusion that he wouldn't give her an answer. She clicked her tongue as she disappeared. Let's go after we finish our business here. So why did you come back here again? By the way. When Mycenae exited, there were only 6 people left inside the slime dungeon. Sienna stuck close to Art's back as she warily looked at the other people. Silpenin's eyes turned round when he caught sight of Sienna. You gained another woman, Art. You are young, yet you are already like this. It is terrifying to imagine what you will be like in the future. When you start paying attention to the gender of one's party member, that is when you have a problem on your hand. Party member? You put her in when you didn't put us in. Silpenin looked aggrieved. As if Art understood Silpenin's feeling, he nodded his head. I know you are disappointed that my party gained a member. I know all about it. That is why I am here to supplement your party. I brought a talent here. You should say hi to Deus. No, what we want is to join your party. What did you just say? Instead of Sienna, Art pushed Deus towards Silpenin's side. For some unknown reason, Deus had his head covered with a hood. However, he couldn't resist against Art's strength, so his face was revealed. At that moment, Lassetti instinctively unsheathed her sword. You dare show yourself, insect? Deus, see, Crown Prince. His face turned ashen as he faced Silpenin. Silpenin's face was cold as his expression hardened. It seemed they were acquaintances. Moreover, it seemed they weren't on good terms. Art, I'm sure you brought him here as a party member for us because you don't know this man's identity. I cannot accept this man. His family once swore an oath of loyalty to the king, yet they betrayed us by taking the side of the Archduke. They killed numerous knights that tried to protect me. Silpenin, I already know who he is. What? Silpenin became incensed, but the smile on Art's lips remained. He put a hand on Deus' shoulder as he spoke. You should explain it. Tell them what you did and how you came to be with me. Will you stop them from killing me? Of course, I have a use for you. Ugh. Deus closed his eyes tight when he saw the soul contract in Art's hand. While he was being bombarded by murderous intent from Silpenin and Lassetti, he let out a sigh before he opened his mouth. Your Highness, in truth, The explanation was brief. He hadn't been on the scene of the revolt, and he hadn't become a black magician by choice. However, he had been part of the troops dispatched to destroy the evidence of their crime. It was most definitely a sin that was worthy of death. It was good that he was able to admit that fact, but how effective is a soul contract? How great must it be for you to spare him? If he breaks it, his soul is up for forfeit. Amazing. Deus wasn't going to be a regular party member. This truth was quite clear to him. Silpenin stared at Art as he asked a question. If it is all right with you, could you include a clause of my choosing in the contract for me? Of course. However, you can't kill him. Of course, if I kill him, I can no longer torment him. Heek. Deus' face turned paler, but there was no one here that would help him. In the end, he had to sign the soul contract, which was filled with unreasonable provisions. At that moment, the Crown Prince's party gained a low-rank slave. There is a limited amount of spells that can be used by a black magician. Still, unless you can find the help of a priest, he might become your best party member. His talent isn't too bad, and he will be good at following directions. I'll do anything. The content of the contract was bleak. Deus had a look that could only be seen on those that had lost their country. The only comfort he could derive from this was the fact that he hadn't been killed like his fellow black magicians. I know it is hard for you to emotionally accept him, but you and Lassetti will be safer if you use him. This is why you shouldn't kill him. You should take him along with you guys. I understand. I'm surprised that you thought so much about us. Arp had retraced his steps to bring Deus here. It seemed he had been worried about them. Silpanen was moved by the gesture, but in a flash, a twinkle shone in Arp's eyes. In truth, that wasn't the only reason I am here. I should have known. Silpanen immediately became disappointed. However, he would soon be singing a different tune when he heard Arp's next words. He spoke about the main reason for coming here. He spoke about why he added Deus to their party. I came here to give you an offer that you cannot refuse. I've heard that from somewhere before. Silpanen narrowed his eyes. Arp had spoken similar words when he rejected Silpanen's offer. He waited to see how great this offer was. Arp took out a map. A map. It looks to be of high quality. It's the map that was commissioned by the throne. It was a map of the Daya's kingdom. Arp had acquired it when he killed the knights that were trying to assassinate Silpanen. The odd part about this map was the fact that there were circles drawn in various locations. Moreover, there were numbers written starting from 1 in random order. What is this? What are these circles? No, what does these numbers mean? Silpanen cross-examined him. Arp let out a light laugh as he gave an explanation. These are all dungeons. What? What did you say? Pardon me? Silpanen, Lassetti, and even Deus was surprised. There were 20 or more circles drawn on the map. They couldn't believe these were all dungeons. However, Arp's expression didn't falter at all as he spoke those words. I'm sure the dungeons are here, so you can trust me on that. Of course, several of them have already been discovered. However, if you guys want to smoothly raise your levels, you should visit all of them. When he heard those words, a thought suddenly lit up inside Silpanen's head. It was as if he was having a hard time believing his own thoughts. He carefully asked Arp the question. Wait a moment, Arp. The numbers start from 1 because? Yes. If you go in order, you won't have too much difficulty clearing the dungeons. You will be able to grow as you clear them. This is especially true for you, Silpanen. You have to visit all of them to grow your seeking skill and your trap dismantling skill. Astonishment was followed behind by shock. Silpanen's party decided not to think further on the subject. Arp knew about dungeons that were not discovered yet, and he also knew what level of monsters would appear within them. Within Deus joining your party, you are only missing a priest. Aside from that fact, you have the perfect party. Since there are undiscovered dungeons pointed out here, the reward will be quite lucrative. You can use the leftover money to purchase mana potions and stamina potions. Also, if you suffer defeat in a dungeon, you can use the communication device to contact me. He knew Arp's ability was boundless, but his knowledge was beyond bountiful. Was it really possible for a human to know all this? How can this be? It is possible because it's Arp. Yes, it is because he is Appa. Lassetti's mouth hung open in amazement, and she just accepted the situation as is. However, Silpanen wasn't dumb enough to believe that. Deus, who was listening from the side, wasn't dumb either. Meadle and Sienna wasn't just talking about the veracity of knowledge. They believed nothing was impossible for Arp to achieve in this world, so they naturally accepted his words. All right, whatever. For a brief moment, Silpanen had puzzled over it. However, in the end, he decided not to challenge the veracity of Arp's claim. Arp would gain nothing from lying to them. If he started doubting Arp's ability, he felt as if he would be going down a rabbit hole. It would be better for his sanity to just believe everything Arp had said. However, since you've told us the reward, I'm guessing you will now offer your terms, right, Arp? I like the fact that you are smart. Arp grinned as he made his declaration. I want you guys to give me half of the dungeon rewards. Chapter 46, 2 Heroes Party 3. Half. Are you sure that is enough? Arp's stipulation made Silpanen feel dazed. Art was telling them everything about the dungeons, and he even told them about the levels of the monsters they would face. Despite this fact, he only wanted half of the reward. It didn't matter what others said, but according to Silpanen's standards, it was a very generous offer. It was so generous that it was as if Art had given the information away for free. However, Art nodded his head as if it was reasonable. You have to think about you, Lassetti and Deus. The most crucial part is acquiring Deus skills, spell books, equipments, and potions. If you think about the combined cost, I'm pretty sure not much will be left from your half of the reward. You should think of it as improving your chances of survival. Instead of saving your money, you are strengthening yourselves. That is why you'll have barely enough to pay for my half share. Art, Silpanen and Lassetti was floundering around in a soup of emotions. Deus was confused. He wondered if this might be good for him in the long run. They didn't realize that he planned on using them in his future confrontation with the Demon King. It would allow him to avoid hardship in the future. It had been a while since he had thought like a heavenly king. Art continued to speak. Also, I'll give you a list right now. You will never sell these items from the dungeons to the merchants. You have to keep it, and you have to give it to me at a later date. There is the Crown of Wisdom, Scroll of Destruction, Eye of Prophecy, Spring of Tears, Spear of Twilight. Silpanen busily wrote down the names of the artifacts given by Art. He tilted his head in puzzlement. He could tell that they were terrifyingly high-ranked artifacts just by their names. He wondered if they would really come out from the dungeons. Then there is the blood fragment, all right. That's it. Art spoke the name of dozens of artifacts without hesitation. Silpanen, who had written it down, had a very sour expression on his face. I've never heard of these items, yet I can tell they are incredibly valuable. Are you sure these items will come out from such low-level dungeons? This is why I want you to diligently train your Seek skill. Then you'll be able to find them. No, these items will come out from the dungeons. You better not leave the Daya's kingdom until you find them all. Art's expression was always composed. Of course, these artifacts had all come out from the dungeons in his previous life. These artifacts were worth so much that it was ill-matched to be within the low-level dungeons. In the first place, Art had given them the locations of these dungeons because he wanted to acquire all those artifacts. However, Art and Meadle's levels were too high to go there themselves. Moreover, it was an annoying task since the dungeons were located far apart from each other. It was convenient to have others that would do the task for you. I want you to put your trust in me and do what I say. I don't particularly like your laid-back attitude, but, all right, I've digested everything you've said. You are saying we should work in parallel with each other. Art, if you weren't here, Kayak? Lassetti looked deeply moved as she grabbed Art's hands tightly. She was thrown aside by Meadle and Sienna. Silpanen wasn't amused with his former guardian knight's antics, so he glared at her. Then he carefully put away the valuable map. This has been a learning experience, Art. So this is how you suggest a proposal that can't be refused. I accept your proposal. All right, let us go on our separate paths. Art, Meadle, and Sienna, Silpanen, Lassetti, and Deus. No matter how one saw it, they were divided into the hero team and the support team. They firmly shook hands. It would take them 2 years to meet again. I'll be back after I become strong. Will you accept me into your party at that time? All right, I'll think about when we reach that point. No, I don't like it. I don't like Silpanen. Why, Meadle? I don't like you. It would be hard for them to meet up again, but Silpanen believed that they would be able to become friends someday. The two-party dispersed. Art, I'm curious about one thing. After leaving the dungeon, they were walking quickly down the mountainous path. While they were walking, Meadle asked Arp a question. About what? It's about the magician we are going to meet. He had explained ad nauseum about the magician's abilities and the reason why they had to bring her into the party. Did she still feel repulsed by the prospect of growing the party? Art tilted his head in puzzlement as he turned to look at Meadle. What about the magician? Meadle's eyes narrowed as she asked the question. Is the magician a female? Yeah, the magician is female. He never expected her to ask about the gender of the magician. It was a question that had nothing to do with one's ability. Art was dumbfounded as he replied to the question. When she heard the answer, Meadle's expression turned more sullen. Arp, did you send the black magician towards Silpenon because he was male? A few. As expected, she was under a massive delusion. Arp let out a sigh as he flicked Meadle's forehead. Gender isn't important. Silpenon's party didn't have a magician, and I had a magician under my thumb. The pieces fit together. That is why I sent him along with Silpenon. I didn't exclude him from our party because he is male. Eesh, what if he had been a young and pretty girl? I don't know what answer you want from me. I would have let the person join Silpenon's party irrespective of age and gender. Are you done now? Ooh-oh-mm-mm-mm-mm. It seemed Meadle wasn't satisfied with Arp's answer. She let out discontented sound as she stuck close to him. It seemed she was trying to use skinship to express the feelings she wasn't able to articulate. When she did that, Sienna stuck to him on the other side as if they were in competition. Yes, he was now used to it. He hadn't wanted to get used to it, yet he had. What should he call the bitter feeling he was feeling right now? Arp was absorbed in self-contemplation as he let out a sigh. This time, Sienna asked a question. Appa, where can we find this magician Nim? Ah, the place is called Edia. It is a country that is more advanced in magic research compared to the Daya's kingdom. She's in a different country. Meadle suddenly expressed her shock. Arp smirked when he saw this. This small hero possessed incredible abilities, yet her knowledge, experience, and intelligence was lacking compared to her capabilities. Still, he couldn't have her set her sight only on countryside villages. He also couldn't keep her tied down in the dark dungeons. It was time for her to broaden her horizon. He would be able to accomplish that task by the time they meet the magician. We have to cross an ocean, so it'll be a pretty long journey. Of course, I've already planned out the route. Arp took out another map. He had found more than one map of this kingdom on the knights he had killed. Well, look here. Do you see the city at the end of the map? This is a key location that links the Daya's kingdom to the other kingdoms. It is a harbor city named Freight. We'll travel across the ocean to reach Edia. The distance to Freight was around 300 times the distance they had traveled after Arp and Meadle ran away from their town at the age of 12. To be fair, the incidents with the hero's dungeon and the curse of the demon had prevented them from traveling far. Still, Meadle had lived her whole life in the countryside. She would now be traveling an unfathomable amount of distance. Wah, it's far away. It might take us 3 months to walk there. Of course, we aren't just going to go straight towards the city. We'll learn what we have to learn, and we'll kill the monsters we have to kill. We'll also buy what we need to buy. There is also the problem of the ocean being uncrossable during the fall and winter. This is why I intentionally planned to go there through a roundabout way. The ocean was uncrossable during fall and winter only for normal people, but the two girls didn't argue the point. Their attention was solely on the fact that they were going to hunt monsters. Their eyes shone fiercely. They looked as if they were ready to slaughter the monsters at that very moment. It wasn't an expression that should be seen on a 12- and 13-year-old girls. However, when one thought about the path they would have traversed in the future, they had the right attitude. We'll be on the road heading towards Freight. I intentionally didn't tell Silpenon about the dungeons we are going to visit. We have to gather funds for our trip, and he have to increase Sienna's level. You told them about so many dungeons, yet there are still more dungeons left. As expected, Arp is? Yes, I'm amazing. There were a total of 7 dungeons on the way to Freight. Most of them were similar to the small dungeons he had pointed out to Silpenon. However, 2 were large dungeons, and one needed 3 months to clear each of them. Of course, it took 3 months for normal people without the read-all-creation ability. If we go through these dungeons, Sienna should be at a level where she would be able to operate with us in dungeons. Of course, this is all possible because she has a special property that comes with being a warrior priestess. Really? Of course, she isn't normal. Sienna's talent was almost at a genius level. Meadle was talented in all things except magic. Arp was reborn as a hero, possessing everything he had when he was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Arp's talent had been reinforced. Sienna was less talented than Arp, but if the 2 of them never existed, Sienna probably would have become the hero. This was how great her potential was. In other words, we just have to provide a smooth flow of ingredients, and Sienna's growth speed will become ridiculously fast. In the past, the Demon King had used demons as ingredients to make the hero into a delicious dish. He made her into a warrior. Now Art would use his read all creation ability alongside his memories of his past life. He would make Sienna into a fantastic member of the hero's party. When he followed the Demon King's orders, he had observed and learned what the Demon King had done. Even if he was half as successful, he could turn Sienna into a monster. "I'll follow everything Appa tells me to do. If you want me to do something, I will do anything for you. Anything." When he saw Sienna's blind affection and actions, it was as if he was looking at Meadle. This was why a sigh automatically slipped out of his mouth. When he finished having that thought, Meadle started growling at Sienna. I don't like it. I like Unni, but I like Appa much more. I don't like you." In Sienna's case, she had retained her life thanks to Art by being turned into a different race. On top of that, he was teaching her about mana. It wasn't as if he couldn't see why she followed him in such an unconditional manner. In fact, the more he thought about it, Meadle's attitude felt different from Sienna's attitude. What the hell happened with his past self to make Meadle like this? Both of you are members of this party, and you will have entrust each other's life to one another in the future. I know I have to hold it back for Art, but I can't get rid of my dislike for her. I'm willing to entrust my life to Unni. The fact that you like me makes me not like you more. If you act like that, I can't hate you without feeling unsettled. Maybe everything might turn out okay if it was like this. He looked at the growling Meadle and the smiling Sienna. In the end, they were innocent children. When they grow older, their feelings would mature and their behavior would get better too. It wasn't as if he hated the flood of honest emotions directed towards him. Still, it would be much better without all this great fuss. I like Appa and Unni. It would be great if all three of us could get along. I want to live in peace only with Art. By the look of things, it doesn't seem things will calm down anytime soon. Art kept letting out consecutive sighs as he continued to walk. He still had some complaints about his party members, but this was the start of the true hero's party. If things went according to the Demon King's plan, Art and Meadle wouldn't have discovered the experiments occurring within the kingdom. Or maybe they would have discovered it too late. It was supposed to be a massive quest that should have cost them blood, sweat, and tears to resolve. Unfortunately for the Demon King's army, Art had resolved everything at super speed. Art had messed up a long-term plan that the Demon King's army planned on exploiting for about 3 years. He had ended it in just one day. The Archduke hadn't even been able to progress much in the experiment that was supposed to turn humans into demons, yet he had lost most of his troops. His influence had rapidly decreased, and of course, he was unable to receive support from the demon. Art had basically ruined the plan of the Demon King's army in one fell swoop. The Archduke had already used an unjust reason to take over the throne, so the nobles that had hated him rebelled against him. In the end, the Archduke was overthrown, and he had been chased out of the country. The new king was the cousin of the previous king. Count Hadine was placed on the throne, but he was merely a puppet of the nobles. Still, the chaos within the Daya's kingdom calmed down, so it was still a fortunate outcome. It took them exactly 1 year. Hoo-woo. It seems trade has been completely restored. Shit. This is why I wanted to get here earlier. There are so many people here, Art. There are more people here than the people I've seen in my entire life. Appa, are we going to ride that ship? After a year, the heroes' party arrived at the harbor city of Freight. Chapter 47. 2 Heroes Party 4. There was no business in this world that always worked out as planned. Art's party was so off course from his original plan that the only thing right was the fact that they were traveling in a straight line. The travel was filled with sighs, complaints, and shouting. Still, nothing significant happened during their 1-week march. He had bought the highest quality bedrolls from Mycenae for each of the party members, but all 3 of them had to squeeze into one. It was a very tight fit, but it was also very warm and cozy. Meadle was in charge of harvesting herbs while he started the fire. Sienna was in charge of cooking. This was how the daily chores were divvied up. It was a fantastic yet simple setup. They didn't possess many clothes, so washing them was quite simple using Art's magic. There probably were few in this world that could travel as easily and comfortably as them. They had traversed an incredible amount of distance in 1 week, so they had arrived at the first dungeon 1 week ahead of schedule. The problem started when they entered the dungeon. It was a dungeon where beast-type monster gnolls appeared. They were humanoid monsters with a dog-like head. It was supposed to be a dungeon with 5 floors with a variety of gnolls ranging from level 30 to level 50. Sienna was level 28, and she was of a race that could use powers that exceeded her level. This was why Arp and Meadle merely had to make sure she didn't die. Aside from that fact, Sienna had free reins to combat the gnolls. The gnolls had similar build to a human, and they were quite clever. It allowed Sienna to gain a variety of battle experiences. Her level rose steadily as they traversed through the 5 floors, and the occasional high-level monsters made it easy to increase Sienna's level. Arp had assumed it would be this way, and everything went as planned. A week passed after they entered the dungeon, and Sienna bravely reached the 5th floor as she increased her level to 47. "Huh, Arp, didn't you say this dungeon has 5 floors? The problem started from that moment. "I did, in my past life." If it was Arp's words, Meadle trusted him implicitly even if there was no evidence to back up his words. Meadle tilted her head in puzzlement as she asked the question. "So why is there a staircase leading further downwards?" "That is a really good question." Arp glared at the secret staircase that had appeared as if it had every right to be there. He spoke with a fed-up voice. "I'm not sure either." This was one of the dungeon cleared by the past hero. He was sure it ended on the 5th floor. The items dropped here had been poor, but the weak hero had been able to develop her basic martial skills here. Arp had found out this information when he researched the records. Even if the Silpenon of that time had poor skills as a thief, Arp never expected him to miss such an obvious secret staircase. No, maybe the god was giving them something extra since there was an additional hero present. He had researched about the human world and the hero, but he hadn't been able to visit all the sites himself. This was why he waved the white flag. He had no way of determining which theory was correct. Still, how could he retreat when a dungeon secret had been revealed? Traditionally, heroes entered into suspicious places first before asking any questions. They opened suspicious boxes first to see what is in it, and they stepped on suspicious traps first to see what happened. They were psychopaths. It wasn't as if they had extra lives to spare, yet they did things that were considered to be absolutely crazy. It seemed Arp's party would be doing similar tasks that followed in the footsteps of those heroes. "Sienna, the monsters we are going to face from now on will be a bit too hard for you to handle. This is why you have to be ready to retreat when I tell you to retreat." As they got ready to head down the stairway, he made a strong entreaty towards Sienna. However, Sienna let out a bright smile as she tightened the fists equipped with the battle knuckles. "It's fine. I'm strong now. It is all thanks to me." Mycenae had a bright smile on her face as she stood behind Sienna with a money pouch in hand. She had finally succeeded in acquiring the cleric's cure spell and the holy battle spell. Arp snorted as he shooed her away with his hand. "You were barely able to acquire the basics. If possible, I want you to acquire weapon skills that are primarily for the warrior-priestess class. Then there are the active skills. You probably want skills and spell books that both of you can learn too." Mycenae laughed as if she already understood everything. "I never dreamed there would come a day when I would be able to support the hero. Anyways, please wait for me." Everything jumps in price when one wants to acquire goods so suddenly. I'm trying very hard to gather as many items at the cheapest price in the shortest amount of time possible. "All right, we'll put our trust in Ajima and we." Arp spoke as he took a step onto the stair leading down to the 6th floor of the dungeon. "We are going to go make some money now." It was as Arp had expected. High-rank gnolls over level 60 started appearing in droves on the 6th floor. The gnolls were equipped with decent armor and iron mace. These were opponents that was a bit overwhelming for Sienna. Still, Arp made a resolve to push her forward. "When I think you are in danger, I'll restrain them with my mana strings. Of course, your contribution would decrease, so you won't be able to gain the full experience. The reward you will gain is ridiculously low compared to the danger you will face. Still, you will surely grow faster than before. Appa. If he just made sure she didn't die, this environment would be a blessing for Sienna. Of course, she had to overcome the fear, pain, and powerlessness she would feel facing such powerful enemies. Still, the fruit that would be waiting for her at the end would be very sweet. This is similar to the first dungeon I experienced with ARP. I had a lot of shortcomings, but ARP helped me. Now I can provide a much more precise and faster support. ARP became more proficient at using mana strings as he used them more. The mana strings were very sensitive and reactive to the movement of his fingers. He could use up to 10 strands. In the playground called a dungeon, he could use them to search, deter, attack, and defend. In the space controlled by his read-all-creation ability, nothing could escape his will. Appa. Sienna's expression remained bright. If Appa says I can do it, then I can do it. All right. He experienced facing too many opponents that were much higher in level with Meadle in the past year, so this all seemed par for the course. However, amongst the adventurers that explored dungeons, their actions were beyond reckless. This situation was considered to be something that should never be done. On top of that, Sienna wasn't a hero, yet she had to go through such tribulations. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried about all of this. Let's do this. Yes. However, ARP had confidence in Sienna's talent and will. He was also supremely confident about his own abilities. This was why he decided to go forward with her. The gnolls shrank away at the presence of ARP and Meadle, but they became emboldened when they caught sight of Sienna. They howled as they attacked Sienna as a pack. Gee-gee-gee-ging, Kuechwak. 2/3 of the pack was instantly slaughtered by Meadle's bastard sword. The remaining gnolls flinched as they tried to run away, but ARP prevented them from doing so with his mana strings. Guoing. Uo. Some unknown force was preventing them from running away, so they became confused for a brief amount of time. However, when they realized there wasn't an additional strike coming as a follow-up, the gnolls once again turned their attention to Sienna. ARP gave an explanation. The dog head of gnolls isn't just a decoration, they are very dumb. I think they are more stupid than the skeletons with no brains. It was the worst insult that could come out of Meadle's mouth. However, when one saw the gnolls keep attacking with increased fervor as if nothing had happened, it was an apt observation. Kuwook, I can do this. Sienna was the only one fighting them, and she had a hardened expression on her face. Her fists were still weak, and her self-healing ability was lacking. However, she didn't back down as she glared at her opponents. At this point, ARP would have already given her a passing grade. Kuohn, ah-oo-oo-oo, garu-ru-ru-ru. The gnolls mindlessly howled as they swung their maces. Sienna quickly assessed their attacks, and she planted her fists into their abdomens. She couldn't avoid all the maces, yet she was showing excellent body movement for someone that wasn't level 50 yet. All right, we did it. Yes, I don't think she'll die. Sienna was effectively fighting amongst the pack of gnolls. ARP let out a sigh of relief when he confirmed this. Her growth plan had to be tweaked, but he also judged that she would be able to become much stronger in a shorter time frame. Hooah! Sienna was striking out with powerful punches. Her fist cleanly lodged inside the eye of a gnoll as she was able to land a critical hit. At that moment, the flow of the battle started turning towards her favor. Quake, Kuhi, Huo. Humans were supposed to be weaker than them, yet one of their own had been killed. This truth made the gnolls rage. However, a marvelous smile on Sienna's face greeted the gnolls. Sienna just had an epiphany about the flow and momentum of a battle. After 2 days within the dungeon, Sienna safely raised her level to 50. She used the crystal ball of blessing to acquire the high-rank class as a warrior priestess. From that point on, there was a jump in her growth. As time passed, ARP had to step forward less with his mana strings. It was proof that the degree to which she was contributing to the battle had increased. When they slaughtered all the monsters and found all the hidden treasures on the 6th floor, her level had reached 60. Still, we are fortunate that this place is easier than the hero's dungeon, ARP, isn't it? Just the thought of that place makes me grind my teeth. Don't talk to me about it. Where the heck did Unni and Appa go that you guys speak of it that way? The dungeon slyly extended into the 8th floor. Fortunately for them, the floor didn't reach double digits like the disaster that was the hero's growth dungeon. Kua. Hop! In the boss room on the 8th floor, Sienna safely killed the level 75 Knoll chieftain in a one-on-one battle. Sienna proudly took its sledgehammer as a trophy. The head of the black steel hammer was unusually large and sharp. It wasn't something a level 75 Knoll should be using. At this point, Art once again felt that the luck of the hero's party was a cheat. Oh my, customer. Could it be that the metal used to make that helmet was? I'm not selling it. Customer, you are too much. Mycenae appeared once again with impeccable timing. This time she hadn't just acquired hand-to-hand combat skills. She had brought weapon skills too. Mycenae was about to say something because she felt sorry for the small girl carrying around such a large hammer. However, her words dried up when she saw Sienna swing it around with both hands. I thought it would take us 1 week to clear this dungeon, yet we spent 1 month here. Perfect. This is such a perfectly fucked up situation. Because of me. I'm sorry, Appa, I'll fight harder next time. No, you were fine. Actually, you really overdid yourself. The only reason why this situation is fucked up is because of God. If so, I'll kill God for Appa. He thought he had heard that line from somewhere before. He let out a big sigh. Meadle once again showed her competitive spirit when she heard Sienna's words. Sienna kept letting out a bright smile. Afterwards, a similar pattern emerged. Fortunately, there was no changes to the second dungeon. However, they found a secret tunnel inside the third dungeon that continued until the 14th floor. While they were traveling towards the fourth dungeon, they encountered a cursed old lady living in a small city. They had to waste time in curing her. Then the fifth dungeon was a dungeon filled with undeads, and Sienna stumbled into a secret prerequisite by being a warrior priestess. A path of suffering opened up that led the party down to the 20th floor. They encountered similar harsh difficulties on the 6th and 7th dungeons. At that point, Sienna hadn't just grown enough for a single person. She grew enough for 3 to 5 people to become a superb warrior priestess. She smashed through all tribulation, which seemed to have been prepared for her, with her hammer. If she couldn't handle a boss monster, Meadle and Art smashed it. They had entered the dungeons to help the development of the little warrior priestess. However, the difficulty of the dungeons were all over the place that even the heroes increased in their level. The word chaos was insufficient to describe their situation. Wow, that's the ocean. It really is amazing. Pretty. This is also my first time seeing the ocean, Unni. Wah! At the end of the tribulation, they finally reached Freight. At the latest, he had planned on arriving here during early spring. However, they had arrived during summer when the warm winds could be felt. Thankfully, they hadn't arrived here during fall. Art kept wiping away at the sweat that kept trickling into his eyes as he spoke to his party. Well, shall we go rest a little bit? Yes. It was the day they entered into Freight. Meadle was level 191 and Art was level 187. Sienna had reached the level 159, Chapter 48, Freight's Festival 1. The inn owner gave Art's party a once-over. He tusked as he spoke. A single night in the guest room will cost 5 silvers. The cost of the meal and bath water will have to be paid separately. In the past year, the 3 of them had been under the influence of Meadle's innate ability. They had grown a lot, so they no longer received questions like, "Are you kid alone?" or "Where's your guardian?" The fact that they didn't hear such words was a blessing, but why is it so expensive? This inn doesn't look so grand that it should be charging 5 silvers. It was too expensive. A cheap inn in a big city should cost a silver. At most, it should cost 2 silvers. At Art's righteous indignation, the innkeeper snorted as he gave a retort. You not know what kind of a situation Freight is in. The numerous countries connected to Dias by the ocean are participating in a limited-time auction right now. This auction was stopped 3 years ago, but it is being opened once again this year. The merchants from Dias' kingdom as well as other kingdoms are all gathered here. The streets are packed with people that came to spectate this auction. You should be thankful that there's at least 1 room left. It was stopped 3 years ago? If that was true, it was no wonder people were all gathering here. When Art let out a sigh, the innkeeper took advantage of that moment. He started acting in a condescending manner. I've been saving that room. I was going to rent the room to someone that could pay a higher price. However, I'm being very considerate towards you and the two women. I'm sure they'll be annoyed if you take them to somewhere that is more run down than this place." Art hadn't wanted unwanted attention, so they were wearing robes. The artifacts they possessed was influencing how their appearance was perceived, and it was supposed to make them look average. However, it didn't allow them to hide their appearance. It was becoming more troublesome, especially for Meadle as she got older, because she was becoming more and more beautiful. He wouldn't go into the trouble it had caused. "Ah, yes, you were being considerate. Of course, I'm not joking. You should go out right now to search for another room. No one will give it to you as cheap as me." Art could read what the owner was thinking. Basically, Art had come in here with two beautiful women. It was still more fitting to call them beautiful girls on both arms, and he was jealous of Art. This was why he was being verbose. He was trying to get the beauties to say thank you to him. He was old, but he was acting a bit cute. If everyone was as innocent as him, it would be worth living in this world. "All right, I'll pay the 5 silvers. Each meal costs 30 bronze per person. A single tub of bath water is worth 1 silver. Have you tried our store's buttered corn cob? It is absolutely amazing. This is the first time in my life visiting this inn, so how could I have tasted it? All right, I'll try in once tonight. I don't really need the bath water. So..." Art handed over 5 silvers and 90 bronze as he asked a question. "When's the auction, Ajashi?" "It's tomorrow. The timing is uncanny." He had to spend a lot for lodging because of the auction, but in the end, this was a golden opportunity for Art. Originally, this auction used to be held periodically in the harbor town of Freight. It had been the gathering place of various items ranging from specialty items made in freight to artifacts. Loot gathered from nearby dungeons and ocean had been gathered here. The auction had been the confluence of treasures. It was very difficult to have a complete assessment of the worth of specialty items when one went into an auction. However, Art could clearly and accurately assess the worth of any items that was viewed through his eyes. In his previous life, he had participated in auctions in the human world. He had cleared out all the treasures that the humans had failed to recognize. Of course, it had all ended up in the hands of the Demon King. The very thought of it made him wake up at night. It made him grind his teeth. However, it was no longer like that. He could pocket everything now. "Why? Are you going to participate?" "It is a festival that hasn't happened in 3 years, so shouldn't we take the opportunity to look around? If so, you should take good care of the ladies. Gangsters always gather in places where there is money. If you go out with the pretty girls, you could probably fill an ocean with the men that'll try to pick a fight with you. I've already experienced it plenty, so you don't have to worry about that." Art snorted as he took the key from the innkeeper. As always, Meadle and Sienna behaved as they watched him speak to the innkeeper. It was the absolute rule of the party. They had to leave the negotiations with other people to Art. "Ooh-wah, it is really small." The room had a single bed, and there was a lot of dust covering it. There was also a chair in the room. That was it. First, he used his cleaning magic. It took him 2 seconds to make the room look like it was new. Then he placed his bedroll on top of the bed to make it cushy. Next, he took out an enormous wooden tub that could easily fit 2 people with room to spare from his dimensional pouch. He created water and fire at the same time, and he filled the tub with hot water. He created a cozy bathhouse where no one would disturb them. There is nothing Art cannot do. "You guys wash up first. I'm not sure about myself, but you guys are really dirty." "Let's wash together," Meadle yelled out energetically, but Art pushed the two towards the wooden tub. Then he closed the curtain. Meadle and Sienna continued to complain loudly, but he completely ignored them. They were now at an age where such propriety had to be observed. Their level was high, and they possessed warrior-type abilities, so their development was much faster than the girls their age. Art decided to omit that line of thought. "Let's see." While the 2 girls were taking a bath, Art carefully leaned back on the chair. The chair was so weak that it felt as if it would give way at any moment. He gently closed his eyes as he stretched out his mana strings into the surrounding. The mana strings went past the inn towards the large roads. Then they went past the large roads to the square. From the square, the mana strings extended out to the whole city. That's right. He was surveying the entire city from within the small room of the inn. In the past year, the party had focused on Sienna's growth rather than the development of Meadle and Art. Above all else, their goal was to arrive at freight, so they hadn't been able to raise their levels too much. However, Art had focused on gaining command over his mana string until he was sick of it. He also focused on increasing his proficiency in other magic spells. There were the basic everyday magic like fire and aqua. Then there was the hyper-rubbing, which had been unexpectedly helpful in decisive moments. Obviously, Mana String had developed into being his main spell. He had used all his spell whenever he had mana to spare, so most of his spells had exceeded level 40. Amongst his spells, Mana String had reached level 51. No words need to be said, but the power and effectiveness of his spells couldn't be compared to before. It wasn't just the level of his spells. Whenever he gathered money, he used Dungeon Merchant Mycenae to gather spell books for all classes. He used them to increase his magic stat. It resulted in his magic stat reaching 1,200 when he was at level 187. In his prior live, Art had gone past the 1,200 mark when he had reached level 300. His magical energy reached a realm where his level couldn't be used to gauge his power. Moreover, he possessed enough magical energy to overcome disparities that should be impossible to overcome. He possessed that power within his hands. His spell level was over 50, and he possessed a massive pool of magical energy. It had reached 1,200. It would have been strange if he wasn't able to search a mere city with his magic. His mana strings had started out as several dozen strands, but now it had branched into hundreds than thousands. In a flash, his mana strings had blanketed the entire city. The mana strings were able to observe everything near their vicinity, and all the information was delivered to their owner. Nothing could escape Art's eyes. Nothing. However, when he completed his search of the city, he wanted to deny the validity of his absolute ability. It felt as if he learned an information that should be present in this city. There is no way she's here. He denied the reality of the situation as he strengthened his read all creation ability. Art was so taken aback that he had almost fallen over backwards in his seat. Afterwards, the curtain was put aside, and the naked form of the two girls was revealed to Art's eyes. "Art, you should wash now. You guys should put on some clothes." Art had one mana string ready in preparation. He used it to close the curtain again. His reaction speed was on par with the speed of a goblin shooting its poison dart. Meadle clicked her tongue quietly from behind the curtain. He ignored her as he gave them instructions. "Once you've put on your clothes, you guys should rest after eating dinner. Later you should tell me what the buttered corn cob tastes like." "What about Appa?" Sienna, who was putting on her clothes from behind the curtain, asked in surprise. Art let out a sigh. It seemed his body was now used to making that sound. He got up from the chair. "I have something I have to do. I have to go do it right now." "Let's go together. You guys will blow my cover." In this city, it might have been better if Silpanen had been with him. In his past life, Silpanen had been awesome at sneaking around. Unfortunately, Meadle and Sienna were incapable of moving around quietly. Meadle had used the authority as a hero to learn a thief's skill called covert steps, yet it failed in making her able to move around quietly. However, Art was different. Art level 187, stealth level 19. Even in his past life, there had been too many powerful beings around him. He had to learn how to move around quietly without being noticed. Now that all the skill restriction was lifted when he became a hero, his talent for being clandestine blossomed. Of course, it wasn't something he was proud of at all. "That is why you shouldn't follow me." Chet. First, Art retracted all his mana string before he stepped out of the inn. As he walked amongst the large population, he naturally activated his stealth ability. He melted into the crowd. Then he closed his purple-colored eyes as he took off his ring. The hair and eye colors, which had been changed into different colors, returned to their original coloring. His appearance, which had gone through minor change to make it average, returned to its original form. Of course, he had his stealth activated, so no one noticed the change of his appearance. As the throne kept changing hands, the efforts to find the heroes had died down considerably. They've already forgotten the names and description of the heroes. At a certain point in time, it became more about hiding our unique appearances rather than hiding our identities with the artifacts. Of course, they had been able to avoid considerable amount of conflict using the artifacts. Still, he had worried about the possibility of facing someone that could see through the artifacts. He would have to tackle the issue of explaining why he was hiding his appearance using an artifact. Mycenae was confident that anyone below level 250 would be unable to see through it. I came to the same conclusion when I evaluated the artifact. This was why he had to take off the artifact right now. His opponent was over level 250. It might have been better to have ignored her. Still, it would cause him way more trouble if she developed a weird misconception of him. This was why Art took the risk to assess his opponent's situation. It should be fine if he didn't get too close. It would probably be okay if he observed from afar. Oh my. Ah. He had been walking as he had such thoughts. As he walked amongst the countless people, his eyes met a woman's eyes as if by a miracle. When their eyes met, Art realized his stealth ability had been seen through in an exceedingly easy manner. However, that wasn't the only problem he faced. Ah, hello. Are you here by yourself? When the woman discovered Art, she approached him. Her cheeks were slightly red. She had long, red, straight hair, and she had striking, blood-colored eyes. She was taller than most man, and she possessed a voluptuous body that 100 out of 100 men would turn to look at her. She was a beautiful woman. Moreover, Art knew this woman better than anyone in the human world. Etna Carlifate Meyercard Demon Race Level 376, she is bound by the innate ability Absolute Control. I planned on observing her, yet I was caught on the outset. This is crazy. Art let out a sigh. It was the moment when he encountered the woman who had been the second-ranked 4 Heavenly King in his previous life. Chapter 49. Freight's Festival 2. Etna, who was the leader of the army of thieves, had her eyes fixed on Art. As he met her red-hot eyes, Art kept cursing the gods inside. This situation has become a big headache for me now. I wanted to move as quietly as possible, yet I was discovered by Etna. This happened despite the fact that she doesn't have any thief-type abilities. Either God placed a curse on me, or the Demon King placed a blessing on me. It has to be one or the other. I'm sure of it. In his estimation, it didn't seem she was here on the orders of the Demon King. He assumed she wasn't here for a mission. She probably had come here because she wanted to participate in Freight's festival. She didn't have any of her underlings or equipments with her. There were other evidences that also pointed towards this conclusion. However, there was one decisive fact that gave the most credence to this conclusion. The demon world's greatest chef would never send a mid-boss so early in the process. Should I have ignored her? No, she would have found me once I decided to stay in this city. Of course, his opponents couldn't find out he was a hero unless they had the help of a high-ranking priest. However, it was also true that Art couldn't hide his massive reservoir of magical energy. She was at the pinnacle of the demon race, so she probably realized how talented he was as a mage. It really was something annoying, but the meeting between them was inevitable. I have to get out of here without raising any suspicions. I have to come up with an idea. I have to think. If you aren't with anyone, would you like to go have a drink with me? Dang. Art had been very tense, but he came back to his senses at that moment. No matter how he thought about it, she was using a line to pick him up. When he looked at her expression, he realized she wasn't paying attention to his magical energy. She was focused on Art himself. No, I'm here with my girlfriends. While Art lived with Meadle and Sienna, he had become proficient at deftly turning aside their pursuit of him. He had instinctively turned down Etna. It was too late by the time he realized what he had done. He came to his senses, but Etna already had a sullen expression on her face. Is that so? Women these days have great eyes. They already placed dibs on you despite you being so young. It seems she thinks I'm young. If she hadn't been one of the 4 Heavenly King, she could have been the waitress of the neighborhood's pub. This was how friendly she was towards humans. Even in his past life, she had been very attractive, so she was easily able to make a favorable impression on others. Moreover, She had an outgoing and sociable personality. This was why she had been given periodic assignments to scout the human world on top of her own heavy responsibilities. Once I start thinking about my past life, the memories are endless. She isn't the Etna from my previous life. I wanted to focus on this present life, so she is the #1 person I had to avoid. Shit. I do have a moment. Huh. She was in low spirits as she turned away from him. Art could have left Etna's desolate figure alone. However, he thought it would be a great opportunity to be able to gather information about the current Demon King's army from her. He couldn't miss out on this opportunity, so he stopped her. A cup of tea should be fine. This is my first time visiting Freight, so it would be great if you could tell me about this place. Ah! The beautiful woman's expression had been filled with disappointment, but now a smile blossomed on her face. How could she show her feelings so overtly? It was a wonder. Etna didn't realize Art was already viewing her as a half-idiot. She had on a bright expression as she spoke. Yes, you should leave it to me. I'll tell you everything. She was the past and current 4 Heavenly King. He was the former 4 Heavenly King turned into the current hero. It was the start of a weird couple's date. Both of them had already done a cursory search of their surrounding. Soon, they decided to head towards a nearby pub. The pub would have alcohol and other types of beverages. There would be no better place to talk, since they would be within a crowd of people. The auction that occurs periodically in Freight is called Freight's Festival. The size of the people gathered here, and the various specialty items and artifacts that shows up here makes everyone go wild for this festival. So are you here to participate in the auction? Yes. Ah, you can call me Etna. Etna told him her real name as a demon. She acted as if it wasn't a big deal. If all demons were as innocent as her, Art thought the Demon King would have been killed at the outset. I'm Art. Since she told him her real name, Art did the same. First, Art wasn't a rare name in this world. The second reason being it would raise major red flags later on if she discovered he had given her a fake name. Oh my, even your name is cute. You should continue with your explanation. In truth, I just heard from the innkeeper that it has been 3 years since the last festival. You do know that the Daya's kingdom was in turmoil recently? That turmoil has died down somewhat, so Freight's festival was recommenced. When the kingship of the Daya's kingdom changed hands, the humans followed the king's example. They went nuts as they shed a massive amount of each other's blood. Naturally, in the process, countless legends were born during this time period, and a curse had spread within the kingdom. On top of that, the artifacts became strengthened. Humans, monsters, demons, and even artifacts consumed the records of others to grow. So you are saying all those artifacts will show up here to be auctioned? Exactly. These items were reborn through the blood of the people. The people who made such horrors will gather here in excitement. It was called a festival. He didn't know who made up the name, but he had a great sense for naming it that way. Art and Etna shared a bitter laugh. It was as if they've promised beforehand to laugh at the same time. She smacked her lips as she asked him a question once again. Do you want to have a drink? I really want to, but I'm still underaged. Then I'll be the only one drinking. 1 beer. He was 14 years old, but his outer appearance didn't fit his age. He looked pretty mature for his age. Still, he had a youthful face, so he couldn't boldly order alcohol for himself. While Art became shy about drinking alcohol, Etna tried to down the alcoholic beverage she ordered in a refreshing manner. She tried. Ooh, ache. It's warm. She blanched as she put it back on the table. It hadn't been her intention, but her action evoked another memory from Art's past life. She's the youngest daughter of the Phoenix, and she had been blessed by hellfire. She was the pure one amongst the thieves. All flames obey her, but this means the cold rejects her. Anything she grabbed started to heat up. This was why she went looking for cold things throughout the year. This was also why he had gifted her an ice sculpture in his prior life. The ice had originated from the first winter of this world. It alleviated her need a little bit. Of course, he hadn't given her the present because he had liked her. He had wanted another 4 Heavenly King as an ally. However, the gift had been a little bit too effective. It was one of the choices Art had made that he always regretted. She had misunderstood his intentions. Her affection towards him became much more intense when she thought he had liked her. It also meant that his jealousy had also intensified. "The alcohol is too warm." "No way. Our beverages are very cool and refreshing." When she voiced her complaint, one of the waitress got angry with her. At that moment, Art smirked as he placed his hand on her cup. A faint light sparkled, and in the next instant, frost covered her cup. It'll last until you drink it." "No way, When Etna put her lips on the cup, she became surprised. Her scorching magical energy was still being transmitted into the metal cup, but a cold energy from the cup was neutralizing the heat. While the heat and the coldness fought a tug of war, her alcohol maintained a cool temperature. It flowed down Etna's throat. "Oh my." Etna felt the cold alcohol travel down her throat, and it elicited a deep smile on her face. She moved her face towards the still beaming face of Art. Her voice hardened slightly. "You aren't going to hide what you are?" "I felt a powerful magical energy from you. It was strong enough to make it hard for me to breathe, so I know you are a higher caliber of magician compared to me. I'm sure you are able to see me more clearly than I see you. So, what would I accomplish by hiding what I'm capable of?" It wasn't just that fact. He knew Etna was level 376, and she was the commander for the army of thieves. She was also one of the 4 heavenly kings from the Demon King's army. He knew all of it. Despite all the knowledge he possessed, Art was exceedingly excellent when compared to those his age. He was weaker than her. This was why he decided to act like a magician that was naive about the outside world. He planned on being faithful to this role. He activated a skill he developed as the weakest amongst the 4 heavenly kings. He activated his method acting skill. "Didn't Etna approach me because of that?" "You got close to me after seeing my magical energy, right?" Yes." He made up a valid reason for her. He gave her an out where she would be able to justify her own actions. However, she had become flustered by his words. It was a very cute sight where it did not befit her age. Still, Art wasn't into older women, so it had no effect on him. He drank the lemonade in front of him as he waited for her to calm down. "Yes, your magical energy is absurdly outstanding compared to those your age. That is why I was surprised. Yes. Fortunately, it seems you don't plan on bullying me after learning that information." "There is no way I would have bullied you. Never." The surprised Etna started waving both her hands in denial. Even in his past life, Etna had avoided taking a single human life unless she was explicitly given a command by the Demon King. He was confident that she didn't hold any evil intent towards him. Still, he had asked the question as part of a plan. He was trying to exploit a weakness with his next attack. "Please, I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Suddenly, a strong and pretty Nuna like Etna approached me. Isn't it unreasonable to expect me to not to be on my guard?" When she heard his words, Etna's smile stretched from ear to ear. That's right. She was weak against flattery. She kept grinning as she nodded her head. "I'm not bothered by it at all. It's fine. Yes, I just thought Art was cool. I had a favorable impression of you." Of course, age and skill doesn't always match up. Still, it doesn't matter how talented you are. You've reached a stage that can't be reached unless you go through several life-or-death crises. I just thought that was incredible. "You look young to me, Etna." Naturally, Art enacted a second wave of flattery. He didn't even need to see the result. It was a critical hit. "Is that so? I look young. MMM. Ooh. It didn't matter if it was a human or a demon. After a certain age, the ultimate compliment that could be given to a woman was that she looked young. The effect of this phrase was amazing. Her weakness had been assaulted, and the gap in Etna's defense was revealed. Etna was so happy that she didn't know what to do with herself. Art's emotion remained cold as he watched her. He was using all kinds of methods to avoid becoming suspicious to her, and he was buying her goodwill. He was going to use the advantage he gained to acquire first-hand knowledge about the Demon King's army. This was the only thought going through his head. "So you really just talked to me out of curiosity?" "Yes, that's right, of course." He thought he saw a single cloud cross her constantly smiling face. Was he mistaken? He tilted his head in puzzlement as he continued his conversation with Etna. He had to find out what had caused the conflict of emotion on Etna's face, so he had to keep her here as long as possible. "All right, I'll put my trust in you." So you should tell me about other sights worth seeing in freight. Yes, I will. By the way, if I order another beverage, will you cast another spell to keep it cool for me? Of course. Thank you. I want another glass of highball. At Art's assertion, a smile akin to a full moon was plastered on Etna's face. He had done something so simple, yet she was truly happy. She really wasn't fit for the role of the heavenly king. He let out a bitter laugh inside as he faced her, her mouth opened easily. If we are talking about what you should do in the harbor town, around 2 hours passed from that point. Their conversation started with freight, but their conversation naturally moved onto other topics. Etna didn't talk about the specifics of her circumstances to Art. Still, she talked about her everyday life, and she talked about stories that was reminiscent of what happened in their past lives. Of course, he already knew her identity, so it was easy for him to decipher the current situation of the Demon King's army through her stories. It seems there isn't another Arp in the Demon King's army. I'm sure about that. He had wondered if there would be another existence like Arp, but with a different name. He also wondered if there was someone different with the same name as him. Neither case was true. It seemed no one in the demon world was given the same position as what he was given in his previous life. Moreover, there was no one who had possessed a similar ability as his. He also learned something new. Unlike Etna's ranking in her previous life, she was ranked third amongst the 4 heavenly kings. She mentioned 3 beings that were above her. He was sure by the speech and behavior she described that 2 of the 3 was the Demon King and him. It was the being that was ranked number 1 in his previous life. The remaining 3rd figure must be the other 4 heavenly king. My existence was completely erased. However, it seems someone else was inserted as the new 4 heavenly king in my place. I wonder who it is. It was someone that was able to reach a higher rank than Etna. It seems nothing is turning out like my previous life. Of course, he couldn't ask her more detailed questions. It would basically reveal the fact that Art knew Etna was a demon and that she was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Instead, he let out a laugh befitting his age as he spoke his next words. Etna, you are so strong, yet there are others that are stronger than you. I don't know which country's magic tower you are from, but it interests me. I'm not from a normal place. It is as you've said. I'm strong, but there are others that are stronger than me. It isn't a place where a person with a normal heart cannot survive. Etna's voice was as serious as it could be. When he heard her words, Art couldn't hold back a sigh. It was something he had repeatedly felt in his past life, but he couldn't believe how lax this woman was. If he wasn't careful, she would probably reveal that she was from the demon world by mistake. Art tried very hard not to dig any deeper into Etna's words. He was barely able to focus the topic on her. He could see the anguish she had possessed from the moment she was dominated by the Demon King to the last moment he had died in his previous life. It was so clear to him that it was as if he could grasp them with his hand. He didn't know it, because of his read all creation ability. The anguish she was feeling was similar to what he had felt in his previous life. Maybe that precipitated it. He gave up on trying to act like a child. He spoke with words that held a good amount of his true feelings. There aren't that many that is special from the beginning. One starts out with a normal heart, but it gets continuously chipped away by one's environment. In the end, it takes on a shape that looks special to other people. Others may think it is special. In truth, it is something that is egregious, hurtful, and sad. Oh my! Etna's eyes turned round in surprise when she heard his words. Then she started chuckling. Her expression looked as if she had been sucker punched. Art realized he had made a very serious mistake. He might have made a mistake that exceeded the ice sculpture he had gifted her in his past life. You are an angel sent from the heavens to soothe my heart. What should I do? I'm conflicted. Should I just wrap you up and take you away with me? Please refrain from doing so. You will make my girlfriends cry. Yes, I'll refrain. However, when I meet you again, I really might not be able to hold myself back. As she spoke those words, she got up from her seat. Her chest sensually jiggled, and every male eyes were on her. Her chest was large enough that it made one wonder if they were a burden to her slender body. Of course, Art was unfazed. He was unfazed. Art, I went through the effort of talking you about freight, so I'm sorry about this. Huh? I want you to leave this city as soon as possible. You should do so with your precious girlfriend. What? Goodbye for now. Her last farewell contained a teaspoon of regret and 2 teaspoons of anticipation. Art knew she had a secret she was keeping. Etna didn't say anything further as she suddenly disappeared from her sessat. Since she hadn't left the city, Art could find her with his ability. However, he didn't feel the need to do so. He had heard everything he needed to hear. She wants me to leave the city. That means Etna hadn't come here for sightseeing. That can't be. There is no way the Demon King would use her at this juncture in time. This city doesn't have any weird items or people. Maybe it has something to do with something on one of the boats that will influx into the city. However, Art couldn't continue down that train of thought. He was so inwardly focused that he hadn't been able to properly activate his read all creation ability. This was why he didn't notice the 2 people that had moved stealthily towards him. Art? Appa, where did you go by yourself? These rascals, he was sure that their inability to move stealthily had all been an act. Art let out a big sigh as he got up from his seat. Can't I spend some quality time alone? Then why is there a cup on the other side? Ah, I also smell a sweet citrus-type perfume. Woman, it was a woman. Wow, Unni is amazing. Meadle made a sharp observation. At such times, she didn't seem dumb. She even showed qualities that would make her a great detective. Art absent-mindedly had such thoughts as he was interrogated under the clutches of Meadle. Of course, he had no intention of leaving Freight. This stage would truly be his from now on. Chapter 50, Freight's Festival 3. Art had died. His life had come to an absolute end when he had been stabbed by the thief's dagger. The thief clicked his tongue. He retrieved his dagger as he let out a sigh. The hero looked on with dazed eyes as she spoke with a voice devoid of strength. Silpanen, why? There is no way that man had any intentions of coming to our side. He's our enemy. We have to kill our enemies. It will endanger you if you hesitate. No, that isn't it. That can't be true because he... Before she could continue her words, the mana in the atmosphere started to burn up in flame. The magician had already sensed their enemy approaching, so she had quickly thrust her staff forward to cast a defensive spell. However, the enemy's mana exceeded what the mage could block. In the end, the hero's party all suffered from burns. The warrior acted tough by crushing a potion bottle with his hand, and he splashed it over the party to heal them. Unforgivable. A seething yet earnest voice of a woman rang out from the top of the castle wall. You bastards, there is no way I won't forgive you. F4 Heavenly King. Fire Witch Etna, he really called her here. Look, Meadle, that bastard never intended to side with the humans. The warrior was appalled, and the thief yelled out as he grinded his teeth. However, the hero no longer heeded their words. The only thing she had eyes for was the sight of the witch clutching the corpse of Art. She easily pushed aside the thief with the brush of her hand. There was a deep blood-colored flame surrounding the entire body of the witch. However, it couldn't evaporate the tears that were falling from eyes. How dare you do this to my Art? He was my only remaining hope, yet you guys? How laughable, witch. You've killed thousands to 100,000s of humans. You've ended the lives of family members and lovers. We are past the point where we can persuade her with logic. Everyone raise your magical energy. Let us kill our enemy. The hero had become despondent at Art's death, so the archer calmly tried to lead the party. The archer had an arrow drawn back, and there was a thick, cold energy hovering around the tip of the arrow. The witch possessed extremely strong power of fire. This was also why her weakness was the most well-defined amongst the 4 heavenly kings. Even though she was a much more powerful existence than the 4 heavenly king they had just defeated, there was a chance that they could win against her. Please help Regina. Yes. The mage calmly nodded her head, and she started chanting her spell. Despite them being overwhelmed by the witch's spirit, the fight would start now. She had trained too much as a magician to give up and back off so early in the fight. Instead of changing the nature around her, she changed herself to be closest to ice. She reinforced the change as she created a new technique to resist against the heat. Then she placed the blessing of the Winter Queen on the members of the hero's party. It especially strengthened the cold energy placed on the archer's arrow to the extreme. However, ridiculous. How laughable! You cannot endure my wrath with just the blessing of the Winter Queen. You would have to bring the Winter Queen here if you want to do that." While she clutched Art to her, the witch started to unleash a torrent of her power. It was as if she controlled all the flames of this world. From the depths much deeper than the foundation of the castle wall, magma started erupting from the ground. The magma quickly covered several hundred meters to hit the hero's party. The heat emanating from Etna spread to the entire castle wall. In a flash, the whole region turned into a magma field. The party barely had enough ground to stand on. The sky was thick with clouds, yet it started to part. The gray-colored sun of the demon world appeared from between the clouds as the sunlight created a pillar of fire. Several 100,000 fire spirits cackled as they revealed themselves. "Kook, that monster! We'll win this." The thief let out a curse, and the magician calmly made a declaration. Her words were echoed by the members of the hero's party, and it buoyed their power. "It is too hot. I can't approach her. You idiot, you should take off that kind of an armor." "I can't take this armor off. It is cursed." "Who did it?" The hero's party was trying to resist the heat in one way or another as they got into formation. The witch quietly opened her mouth. There were enormous fireballs floating around her. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, 100,000s, they floated into the air to assault the hero's party. "Who killed Art?" "It was me, witch." "No." Finally, the hero took a small step forward at that moment. She had barely been able to steady her wavering eyes. Strength returned to the sword she was gripping. "I'm the one that killed Art Pertana Keljuk?" "You did, hero." The witch twisted her mouth. She had lost Art, and things couldn't go back to how it was. The violent flames matched her anger as it swirled around her body. "Yes, I wanted it to be you. I wanted it to be you so that I can hate without reservation." All the fire spirits turned to look at the hero. It was as if half of the world was against her, but the hero calmly opened her mouth in front of such a sight. "He wanted me to tell you something at the end." "What did Art say? What was his last words?" "He said he doesn't particular like older women." "What?" The hero had a small smile on her face. It was a smile that was holding back her tears. "It seems you are a bit slow. You were ditched." Who? Surprisingly, the witch Etna laughed when she heard the hero's words. For a brief moment, the anger of the flame spirits lessened a little bit. "Art, you idiot! I already knew that from the beginning. You should have left some other words behind, you dummy." "You." Etna quickly stole a hand towards her eyes to wipe at her remaining tears. Then all the fire spirits gathered to revolve around her arms. "In the end, it was me. In his last moments, he thought about me. Yes, that in itself makes me happy. That is why." The flames exploded. The daughter of the Phoenix gave a proclamation. "I'll send you all to a painless death. It will only take an instant. Bring it on." The hero also wiped away the remaining tears from her eyes. She flawlessly entered into her battle mode. She bravely charged towards the flame. The warrior and the thief followed behind her. The mage lifted her staff, and the archer notched another arrow. The victor of the battle was the hero. "Ah!" Art slowly opened his eyes. Meadle's face was close enough where their noses were about to touch. Meadle's eyes were round as she kept puckering her lips. She was slowly narrowing the distance between him and her. The mana string appeared out of nowhere, and it impacted on her forehead. She pulled away in pain. "You are too much, Art." "Ah." Art ignored her as he replayed the scene he saw within his dream. In front of Art's death, the Witch of Flame Etna had gone berserk. Then there was the hero Meadle. She refused to back down as she charged forward with a sad smile on her face. This was obvious, but he didn't remember seeing such a sight. If he did, it meant Art was an undead. Was it really what happened after I died? There's no way that can be true. After Art had died, his read all creation ability had immediately sent him into the past. This was why there was no way he possessed the memory of what happened after his death. It had been a very long time since he had met Etna. Maybe he had created a dream with her personality and actions as a basis. He decided to accept that theory as the truth. It was merely a false dream, yet he couldn't easily forget what he had seen. Etna's scream continued to ring inside his head. I was her last remaining hope. If she herself told me that at the time, I might have fallen for her. I was also exhausted by everything at the time like her. It seemed his meeting with Etna had been a shock to his system. He kept telling himself that he hadn't liked her, but he might still have some lingering feelings left for Etna. Even if I do have some feelings for her, I have to throw it away. I won't have to fight her right now, but since a madman like the Demon King still exists, I'll eventually have to face her. I'll be in a similar situation as what I saw in the dream today. A bitter smile automatically formed on his lips. On his opposite side, Sienna was still sleeping as she grabbed onto him. She mumbled in her sleep as she tried to find Arp's body heat again. He put the blanket over her and he got out of bed. Meadle had woken up early like Arp. She got up from the bed as she asked him a question. "Arp, what are you going to do today?" "Originally, I planned on sightseeing various locations and I wanted to participate in the auction. Still, I don't think things will turn out so well like that." He inferred it from what Etna had said to him yesterday. The demons had inflicted a curse on the human world a year ago. It seemed the stage for the second assault on the human world would occur in Freight. He had no idea why, but the Demon King's army always seemed to show up in the path of the hero. Still, he didn't plan on running away now that he knew something was going to happen here. In the first plan hatched by the Demon King's army, the highest-level opponent was level 100. Even if they hatched 2 or more secret schemes in the past year, the one in charge of this plan should be around level 150. The variable here is the 4 Heavenly King Etna. It seems she's aware of the plan, but the chances of her participating in the plan is low. I can say that with 100% surety. Why? This was the Demon King's style. If the Demon King wasn't such an unreasonable idiot, the human world would have already been wiped out from the outset. In terms of magical energy and martial prowess, the human world couldn't hold a candle to the demon world. Still, Etna already had a rough idea of how much magical energy I possessed, yet she told me to get out of the city. If I see myself as an outside observer, I would judge myself to be around level 300. Of course, he didn't have any proper area of effect magic spells. His magical energy was really high compared to his level, but his true skill level was well below that of a level 300 magician. However, from the outside, he would look like a level 300 mage. This fact was important. It would allow him to use one of the indispensable skills of the 4 Heavenly King. He would be able to use his bluff skill. I don't think the demon world would have invested a strong enough force to be able to stop a level 300 magician. This meant there was only one answer left. They'll invade in a manner that would make one feel dirty just observing it. Art furrowed his brows as he thought about the experiments in Dias. They had tried to turn humans into demons. From the start to the completion of the quest, Art's party had never been in danger. However, the quest had been annoying, and it had done a lot of damage to the psyche of everyone involved. He assumed it would be the same this time around. It seemed the Demon King was using a significantly different approach compared to his previous life. He was using a method that would put Art in the foulest of moods. "Eat. Hey!" At that moment, Meadle had seen him frown. Meadle spoke as she grabbed his cheeks. She kneaded it as if his cheeks were clay. She tried to get his face to relax. "Don't worry too much, Art. It doesn't matter what happens. I'll protect Art. It isn't me I'm worried about. Other people will be in danger. Then I'll save those people." She was second to none in the human race in terms of being dependable. It was Al's true that he felt much better at her boasts. Art smirked as he petted her head. "Yes, I'll put my trust in you, Hero Nim. Yes, you should trust only in me." That's right. Art and Meadle were heroes who possessed innate abilities. Thanks to Etna, he was able to get a basic idea on what might occur here. If he had the time to worry, it meant he should use that time to better use. It would be more productive to make preparations. All right. First things first, if he was to point out what troubled him the most, the first thing to come mind was the curse. It could make people act crazy. It could spread a disease. It could turn the water foul. All of this could arise from cursed mana. He was absolutely certain that a curse was included in the plan of the Demon King's army. Thankfully, Art had a method of defeating curses. It was the Obsidian of Greed, which had turned into a first-grade item during the first quest. If he used it in conjunction with his read all creation ability, he would be able to extract curses. It didn't matter if the curse had been activated or not. It possessed a cheat-like ability. There was still a good amount of wiggle room before the obsidian would be upgraded into S rank. If this venture wasn't enough to push the obsidian into the next rank, he could use his reinforcement spell to advance the obsidian. He had trained the reinforcement spell as much as the other spells for the past year, and it had reached level 43. If I have this, all curses will, He had used his read all creation ability to frequently check his surrounding, but he hadn't checked anything within his clothes. He finally realized a serious change had occurred within his robe. It's not here. What's not there, Art? Hesitation? I don't have scruples in the first place. Your love for older women. I never had that in the first place. Then why won't you kiss me? He pushed the hero far away since she was pestering him. Then he conducted a thorough search of his robe, yet he couldn't find the obsidian of greed. The only thing to come out from his robe was the Demite's gemstone, which had refined about 1/50 of itself, and the Chaos Egg. No, it was no longer the Chaos Egg. Beast of Greed's egg from within the Chaos, it had combined with a cursed item. It created the Beast's Egg, which is waiting to be born. It covets all negative energy, so it might hatch immediately if negative energy is provided. Isn't this Art and my loves? If this is the fruit of our love, I don't want such a love. You are too much. Art finally realized the reason behind the disappearance of his obsidian of greed. However, he couldn't ask the egg why it had eaten the obsidian. He let out a short sigh as he raised the communication device. Ajima, do you have artifacts, potions, or items that originated from evil? Since he couldn't ask the question to the egg, he had no choice but to ask it when the being inside egg was hatched. Chapter 51, Freight's Festival 4. Customer, I told you just have to find the nearest branch of Anywhere Company. Geez, if you just wanted to hear my voice, you didn't have to come up with such a strange request. I would have picked up the call. Of course, I would do so if you paid me a bronze coin per second. We are currently at Freight. It was as if he could see Mycenae tilt her head in puzzlement by the tone of her voice. Art smirked as he continued to speak. Ajima, you are in Freight right now, right? Hook. How did you? Obviously, he had thoroughly searched Freight yesterday, and in the process, he became aware of everyone that resided within the city. He didn't have to remember the record of strangers, but when he did find someone he knew, there was no way he would forget that person. How did you know that? It seems you are pretty good at stalking too. Stop spouting nonsense. You should ready the items I need, then you should contact me. I'll be waiting for you to contact me. Art. Wait a moment, customer. Art ended the transmission and he got up with a refreshed feeling in his heart. Meadle was giving him an odd look, but he knew she was going to start spouting some nonsense. He decided to ignore it. I'll be a bit busy going around the city. Will you be okay? Yes, I'm not tired at all. It was to be expected. If a city could bottom out Meadle's stamina, it probably shouldn't be called a city. All right, let's wake up Sienna, then we can head down. Isn't Sienna still too young? Since we will be doing something arduous, let's let Sienna rest. The two of us can do it. A ridiculously thoughtful words had come out of Meadle's mouth. However, Art knew why she was saying such words. Art let out a sigh as she flicked Meadle's forehead. Ayat. Even if I sent out Sienna by herself, she would be able to take care of most of what we are going to do today by herself. So you don't have to worry about it being too tough for her. Art is an idiot who doesn't know how I feel. The three of them ate soup and bread before they went out into the streets. Art already knew the lay of the land, and he knew about the population residing within the city. The information was registered in his mind when he explored the city yesterday. Now he just had to gather information regarding the additional people that will come into the city. He also had to find where the trouble would start today within the city while gathering the items he wanted to acquire. Hook, look at those women. They still look very young. What is the world coming to? It was as the innkeeper had warned. When the three of them walked the streets, everyone's gazes were on them. They appropriately took the precaution of wearing a hood, yet it hadn't mattered. Appa. Heek. Why are they all staring at us? Sienna and Meadle were tense as they stuck close to Art. At this point, Art had no idea if they were sticking close to him because they were afraid or they just wanted skinship. Meadle tried to keep Sienna in check by acting this way, but she was becoming a role model for Sienna on how to act around Art. Did she realize this fact? If someone saw them, they would think they were sisters. Then there was Art, who was between them, of course. He would receive disapproving gazes. Art desperately wanted a male member to join his party as soon as possible. But when he thought about the past heroes' party, he knew it was a dream that would be hard to achieve. His only salvation was Silpenon, but for some reason, Meadle hated Silpenon as if he was a bitter foe. He let out a sigh as he reassured them. "It's all right. I'm pretty sure not many people will approach us." Of course, it was true that it was hard to hide the appearance of the party members with a robe and a hood. But that wasn't the only reason why they were the focus of everyone's attention. Meadle had 2 swords hanging from her waist, and Sienna had the sledgehammer strapped to her back as her main weapon. They were intimidating for most people on the streets. It was said that beautiful flowers had thorns. When the men saw the especially large thorns in the form of a hammer and long sword, no one was brave enough to approach the girls. Even if someone approached them, they would show the men the taste of their thorns. I did a cursory search of this place, and according to a reliable informant, something will happen here today. Let's nip that in the bud so we can enjoy the auction. That is our main goal. An informant you trust? Meadle had a sullen expression on her face. It seemed the citrus perfume from the day before still worried her. Art stroked her head as he soothed her. When we meet that trustworthy informant again, there is a high probability that she'll be an enemy. That is why you don't have to worry about her. It isn't as if you can't fall in love with an enemy. You don't have much free time, yet you seem to be crafting a pretty decent novel. I'm okay with having one more unni. At what point did their education go wrong? Art let out a sigh as he created his mana strings. He didn't do a widespread search like yesterday. He expended a small amount of mana, but at the same time he increased the efficiency of his search. However, it was a fruitless effort. There are a lot of ships docked at the harbor. The really rare items should be coming in today. They aren't just coming over the ocean. They'll be traveling here over land, and the dungeon merchants will be using their teleportation magic. It would be disappointing if the dungeon merchants didn't participate in such a large auction. They mainly traded within the dungeon, but the Freights Festival was a market they couldn't ignore. They could sell the loot they acquired in dungeons at an exorbitant amount of price, and it was a great opportunity for them to stock up on items that would be required by adventurers who explored the dungeons. This is why Mycenae is here too. She's probably choosing which items she wants to put up for auction. Customer? Mycenae contacted him at the exact moment when he talked about her. He wondered if maybe she was the one stalking him. He was a bit nervous as he raised the communication device to answer her. What? As a veteran merchant, I've rarely had to say these words, however. I think it'll be a bit tough for me to acquire those items. Are you really a veteran merchant, Ajima? You really are able to say such rude words without batting an eye. However, coo-woo-woo-woo. After a brief amount of time had passed, she spoke with a voice drained of energy. The artifacts and the potions of evil origins are strangely out of stock. I contacted the headquarters and they are also out. Usually, such foul items have a limited market. Even the really useless ones have all been sold. However, the really powerful ones are being auctioned today. The Death Knight's helmet and the blood gold halberd I purchased from you will be auctioned today. Ajima, you are my exclusive merchant, yet you aren't being of much help to me. Shall we nullify the contract? If you really need such evil artifacts, you can purchase them at auction. There will be a lot coming out today. There is a high probability that something will occur at the time of the auction. Art didn't give any additional explanation to her. Instead, he asked her a question. So do you have items like the Obsidian of Greed? Oh my, the timing of your request is quite strange. All the dungeon companies, including the Anywhere Company, is out of that item. When he heard those words, a lightning struck within his head. Could you repeat that? All the companies are out of the Obsidian of Greed. The companies gradually ran out in order. Yesterday, the last 2 obsidian left in the Anywhere Company was sold. I don't know who bought it, but they paid a premium price for them. They purchased each of them for the obscene price of 10,000 gold. Art thought about it. This meant that he didn't have to make preparations for other possibilities. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed the main plan of the Demon King's army was to use a curse. Shit, no wonder. Since the plan had failed last time, the Demon King's army must have done a thorough analysis on why their plan had failed. Now they had gotten rid of the main component that had interfered with their plan. It was a very cute tactic. The number of artifacts with evil origins is abnormally in demand. The curse has to be connected to the items. This means it might be a curse related to a human's greed and the desire to slaughter others. No, wait a second. Now that I think about it, Art recalled the conversation he had with Etna yesterday. What was the topic they discussed with each other? She said the Freights Festival was being held after a 3-year hiatus. Didn't she say the artifacts that were strengthened through blood and tears shed in dayas would be featured as part of this event? Art had brought up the topic first, and the flow of the conversation had been very natural. This was why he hadn't paid much attention to it. However, he remembered that she kept sighing as she showed regret when discussing the topic. If so, the underlying cause of her behavior hadn't simply been about what she had experienced up until now in dayas. It was an emotion born out of knowing the plan that was being hatched here. He had thought her behavior arose because she was overly humane. However, this new theory was more compelling to him. All the cursed, lamenting, and evil artifacts were gathered in this festival. Then there was the curse prepared by the Demon King's army. The thing that immediately comes to mind is the strengthening of a curse, or maybe it might be a charm. Either way, it'll rile up the emotions of the people. If it activates within this city full of desire, the only thing that would arrive would be a festival of death and madness. The people excited about the revitalization of Dayas's economy would all tremble in fear. Since the plan had exquisite timing, he couldn't tackle it. Art wanted to compliment the Demon King's army since they outdid themselves this time. However, he would have done so only if he still held the position of 4 Heavenly King. Customer, please answer me. You have the honor of being able to talk to me directly, yet you seem to not realize the worth of having such an access. Thank you for the good information, Ajama. I'm not an Ajama. Please call me Mycenae. Mycenae. Oh my, Mycenae's voice immediately melted. Look at how nice that is. Since I've received good information from you, I'll give you a good piece of information to you as a bonus. Oh my, you are even able to abide by the ethics of commerce. You should withdraw all the items you submitted for today's auction. You tricked me, you charlatan. I warned you. Art ended the connection. It was up to her to make her own choices and actions now. The only thing that was important to him right now was finding a way to stop the disaster that was going to occur today using the information he just learned right now. Etna said I should get out of the city as fast as possible. Maybe this was Etna's way of asking for help. Since she couldn't go against the will of the Demon King, she had searched out Art, who had high amount of magical energy and knowledge. Maybe she wanted him to recognize her secret signals so he could stop the Demon King's plan. Maybe he was reading too much into her actions. It didn't matter which scenario was true. It didn't change what Art had to do. Originally, I wanted to solve this in a lawful manner, but I have no choice now. Let's go, Meadle and Sienna. If you aren't going to use a lawful method, how are you going to solve this, Art? Art grinned as he gave an answer. I'll use the way of the hero. The way of a hero is an illegal method? This is unexpected. Meadle replied in shock, and Sienna giggled. Art ignored them as he valiantly walked forward. His destination was already decided. It was the main square of Freight. It was where the Freights Festival would take place. There would be countless people gathered there. It was where the artifacts and greed was all gathered. The auction house would be at the center of the Demon King Army's plan. Chapter 52, Freights Festival 5. Wah, there are a lot of people here. There are a lot of security, too. It seems our job might not be as easy as I thought. At this point in time, all humans were focused on what was going on in Freight. Of course, a massive number of people would be gathering here at the auction located at the main square. There were booths selling food that they had never heard of before, and there was a decent amount of vendors selling children's toys. The eyes of Sienna and Meadle twinkled every time they walked past a vendor. They looked like grown-up young ladies on the outside, but at times like this, they were without a doubt still kids. He had already expected it to be like this. He let out a sigh as he spoke. You guys can each pick out one thing you want to eat. Yo-ho, I love you, Art. Appa, I want to eat those large candies. The hero and the warrior priestess started chewing on the candy-coated apple candies they bought from a vendor. They were quite innocent, as they showed simple pleasure at eating the treats. Art took the precaution of trying not to draw attention of the people around them as he led the two girls towards the auction. Can anyone participate in the auction? I heard a rumor that participation will be denied unless you can come up with at least 3,000 gold. 3,000 gold. There must be amazing items being sold if we have to prepare 3,000 gold. An enormous public auction house had been constructed in the shape of a circle, and there were a lot of people milling around it. Even if someone was murdered with the auction house, he didn't think people would pay much attention to it. Art turned around to look at the dummies swinging and playing around with the stick that had held the candy. Eat. Ooh boo. Meadle had pushed the candy towards his mouth, so he decided to take a bite. It was a clean bite where the crunchy fruit within and the candy on the outside entered into his mouth. He tasted an almost unbearable amount of sweetness. However, that wasn't what was important here. This candy is cursed. Huh? Sienna and Meadle expressed their shock at the same time. It was to be expected. The candy had been so delicious that they were each having a second helping. They had no idea something was wrong. Art gave a light blow to the heads of the two girls. They were looking at him with round eyes, so he gave an explanation. You are a hero, and you are an evil reflector who's also a priestess. Our existence itself gives us immunity from most curses. However, that doesn't mean you shouldn't keep an eye out for curses. You guys have to develop your senses. As expected, Appa is amazing. The curse was one of the ones he had assumed would show up. It was a curse that would cause rage and madness. It didn't matter how much one ate the food infused with the curse. For a fixed amount of time, the curse would stay hidden within the body, and it would only activate when a certain prerequisite was met. Of course, the items that met this specific prerequisite were busily coming towards the auction house through various routes. Most of the vendors on this street are selling such products. Moreover, it is cleverly hidden, so one won't pick up on it unless one possesses a decent detection skill. Even if one became aware of it, it isn't something that can be easily dispelled. It is a very complicated curse. As expected, the situation was moving along in a way that he had predicted. The more important point was the fact that the curse of anger wasn't the only one spreading across the city. If he just looked around right now, he could see the curse within food and drinks. There was even a curse spreading through air. There were all kinds of curse that amplified emotions, and there were ones that turned humans into monsters. He even saw one that weakened people through his read all creation ability. It seemed they planned on taking over the whole city. By looking at the size of the plan, it seemed they started preparing for this plan as soon as the kingship exchanged hands. Moreover, the hero's party arrived right when the large event was prepared to go off. It was to be expected. Shit. However, I can't deny the fact that I'm able to move around more freely. Art waited for them to eat all their candies before he gave them an order. I want you guys to destroy this auction house right now. I want you to act crazy as if the curse of rage had been activated. Huh. The eyes of Sienna and Meadle turned round. However, Art repeated his instructions verbatim, so they knew they hadn't heard his words wrong. Meadle was taken aback, so she shouted out her words. That's a crime. Moreover, that isn't something a hero should do. What kind of image do you actually associate with a hero? Art didn't go out of his way to explain that part to them. I want you to make your appearances a little bit more indistinct with the artifacts. I want you guys to pretend fight while destroying the auction house. However, I don't want you to make it seem you guys are intentionally destroying the place. You have to show no interest in the auction house. What do you think? It's easy, right? Why, yes. At such an absurd request, Meadle was at a loss for words. Sienna was barely able to answer him. Art continued his explanation. Currently, there aren't many people within the city that will be able to stop you guys, so you'll be able to cause a ruckus for a long time. People will solely pay attention to the two of you, and when you completely destroy the auction house, I'll be able to achieve my goal too. When I finish my work, I'll give you guys a single. When that happens, you must get out of there without being detained. But, Art, wouldn't the auction be stalled if the auction house is destroyed? Of course. However, if they use all the available resources, they'll have no trouble starting the auction on time. So what's the point of us destroying the auction house? That is a very good question. Art let out an evil laugh. He was holding the egg of the greed beast that was waiting to be hatched. As if it could sense the curse in the air, the egg twitched. It was a pitiful sight. You'll find out soon enough. There was an amazing amount of people gathered at the central square. In the midst of them, Meadle's anger-filled voice she was acting rang out. "You thieving cat." What kind of intro was that? It isn't just 1 or 2 days. You are quite persistent in trying to get at my man. I can't forgive you. Kook. Meadle's powerful kick landed a direct hit on Sienna's stomach. Sienna flew several dozen meters in the air before she impacted on the wall of the auction house. Kayak. A person flew? Run. The angle of her flight was beautiful. Miraculously, no one except Sienna was hurt. The impact was powerful enough to push the people crowded around the auction house backwards in fright. D-E-E-E. Before the worried people could approach Sienna, Meadle came forth for a second round of attacks. Sienna didn't even have time pick herself up before Meadle attacked. She was gripping the enormous bastard sword with both hands, and she was focusing the strength of her entire body on that swing. Sienna was barely able to dodge it, and the bastard sword impacted on the wall of the auction house. The strength of the strike was transferred into the wall, and she easily toppled the wall. The auction house? You are dodging like a little mouse. When did Meadle's way of speech get so rough? She's acting, right? After she indulged herself by making up a novel in her spare time, she gained this acting ability, right? Please tell me I'm right. Don't tell me she is pouring out her real feeling by exploiting this opportunity. Who? Unni is a real scaredy cat. Meadle had made the entire city tremble in fear, and Sienna finally started her counterattack. She didn't care if the people around her retreated in fear. She planted her main sledgehammer on the ground as she grinned. It seems Unni is really scared that Appa will fall for me. You. However, you do know that Appa likes younger women, right? Unni, you are already done. Appa is mine now. You guys are only 1 year apart. I'll kill you. Meadle finally activated her berserk. At this point, she didn't care about the defenseless people or the auction. The soldiers and the fighters associated with the Merchant Association could only look on in fear. Berserk. She's a berserker. A berserker's blind passion is making her fight. She is expressing it through physical violence. This is the end. The city is ruined. Kuang. Meadle activated her acceleration ability, and she charged forward at a crazy speed. Sienna desperately dodged the attack. Instead, another blameless wall of the auction house was hit by the bastard sword. It crumbled under the assault. Unni is acting this way because you aren't confident in yourself. Aren't I right? Recently, I noticed Appa is laughing more for me than Unni. Finally, Sienna let out her first attack. The sledgehammer was the ideal weapon when one wanted to destroy something. It was also under the influence of her destructive magical energy. The already large hammer became larger as she swung it. Hoot! There were few in the human world that could measure up to her speed, but she had lost her sense of reason through berserk. This was why Sienna was able to dodge the attack easily, and the blameless auction house took the blow in her stead. At this rate, everyone within the auction house will die. Stop yelling. You don't want to become the target of the berserker. Someone go get the head of the auction house. Dungeon merchants, where are the dungeon merchants? Customer, we want 7,500 gold to intervene in this fight. No, we require 8,000 gold. We require 8,500 gold. This is idiotic. The cost needed to intervene is incalculable. How dare you? The place was a crucible of chaos. The people there wondered if this was how hell looks like. Shouts, screams, and mana was all mixed all in as everything in the surrounding was being destroyed. If it wasn't for you, it would have been just the two of us for the past year. It isn't as if I want him only for myself, Unni. You can share him a little bit. I want him too. No, he is mine. I won't give him up to anyone. Meadle and Sienna was speaking with such venom and anger that it was hard to think of it as acting. As they spat out their words, the bastard's sword and the hammer were swung at each other. Each blow narrowly missed each other's body every time. It only destroyed the blameless surrounding. The officials of the auction were trembling with fear. The dungeon merchants, who were talented in magic and martial prowess, hesitated. They wondered if they could really stop this fight. Then there was Art. He wondered if he should just abandon the plan before Meadle really killed Sienna. He was conflicted as to whether he should just retrieve and run with the two girls. I won't forgive you, Kaya. At some point in time, Meadle finally got in a critical hit. Sienna was kicked to the floor, and Meadle had stolen her sledgehammer. Meadle imbued a massive amount of mana as she brought it down. Sienna thought she really might die if things progressed any further. She desperately rolled on the ground to avoid the blow. Meadle's hammer blow was magnificent. It destroyed the stage. The traces of an auction house was nowhere to be seen. Hook. That is a technique that can be learned by a small number of berserkers called Earthbreak. It was just a normal bash skill. Since the moment I've been waiting for is here, I should do what I came here to do. Art had been watching the sight from afar, and he activated his magic as he had a heavy heart. He imbued his mana string with stealth ability. It held tightly to the egg of the greed beast. When everyone's attention was on Meadle and Sienna, he used that moment to secretly sneak in the egg. He moved it towards the absolute center of auction house's stage. It was where Meadle had made a big hole with her hellbent attack. He made sure the egg was buried and he put dirt over it. His task ended perfectly. Stop immediately. I order in the name of the Lord Count Melod. At that point, the one in charge of freight finally stepped forward. He was a noble, yet his safety wasn't guaranteed. His legs were shaking, but he had shown up himself to stop the crazy girls. It was admirable. Art decided to give him high marks for it. Of course, the Count himself didn't look too happy. Firework? Beautiful. As if he had been waiting for the Lord to step forward, a pretty firework bloomed in the sky. Of course, it was a signal from Art that signified the success of his plan. Meadle and Sienna was panting to gather their breath. They hesitated as they looked at the firework. Both girls clicked their tongue. Let's finish this somewhere else. Do you think Unni will win just by changing the venue? The two left as they provoked each other until the end. Of course, the power they displayed was so terrifying that no one dared to stop them. It was possible for Meadle, but there were a good number of people amongst the dungeon merchants that would be able to stop Sienna. However, they weren't going to intervene unless it was profitable for them. The dungeon merchants abstained from doing anything. The two criminals successfully walked out from the scene of the crime. What the hell happened? We were unlucky, Lord. Of all places, those monsters decided to fight here. How can a man be worth all of this? It seems this person is receiving the love of those two women. I don't know who he is, but I'm jealous. Jealous, it is obvious that man will suffer an early death. Kuhum. Art cleared his throat as he released his stealth spell. He appeared in front of the Lord. Of course, he still had his disguise on through his artifact. As expected, everyone turned their attention to him. Art felt like dying from embarrassment, but he opened his mouth to speak. They are my companions. You are the one receiving the love of those two women. He was thankful that their fight had attracted attention away from him, but why the hell did they have to fight over such a topic? Art kept sighing as he pushed one hand forward. A white magical energy burned at the tip of his fingers. This important location was destroyed thanks to my party members. I'm not sure if this will be enough to compensate for everything. I want to help you restore the auction house. Of course, I'll also give you money for reparations. The Lord let out an acclamation when a rare mage made an appearance. Moreover, unlike his terrifying companions, he was full of common sense. How could the Lord turn him down? The Lord welcomed him. He even gave a promise to not chase the two girls if Arp helped with recovering the auction house. This was how Arp joined in on the work of reconstructing the auction house. They were able to restore it back into excellent shape. The auction would be held later that night as scheduled. Chapter 53, Freight's Festival 6. You were quite bold in your actions, customer. It was Anywhere Company's veteran merchant Mycenae. It had been a while since they had met outside of a dungeon. Mycenae slapped a file against her knee as she yelled out in agitation. I had no choice. You had no choice? Bullshit? She was wearing an artifact that hindered recognition, so she looked a bit indistinct. However, Arp and Mycenae knew each other very well, so they acted very familiar with each other. The auction house also kept the identities of the participants a secret, so each of them were wearing a mask that also hindered recognition. However, all they did was affect the outer appearances, so if one wanted to know the other's identity, it could be discerned. The auction, by its nature, couldn't publicly reveal the identities of its participants, so everyone kept their eyes down as they participated with this unspoken understanding. Art grinned as he asked her a question. So did you withdraw your items? There is no way I could have pulled all of it out. Fortunately, I was able to take off the ones that were going to be entered under my name beforehand. She called him a swindler and other bad names, but in the end, she obediently followed Art's words. It was pretty cute. When Art had a broad smile on his face, Mycenae pounded her chest as if she was about to suffocate from the frustration she felt. Soon, her eyes turned sharp as she made calculations. Didn't you say you needed my items? Will you be purchasing my helm and halberd? Nope. I don't need it anymore. I knew it'll be like this. How did I end up in an exclusive contract with such a customer? Mycenae felt so indignant that she threw a tantrum in her seat. Her ears fluttered fiercely. He ignored Mycenae as he raised his head. The sun was setting, and the moon was starting to peek out. He caught the sight of a cloud that changed its outer appearance as the ownership of the sky exchanged hands. It was a really splendid sight. However, when he brought his gaze down, he caught sight of the stage of the auction house. He saw the numerous people surrounding the stage. Ha! They were hiding their outer appearance with artifacts, and their faces were covered with masks. However, they couldn't hide their greed and madness. He could see them so clearly that it was as if Art could grasp them with his hands. The curses looked like something that would detonate by itself. The fuse wouldn't have to be lit. In his past life, Arp had always been surrounded by such twisted beings. They were disgusting and pitiful. You've probably seen this sight quite often. You are being shameless by changing the topic like this. Yes, I've seen it so much that I'm sick of it. Still, I'm one of them. I'm just able to hide my greed a little bit better than them. I like your honesty. Truthfully, I'm the same. They were currently sitting in the upper seats where only the VIPs amongst the participants could enter. Art was invited here because he had been instrumental in restoring the auction house. Before he knew it, Mycenae came and sat beside him. He had thought she had been exaggerating with her words about being a veteran merchant, but it seemed she held a pretty high position. For a long time, Art checked the seats around him. Mycenae tilted her head in puzzlement as she asked him a question. Where are the other two? I don't know where they went. It was a lie. He knew where they were. He had worried they would go outside to fight a life or death battle. Fortunately, they had hidden themselves as they returned to the inn. They were probably resting right now. Yes, their mission had ended. It was now Art's stage. Well, if he needed something from them, he just had to call them back. Hoot. That means I'll have you to myself tonight. Yes, it really is a great place for a date. Mycenae put on her business smile, and Art responded with a rotten smile. Mycenae laughed as if she knew meaning behind his words. Art looked behind her, and he caught sight of a woman sitting not too far away. She wore a very fancy red butterfly mask. It could not hide her bewitching beauty. Bee-ba-doo-doo-doo. It was the sight of Etna Carlifate Meyercard, who was fully charged with anger. Heek! She had taken a big risk in giving him a warning. Instead of leaving the city, he was being shameless by coming to the most dangerous location within the city. Moreover, he was laughing it up besides a woman, so of course she was angry. This might be dangerous. Someone might die. Did you suddenly catch a fatal disease, customer? I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about Ajima. Why me? Art quickly looked away from Etna, but he knew her gaze hadn't faltered. He could feel her gaze on him. Soon, Mycenae picked up on the eyes upon them. You really are talented in picking up women. You really outdid yourself by getting such an amazing beauty. If someone else hears you, they'll be under the wrong impression. Of course, the most messed up part was that her words weren't a mischaracterization of this situation. No, he knew she loved Art in her past life, but even if he looked mature for his age, he was only a 14-year-old brat. He was well aware that she had lived over several hundred years at the very least, yet she had her heart stolen by a 14-year-old brat. Was that woman really of sound mind? What are the guards doing? They should be arresting such a woman. Even at a glance, she looks really strong. Is she perhaps stronger than you? Yes, 1,000 of me could attack her at once, and we won't be able to win against her. If she is that strong, guards, no, even a nation would be unable to detain her. Huh! At his words, Mycenae's eyes turned round. Does that mean that woman is a D? It is great that you are quick on the uptake, but you shouldn't say it out loud. My God, does this mean this auction has Demahu a poop? Quiet. As expected of a veteran merchant, Mycenae had quickly assessed the situation, and she expressed her shock. Art quickly put a hand over her mouth. If someone heard her, the timeline of the chaos that would erupt here would be accelerated. Ooh, poop, oop. Are you going to be quiet? Oop. Mycenae desperately nodded her head, so he took his hand away from her mouth. She immediately grabbed his arm, and he yelled out in a small voice. We have to run away immediately, customer. Why the hell would I run away? The quest is already in progress. I can't run away. This quest has no reward. Let's abandon it. You should run away quickly with me. What do you mean by there is no reward? Art tilted his head in puzzlement over that portion of her words. Mycenae's expression turned blank when he answered her. Even at this moment, countless artifacts filled deceit, and evil was gathering here. Then there were the energy from humans and the demons he was aiming for. It would all be his. He had a satisfied smile on his face. They are all mine. What? If it was all for Art, what would happen to the people gathered here to participate in the auction? She was sure Art didn't have that much money. Moreover, he couldn't just steal the items through brute force. She had no idea what he was thinking, but Mycenae suddenly remembered the brutal act of destruction he engineered not too long ago. Customer, I still haven't heard the reason why you destroyed the auction house. The one that destroyed the place was Meadle and Sienna. I know nothing. Art easily ignored Mycenae's eyes, which was filled with suspicion, as he whistled to himself. He was being so impudent that she wanted to bit him hard. It was time for Art to persuade her to his side. I'm confident my obsession with money is on par with any merchant here, but I value my life over all else. Even if you possess a unique skill and great talent in magic, you won't be able to contend with the demon race. That is why you should give up on the idea of acquiring those items and run away. Don't worry about it. I'll protect you. Even if you drop such a cool line, it doesn't mean that scary woman is going anywhere. While Mycenae and Art spoke in an intimate manner, the participants of auction continued to stream in. There were the nobles of the Daya's kingdom and the movers and shakers of the market. Then there were the nobles and merchants from other countries who had diplomatic ties to Daya's. If everyone in this auction house was killed, it would cause mass confusion. The confusion that was sowed when the Daya's kingdom exchanged hands 1 year ago wouldn't be able to hold a candle to what would erupt. If the worst-case scenario occurred, Freight's festival would never be held again in the future. This way, Master. I'll be the one serving you today, Your Excellency. I'm looking forward to this. Of course, these people were well aware of their own importance. This was why they traveled with guards that were around mid-100s in terms of level. The problem was the fact that every single one of them had the seed of a curse hiding within their body. When the curses were triggered, they would basically become excellent steeds that could be used by the Demon King's army. No one here would be able to escape. So what would happen if Art stepped forward and said, "This festival should be cancelled"? Would the people retreat? He would tell them the Demon King's army is aiming for the human world and they should disperse. Would they retreat while saying, "Ah, is that so? It took us 2 months to get here, but since it is the Demon King's army, we'll go wash our feet and sleep in our home"? Would they really go back to their home? No way. Art would be fortunate if the people don't accuse him of being a minion of the Demon King's army. Then there was a chance that these curses were planted over a long period of time, and if he caused a ruckus, it might act as a catalyst in stimulating the curse. It might set off the curses for sure. This was why he chose to overturn the board. He would act as if he was dancing to their tune, and at the last most crucial moment, he would completely reverse the cause and effect. Are the 2 other customers going to bust up this place again? I don't use such lowbrow methods. Actually, that is the worst way to go about doing things. Art answered Mycenae's words with a snort. Mycenae wondered what Art was aiming for. She kept thinking about it, but she had no idea what it could be. She groaned as she moved her head into gear. It has something to do with the reconstruction of the auction house. I'll give you 60 points for that answer. That's a failing grade. You are strict. Eek. Art pay. On the other hand, Etna's gaze continued to be planted squarely on Art. Mycenae and Art, from the outside, looked as if they were sharing an intimate conversation. The sight made her anger boil. At first, she had been worried and nervous about Art, who had come here by ignoring her words. However, such docile emotions continued to erode away as she watched him play with another woman. Her anger grew. She was being like this even though Art wasn't her man. At first, Art thought she was inserted into the field to put down anyone that tried to interfere with the plan. However, her attention was marked solely on Art, so this didn't seem likely. Or maybe she was staring at Art, because she decided he was the most dangerous person here. Anyways, it seemed she wouldn't get anything done today. It is unfortunate that she is staring at me, but she won't be able to stop my plan. I am the puppet master today. Even as Art smirked, he felt his inner heart become a little bit heavier. If Art hadn't been here, the plan of the Demon King's army would have proceeded without a hitch. Since she was at the heart of the site where the plan would be carried out, she would witness all the atrocities. She had an unusually weak heart, so she would become wounded by this event. It happened quite often in his past life. She never had the time to recover. She continuously became wounded, and as her level climbed, her soul rotted away to a point that there was no way to recover it. She really is the type of woman that would do well living in the countryside while feeding cows. In fact, the problem was with God, who gave them such twisted destinies. It would be great if Meadle and Sienna grew up fast so they could kill God. However, today will be different. Yes, customer, what did you just say? Thank you for waiting so long. Mycenae seemed to have picked up the meaning behind the words Art had mumbled to himself. She was about to question him when the auctioneer appeared on stage with exquisite timing. The greed of all the humans gathered in the auction house was focused on the auctioneer. All the artifacts had been gathered inside the auction house. The demons didn't enter the auction house. They were spread all of the city and port. They smiled as if they were waiting for something. As if it was blessing the Hell's Banquet that was about to start, the moon let out a bleak light. Badump, it was a very faint heartbeat that could be heard by Art. Art was sure he caught the sound, so he let out a laugh. The auctioneer, who hadn't heard the sound unlike him, let out a sonorous shout. The auction will start now. The curtain rose on the stage. Chapter 54. Freight's Festival 7. 2,000 gold. 2,500. We've got 2,500 gold. For reference, this amulet's prior owner was Sir Patra. He had won every battle he had participated in. He was executed after the rebellion when it was found out that his cousin had been involved with the Archduke's faction. The ability and luck of this item made its owner victorious in battle. At the same time, it has the curse of false accusation over it. In the hands of a good craftsman, its performance can be overwhelmingly improved. Sir Patra, I'll express my admiration towards him by bidding 3,000 gold. 3,300 gold. The greed of the people were used as firewood. The auction heated up. Most of the artifacts and treasures were sold for an exorbitant amount of price. People paid several thousand gold for each item. The crowd as a whole were going nuts. The artifacts that were relatively low-priced Bulk items and specialized items with no controversial stories behind them were all sold during the day. The ones that were being put up for auction were the absurdly expensive items and the artifacts with questionable stories behind them. Next is Marquis Artique's wife's private. 500,000 gold. 700,000 gold. How could people get excited and pay a high price for a simple piece of cloth that holds no magical energy? Even if the owner was a beautiful woman, it doesn't mean a piece of cloth would gain some kind of special significance. Art thought humans were truly foolish as he turned his head. When he did, he found that Mycenae was staring at him with displeasure. Art decided to make an excuse. You know what's going on here? Even if you are young, I guess you are male. It isn't like that. I wasn't looking at it because I wanted to buy it. I was curious as to the thought process behind the scoundrels that want to buy the lingerie. Yes, I'm sure you were doing that. You are at an age where you should be very curious about such things, so it isn't as if I can't understand it. However, you should refrain from putting your hand on your party members. It won't end with a joke. I already know, Ajima. I don't want you to even joke about such a subject. Currently, Art didn't fear the Demon King the most. He worried Etna or Meetle would come at him at night. He was worried they would assault him by throwing their body at him. He knew he would be on the losing end if he lingered on this topic, so Art changed the topic by force. Anyways, they already know each other's identity, yet they don't hesitate to buy such items. It happens only in freight. Everyone becomes a bit freed from their rank and power. If people become restrained when they enter the freight's festival, it would cause an immense negative impact on Diaz's economy. This is why no one is objecting when they know the underwear of someone's wife is being traded. Moreover, it has been 3 years since the last festival, and the power of the throne is as weak as it has ever been. This is also after the rebellion. It holds all the ingredients that is needed to make things worse. Moreover, the spoon of the Demon King's army had been placed in this pot. They had fantastic timing. Art felt the upsurge in the atmosphere inside the auction house, and the curse was slowly being activated. Art could feel it through his entire body as the cursed artifacts started resonating with the activating curse. He let out a deep sigh. When Mycenae saw this, she must have had a slight misunderstanding. So do you want the underwear of Marquis Artique's wife? I don't need it. If it is underwear, I can give you mine. It'll be 1,500 gold. I won't accept it even if you give me 1,500 gold. Customer, you are very rude. I'm better than the immoral merchant, who is trying to sell me her underwear for 1,500 gold. The tension within the auction house continued to build, and it felt as if it would explode if a single spark was introduced. At that moment, a new cart was brought in. It was placed on the auction house's platform. Art unconsciously looked at it, and he became a bit surprised at what he saw. Next item is, this is quite surprising, it is the long sword of Sir Edward Melliton, who ended the rebellion. What? Sir Melliton. The auction house was overturned once again. There were individuals that suddenly stood up from their seat. Some even unmasked themselves by mistake. Art had been surprised by the artifact itself, but the people here were clearly surprised by the name of the artifact's owner. He asked Mycenae a question. Who's Edward Melliton? Didn't you just hear what he said? He's the one that ended the rebellion. He was a knight employed under a nameless marquis, yet his sword was able to emit strands of fire aura. He burned the black magicians and knights that were under the Archduke's faction. When he captured the Archduke, everyone was shocked. They thought a new powerhouse had made his presence known. It was speculated that he was one of the top-ranking knights with a level over 250. They wondered how and why this man had been unable to distinguish himself before. Ah, I see. So that's how it was. Art answered without much energy as his eyes took in the long sword. The complete information about the item was reflected in his eyes. Netherworld flame, sword of madness, the fire spirit Melcia was born from a volcano in the demon world. She lived freely for tens of thousands of years before she was forcefully imprisoned by the power of a curse. 3 types of metal mined from the volcano in the demon world was combined to make a sword where she was imprisoned. The sword can emit an outrageous amount of fire, and it can burn everything it cuts. As a price for using this power, the user's magical energy will be depleted, and in the end, the soul will also be harvested. The soul once again turns into the chain that keep Meltia imprisoned. This in turn increases the artifact's power. Of course, he wasn't known until he acquired that sword. Do you perhaps know something about it? That's right. If it is you, you should have the information regarding that sword. Coo-woo-woo-woo-woo. The sight of the description of the sword made him feel disgusted. He felt dumbfounded by it, and at that moment he heard a groan from nearby. He didn't have to turn around to know the owner of the voice. It was none other than Etna. She was born from fire, and she held domain over all fire. A fire spirit was trapped within a mere item through a curse, so he didn't have to ask her to know what emotions she was feeling right now. Did she perhaps enter into this auction with the purpose of recovering this item? It made him wonder. However, that was impossible. That sword was the trigger that activated the curse of the Demon King's army. He was sure of that point. Koo-wook, koo-woo-wook. Etna. Art carelessly spoke the name of Etna. He quickly took control of his own mouth. What would be accomplished by calling her over? She couldn't go against the Demon King's orders. It wasn't as if Art could step forward in her stead to overturn the board. This sword of fire contains the valor of Sir Edward Melliton. We'll start it at 5,000 gold. 7,000 gold. 8,000 gold. The highlight of the auction was probably this flame sword. It didn't matter if one was a count, marquis, baron, or a viscount. Everyone became excited as the price of the sword kept increasing. I have to buy that. Sir Edward Melliton, I'm sure it was that sword. As soon as they entered freight, the curse that had been secretly building within their body started to reveal their teeth. The curse started to encroach on their body. There were the participants bidding on the items, the people that were guarding the bidders, and the people that didn't have the money to bid. The ones without money couldn't speak out, so they were burning with desire. It didn't matter who they were. The curse influenced them in an impartial manner. 9,000 gold, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000. We'll change the minimum amount you can raise the bid to 2,000, 14,000. This is weird, this is too. It has started. Art realized the trigger had been pulled at some point. It was as the Demon King's army had intended. The desire of humans within the auction had reached its zenith, and it caused the curse to thicken. It was thick enough to be seen with one's eyes. Then another curse was activated, and the curses started to stack. It was something even a level 200 magician wouldn't be able to escape easily. The trap was encircled around everyone's neck. Then the demons that resided in the port and the outer city started to make their move. Everyone was focused on the auction house at that moment. The demons unhesitatingly emitted a vast quantity of magical energy to trigger another curse. In a flash, the curse reached its zenith and it covered the entire city. Kayak. Art had recognized it early on. The magical energy was formed into the shape of a magic circle. Everything and everyone gathered within the auction house was being used as ingredients. It was a magic circle that embroiled the entire city. There was no turning back now. The whole city would be imbued with the curse. A very small spark could burn the city to the ground. 22,000? 26,000? My God. Mycenae was a dungeon merchant. As a basic requirement, her level was high, but her understanding of magic was also deep. Of course, even she didn't pinpoint what was wrong within freight. However, she was well aware of the fact that the people were acting in an abnormal manner. See, customer, this is... She wondered if she should just run away from here. At this point, she didn't care about her reputation as a merchant or the Anywhere Company. She looked ready to cry, and by instinct, she grabbed Art's hand. From the beginning to end, Art continued to remain in his seat. He grinned as he looked at Mycenae's expression, then he firmly held her hand. I told you I'll protect you, don't worry about it. Mycenae shut her mouth. The hand that was holding her hand was so dependable that she forgot that he was younger than her for a brief moment. She acted silly because she had suffered a surprise attack by Art. However, at that moment, the situation was approaching its climax. 36,000. I said 36,000 first. Then 38, 50,000, 50,000, eek. I don't have that much money, I don't have that much money, shit. The treasure is right in front of eyes, yet I'm going to lose it. If I can't solve this with money, you dare. It was very natural as to how the spark would be lit. Someone just had to unsheath his sword or chant a magic spell, and it would spur the magic circle into completion. The curse would be spread towards the city, and if things went well, it could spread to the entire country. It could even spread across the border to burn everything. It was a clean and bold strategy that wasn't seen even in the legends or myths. It seems the Demon King really put effort into this plan. If he acted this way in the previous life, Art wouldn't have died. This is my revenge, you damn bastard. Art smirked as he mumbled to himself. It happened at that moment. It felt as if blood was about to be shed inside the auction house when the sound of a roar rang out. Emwa, ku-woo-woo-woo-wook. What the hell? The nobles and their knights had been about to confront each other for the netherworld flame sword of madness. However, they all fell to the floor at the same time. It wasn't just their movement being suppressed. The yell that had come from an unknown source had completely dominated their mind and body. The energy that had been making them act crazy was dispersed. It was as if they had just woken up from sleep. Their eyes turned round as they looked at their surrounding. What am I doing? My God. Tomas, I want you to put your sword away. We are supposed to fight with money, yet you are trying to show off with your martial prowess. This isn't an action that is befitting a noble. However, his lordship gave the order. What the hell? Die. Kuwik. While some people were confused, the ones that were still unable to break completely out of the curse were still in an agitated state. They were about to attack the confused people that had stopped in place. Once again, the roar filled the auction house. Mio-ooah. No, it wasn't just the auction house. The yell rode along the energy of the curse that was gathered inside auction house, and it spread into the magic circle formed by the demons. Of course, most of the curse's energy that was boiling up in the city was being eaten. The trigger and the fuel was being consumed before it could explode. This was why the curse lost its energy before the people residing in the city had any idea something was wrong. What the hell is this? As a heavenly king of the Demon King's army, Etna had to polish her senses over the countless number of years. This was why she was the first one to realize something was wrong. Her eyes turned round. She knew that the auction house had been destroyed and rebuilt that day. However, she only sensed a strengthening spell that reinforced the structural integrity of the auction house. She hadn't sensed any other trace of mana. Who could have done this? Someone had casted an intricate spell that had tricked even Etna. No, the only one culprit that could have pulled this off was Art. Etna looked at Art with dumbfounded eyes when her gaze met his. Art had such a mischievous smile on his face that she wanted to pinch his cheek. However, Art opened his mouth before she could say anything. He just shaped his words without vocalizing it, but his message was delivered to her. I'll get it back for you. Get back what? She unconsciously spoke the question out loud, but in the next moment she shut her mouth. Art had casted a spell over the auction house. To be precise, it was a spell modification spell that he casted using the greed beast and his mana strings. There was still another step that had yet to occur. Kayak, T this sound. The first stage of the spell was to let the greed beast suck in the curse that was supposed to spread into the city using the magic circle. However, the curse hadn't completely dissipated. The second stage of his plan was to send the remaining curse energy into the demons on standby using the magic circle. Auction house. It is at the auction house. Kuhak. It is mine. I'll have it. All of the city's greed was focused on the auction house. Of course, the cursed demons unhesitatingly headed towards the auction house. The auction house had been at the center of the magic circle. In the process of reconstructing the auction house, he had used his mana strings to make a fundamental change to the magic circle. Demons. It's the demon race. Demons appeared from all over the city, and they are rushing the auction house. Then the abnormal state of our mind from a moment ago. Demons, it's the demons. We are being raided by the demons. Everyone within the auction house came to their senses as they stood up. Art let out a leisurely smile as he watched this sight. He had made fixes to the record link, and he had transformed Sienna's curse. In the process, he had become quite good at modifying spells. He had access to the heart of the magic circle, so of course, he was able to make changes to this curse. It wouldn't have made sense if he was unable to do so. Customer, this is. It was supposed to be humans vs. humans. I just changed it to demons vs. humans. Art spoke in a nonchalant manner as he laughed. Mycenae had no idea how he was able to use such a method. All she could do was stare at him with her mouth wide open. I had my eyes wide open, yet you got me. Amazing. Moreover, it was the same for Etna. She possessed abilities that was close to what a high-rank magician possessed, but she didn't deal with highly difficult spells. Her ability was focused on making powerful magic using fire. Of course, Art was well aware of this fact. This was why he was able to use such a bold strategy. The items in the auction house was supposed to cause conflict amongst the humans, but the humans automatically lost interest in the items when they were faced with the prospect of facing demons. Of course, those items were Miang. Yes, you should eat a lot and grow rapidly. As its owner, he could vaguely see its form. The greed beast was eating the energy of the curse that was filling the auction house. The egg was able to be hatched because countless requisite was gathered and overlapped in this place. It was busy eating the curse and evil mana that was right in front of it. It would probably be able to materialize fully when it was able to eat everything here. Well, I should. Art let out a truly satisfied laughter as he turned around. He could feel the explosive energy of the demons on the other side. They were all bundles of EXP that would be good for him. Put the finishing touch on this. From the start to the end of the second quest, everything had progressed according to his calculations. It was time for him to acquire his reward. Chapter 55. Lunatic Wave 1. Fortunately, the humans had one advantage on their side. The strongest people in Freight were all gathered within the auction house. What about the guards within the city? The demons aren't an opponent that can be stopped with just the guards. Fortunately, it seems the demons are mesmerized by something within the auction house. They are coming straight for this place. Mesmerized? Wait a moment. Weren't we also? The humans realized that they had also fallen prey to the scheme of the Demon King's army. They vaguely realized this truth. Of course, they had no idea that the plan had been broken and changed by Art. Fortunately, they were well aware of the fact that they would have been screwed over by the Demon King's army if they hadn't come back to their senses. Auction. We are stopping the auction. We have to move the artifacts to safety. We shouldn't waste our time on that. We have to face the demons. No, the artifacts are already gone. Was this also a part of the plan hatched by the demons? How many times do I have to say that facing the demons are more important than the artifacts? Of course, there were still some foolish people that desired the artifacts, despite being freed from the curse. However, the greed beast had been busily eating the artifact, and in turn it had forcefully cancelled the confusion being felt amongst the humans. Some had wanted to take advantage of the confusion to slip away with the artifacts, but the artifacts were missing. This was why they had no choice but to focus on the demons. This is all thanks to me. Customer, for once, could you answer my question properly? I don't know anything. My secretary handled everything for me. You don't have a secretary? He didn't mind continuing the banter with Mycenae. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave everything to the humans. The situation was too desperate to do so. Even in such a disordered atmosphere, he scanned over the people getting ready for a fight. The Guardian Knights were pushed to the forefront by the nobles of Dias, and there were the figures dispatched from other countries and merchant companies. Unbeknownst to him, Etna had approached him and she was glaring at him. He turned to look at her. Are you going to participate? If you help, it would be reassuring. However, Etna didn't even bother turning down his offer to join the party. She tackled a different subject. Art, did you perhaps know this would happen? What are you talking about? You were the one that gave me the hint. But you, he was right. She had taken a risk in giving Art a warning. She did it knowing that her identity might be revealed. However, she had taken a liking to this human despite it being their first meeting. She had been taken aback at how deep he had burrowed into her soul. The human had left behind a mark in her soul. That was why she hadn't wanted to see Art get hurt. No, if she was being more truthful, she didn't want him to leave her behind in this scene of violence. Art was a talent that was rarely seen in the human world. She had wished Art would pick up on the hint she dropped. She had wanted him to completely foil the plan of the Demon King's army. She knew she had been wishing for the impossible. She was under the yoke of the Demon King, so she hadn't been able to give him a proper hint. It would be ridiculous for her to expect him to have a complete grasp of the situation. There was no way he could have made preparations for this event. Even a hero wouldn't have been able to accomplish it. Yet I was able to accomplish something so hard to accomplish. You can read my mind? Nope, I just made an educated guess. I thought you would be shocked at my damn fine abilities. Etna was at a loss for words. Even if he had the ability to back it up, it was hard to act like this big of an asshole. If he was a demon, she would have wanted to recruit him to become one of the 4 heavenly kings. This was how big of an asshole he was being. As if Art could understand what she was feeling, he smirked as he once again asked her for her help. Let's stop talking about such nonsense for now, so are you going to help us? I'm sorry, I'm unable to do anything. Yes, even if she wasn't given explicit orders not to do so, she wouldn't be able to side with the humans against the Demon King's army. At this point, she had basically acknowledged that she was a demon with her own words. Yes, I guess it can't be helped. If he was like any other human, he would have said, you bitch. You are a demon, or it was the perfect time to say, you filthy bitch. I knew it from the time you proudly swung your big chest in front of me. However, he didn't say anything along the same line. On the contrary, it was Etna who became surprised. How are you able to accept everything so easily? I want you to get out of here quietly, Etna. No one here can identify your magical energy. So why are you able? Art activated his read all creation ability, and he saw the dark magic shackles around Etna's neck. It was something only he could see. After he glanced at it, he spoke. Sir Melatin's sword. That's the item you want, right? Just give me a location that'll be convenient for you. After everything ends, I'll look you up, and I'll bring the sword along. You... Even his parting shot was perfect. Etna felt as if she had been laid bare and thrown in front of him. She wondered if her feelings for him was also revealed to him. She was angry, taken aback, and a little bit happy. Her face turned red from feeling those emotions. How much do you know about me? Everyone that heard you grind your teeth when the item came out could come to the same conclusion. Ugh, it was a lie. He probably knew all the secrets regarding the sword. Despite this fact, he was going to do this for her? Why? Her confusion kept mounting, and it was getting hard for her to think straight. Etna was close to tears. However, she had no choice but to listen to him right now. She had lived for over 200 years, yet at this moment she felt as if had reverted into being a child. The demons are coming. Hurry, Etna. I'll be at James Inn. It is in Sector C. He memorized the information, then he nodded his head. I'll be there. Also... Etna hesitated for a brief moment. She was barely successful in picking out a word that she would be able to impart to him. Ocean. Ocean? What about the ocean? Wait a moment. The word had come out of left field, but Art suddenly had a thought. He quickly turned his head, but Etna was already gone. This hint was direct and pertinent to the current situation, so he had no difficulty discerning the meaning behind it. This is nuts. It wasn't just a one and done. What does she mean by the ocean, customer? It is an annual event that occurs in the ocean. You should already know about it. Annual event? Ah! At that point, Mycenae had a complete grasp of the situation. There was a reason why the Freights Festival had always been held early in summer. There was a reason why ships couldn't traverse the ocean during fall and winter. As a merchant that was part of a merchant association, there was no way she wouldn't know about it. Lunatic wave? That's right. Her eyes turned round. We shouldn't be worried about the demons right now. We haven't put up the barriers yet, and there are several dozen ships docked at the port. That is why we have to bring down the demons as soon as possible. Shit! Art quickly moved towards the entrance of the auction house. The Lord of Freight and his knights were already stationed there. Magician, are you going to help us? Lord, once I help you defeat the demons, will you wipe the slate clean for me and my party members of all our wrongdoings? It is your call. It was a deal that took care of the past and what was to come. The Lord unhesitatingly nodded his head. "It's a deal." "All right. Then I want you to take all the guards to the port. I want you to shut down the port, then I want you to put up the barriers." "Barriers? What the hell are you talking?" It didn't take the Lord too long to pick up on what Art was implying. "Are you trying to say the Luatic wave is about to start now? I want you to think about the people and artifacts that were gathered for the Freights Festival. Then there is the curse that was placed here. This was their plan from the start. Lunatic wave. It was a phenomenon that lasted from fall to winter. The monsters residing in the ocean invaded inland. All of creation was infused with mana, and this included the ocean. However, the quantity of mana within the ocean waned during the fall, and as a consequence, the mana on land swelled. The monsters within the ocean was sensitive to this change, so they ventured inland. Of course, ships couldn't travel the waters during this time period. All the regions with access to the ocean were sealed off before the fall arrived. Tall barriers were raised to block the monsters. This was also the reason why Art had wanted to cross the ocean before fall. However, that plan been all for naught. It seems the Demon King's army can cause changes even to the rules of nature. The conditions needed to precipitate this was sufficient. Currently, the problem we face right now is the fact that the city is an overwhelmingly attractive target. This particular Freights Festival had been excessively grand. This resulted in a large number of humans gathering at this location, and in turn, it had also attracted a lot of sea monsters to Freight. Then the demon race used various curses to amplify the amount of mana within Freight, and all these factors induced the lunatic wave. There was a chance that their curses had extended into the ocean. It was a single plan that caused two effects. Splendid. It was an excellent plan, you Demon King bastard. Shit. What grinded Art's gears the most was the fact that he wouldn't have been able to prevent this situation even if he had known about this beforehand. Art had the ability to tangle up a magic spell, but he wasn't able to cancel the magic spell. Art had firmly been under a misconception. He had thought the plan was to cause the humans to fight each other. He thought it was a ploy to cause confusion within Dayas. Wrong. It didn't matter what method was used to precipitate this event. The goal was to activate the curses. The amount of mana within Freight had to explode upwards. Even the greed beast that was going nuts right now had become a very good ingredient in inducing the lunatic wave. He had done his best, yet it felt as if he had been played by the Demon King. It was a dirty feeling. It had been a long time since he felt the taste of defeat. He hadn't felt it since he was chosen to be a hero in this reincarnated life. Kaya! Get out of here, lowly demons, get out! You dirty demons, you dare invade human land. You will never be able to look down on the power of humans again. The humans gathered here didn't realize that a bigger calamity was about to hit them in the near future. This was why each of them were spouting one-liners in an attempt to look cool. Then they started fighting with the demons. Blood and tears were being shed by the brave people. It would probably be a fodder for a future heroic tale. Meadle would probably look at this sight, and she would have said humans are amazing. However, Arp had already expanded the range of his senses, and he could feel the ocean vibrate and heave. He could feel the sea monsters rushing towards them. He didn't care about some shitty hero's tale. At this rate, Freight would meet its end. There was a chance that Dayas might fall. Hurry, Lord. But this place, I'll stop them with my comrades. Koog, understood. If Art hadn't flaunted his power earlier, the Lord wouldn't have listened to his words. However, Art had shown his overwhelming ability and leadership in the reconstruction of the auction house, so his words made the Lord move. Please take care of this place. Leave it to us. The Lord nodded once towards Art, and he quickly gathered his knights before he left the auction house. Art let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Etna's warning hadn't been too late. They might be able to avoid the worst-case scenario. The only thing left is... He stretched out both hands as he activated his mana strings. He let out a sigh. The fact that he was able to twist the curse was great. Thanks to his efforts, several dozen demons were out of their minds as they rampaged. However, if he had known the lunatic wave had been waiting for him in the near future, he wouldn't have twisted the curse in this fashion. What are you going to do, customer? There are way too many demons here that are close to level 200. Are you going to help us? Yes, and it isn't just me. The other merchants are making preparations to do the same. It seems we'll somehow live past this, but, customer. This woman should have lived a fair amount of years, yet she was scared of a lot of things. If she was like Meadle and Sienna, he could have just stroked her head. Unfortunately, it was impossible since he was still too short. Instead, he firmly held Mycenae's hand once more as he spoke. Don't worry, Meadle will somehow come through for us. Aren't you supposed to reassure me by saying, I'll somehow figure things out? It would have made me fall for you for sure. What do I gain from seducing you, Ajama? Art snorted as he raised the communication device. He had one that connected him to Silpanen's party, and he had one that allowed him to communicate with Mycenae. Of course, he made preparations in case his party was split up. He had purchased a communication device so he would be able to contact Meadle. Meadle, I want you to come towards the auction house as fast as you can with Sienna right now. Yes, he liked this about Meadle. He didn't have to explain the tiresome details to her. He could end things just by saying one word, I'll be there, Art. Yes, I'll be waiting. She was so dependable that it made him almost want to fall for her. After he heard Meadle let out an energetic reply, he ended the call. Art once again turned his gaze towards the battlefield. The humans were weak compared to the dozen demons present, yet the humans were putting up a fight. He had seen this several hundred, several thousand times in his previous life. Shit. He was now on the other side, yet he had to put on the same mental attitude he had in his past life. Die, you sons of bitches. As he let out rough words that didn't befit a hero, Art joined the battle between demons and the humans, Chapter 56, Lunatic Wave 2. Kaya. Humans, those items are not meant for you. It is meant for us to wield. Kook, you bastards. These bastards are overtaken by madness. They were already strong, but now they are impossible to stop with the madness afflicting them. Art had flipped the curse, and it caused the demons to reveal themselves to the humans. At the same time, Art had prevented the demons from running away. He wanted to create a situation where the demons would have to confront the humans. His plan had worked very well. The demons didn't even think about hiding their presence as they ran full tilt towards the auction house. However, even Art couldn't do anything about the strengthening effect the curse had on the demons. Fortunately, the demons aren't casting any magic spells. They aren't of sane mind, so how can they calculate and cast complicated magic spells? Art snorted as he raised a finger. Mana strings started to appear from the tip of his finger. 1 strand, 2 strands, 4 strands. In a flash, several dozen strands were emitted and they started to coil around each other. They formed into something that resembled a rope. Of course, he didn't end it there. Hyper-rubbing. You really are persistent about using that magic spell. After several dozen strands of mana strings were twisted into one, hyper-rubbing was applied. In a flash, an immense amount of friction was caused. The mana strings heated up as mana was consumed. Art swung it horizontally. The several demons that were trying to jump over the line created by the knights were all flung backwards. The level of these demons ranged from mid-hundreds to early 200s, yet they couldn't put up much fight against the attack. They were sent flying. Kaya-hak, Kuo-ak, Oh-oh. As expected of the magician. Hoop. Art wasn't swinging a weapon with substance. It was a magic whip. This was why he could swing it tirelessly as he attacked the demons from a distance. Hyper-rubbing was applied to the several dozen mana strings, so even a short contact would create a violent backlash. It was as if the defensive gears and the skin of the demons weren't a vent there. The mana strings broke through everything, and it even caused the flesh underneath to burn. There was the damage caused directly by the friction, and the damage caused by the heat created by the friction. It was a result that couldn't be achieved through a simple fire spell. You can't see it when I'm using a single strand, but when I use several dozen strands at the same time, the hyper-rubbing becomes much more beneficial to use. If you have the time to leisurely give such commentaries, you should swing the whip more. Mycenae also had a weapon. She took out a long bow that looked familiar. Art realized that it was the bow he had sold to her after acquiring it from the slime dungeon. You bought that for your own use? Temporary? It is temporarily in my care. If I clean and repair it, I can sell it as a new item. Mycenae was nonplussed as she spoke words that made her sound like a scam artist. Then she changed the form of the bow. It was reborn as a ballista that was normally used in siege warfare. A large bolt made out of magical energy appeared. It was letting out a subdued silver light. You have to ensure that I'm safe, customer. I don't know. You should ask Meadle to do it. You are being hateful. Mycenae fired the arrow through the ballista. She followed Art's example by attacking the demons from a distance. The damage was secondary to the fact that their attacks were restricting the movements of the demons. It was of big help to the humans. Ballista. I don't care what it is. The time is now. Kua. Please let me send this as business expense to the Anywhere Company. Just shoot your arrows, dummy. There was one demon who hadn't suffered under the full effects of the madness. Art's whip shot out to surround the demon's neck since it was about to chant a magic spell. Cock, kahook. Goodbye. When they received his command, the mana strings untied itself. It caused a powerful rotation. The already powerful friction increased precipitously as the several dozen strands of mana strings started to rotate. This was a marriage between magical energy and physical force. It was the strongest offensive attack Art could use right now. Jiguak. It did have the downside of rapidly consuming his mana, but the power of the attack was peerless. The demon's chant was cancelled, and his life was also cancelled. Art naturally absorbed the record of the demon, and he sensed a natural swell of mana surge forth within him. Art smiled. All right. It seems I went up a level. The demons lose some of their power when they enter the human world, but their EXP remain high compared to the other monsters. You are probably the only one in this world that treats the demon race as a good source of EXP. The two of them swapped endless banters. Art kept swinging his whip, and Mycenae kept shooting the ballista. The other humans were desperately fighting the demons, but all the humans combined couldn't touch the number of demons they had killed. In a short amount of time, Mycenae had killed 2 demons, and Art had killed 3. I somewhat expected this, but it seems you are special even amongst the dungeon merchants. If it's you, you probably had an idea of how strong I am, right? I did have some idea as to how strong you were. Of course, he was lying. He had more than a vague idea of her power. From the moment he saw her, he had a complete understanding of her fighting power. Mycenae Dark Elf Dungeon Merchant Level. 199 Archery LV 59 Mana Control Level, 38. If one was strictly talking about level, she was superior compared to Art and Meadle. She also lived longer than humans, and the Elven specialty skill level was extremely high. The only problem she had encountered was the fact that she had advanced to level 199 2 years ago. It basically meant that she hadn't been able to advance to a high rank class. If one wanted to become a dungeon merchant, it wasn't just about one's potential to become a merchant. One had to possess inclination towards fighting and magic. One had to be talented in a combination of multiple disciplines, so it was a very tricky class to advance in. Many merchants let out blood, sweat, and tears because they were deficient in terms of fighting ability or magic. They were unable to advance for a very long time. However, Mycenae was the opposite case. Her cultivation in fighting and magic was sufficient. She was overqualified. However, she lacked in her talent as a merchant. It was the only thing that was holding her back. She probably went around touting herself as a veteran merchant because of her inferiority complex regarding this issue. Customer, I know you find me to be pretty, but could you focus on the demons? PFFT. You snorted at that? Art retracted his thoughts as he focused on the battle in front of him. There were around 30 demons left. Art and Mycenae were in a great spot. They were fighting from the safest location possible. On the other hand, many humans had already died at the front line. It wasn't as if there weren't any priests residing in this city, but they weren't able to heal everyone and dispel the curses. There weren't anywhere near enough of them. Kook, is this how the humans will fall? Lord. Where's the Lord? That coward ran away. We have to make do with what we have. Don't falter and endure. Kayak. The humans let out a resounding shout as they resisted against the demons. It was a decent-looking picture, but Art could only let out a sigh. These humans are really weak. SHH, customer, they might hear you. There were only 3 humans that were over level 150. If they were inferior in terms of level, they should have learned how to work in concert with each other. However, they were brutes. The only method of fighting they knew was to throw their body at their enemies. They were basically on the same level as the grunts of the Demon King's army. This was why these 2 groups always killed off each other. Please support this side, magician. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was going to send an attack. Art checked his remaining mana. He still had 70% of his mana left, but the real threat wasn't the group of demons. It was the Luatic wave. While he was controlling his mana strings, he turned to look at Mycenae, who was throwing fireballs towards the demons. He was checking up on something. Ajima, do you have some mana potion you kept back in reserve? I can't sell it to you. I'll pay for it all later. I've received your order. After unloading her ballista, she had a brief moment when the ballista was reloading. She used that brief moment to hand over the mana potion. He held it in his mouth as he increased the number of mana strings. Die, you maggots! One swing of the whip pierced through 3 demons. He kept rotating the mana strings, and the whip kept letting out heat. It was almost preternatural as to how the whip found only the most vulnerable spots on a demon's body to cause damage. The demons suffered critical wounds. Kaya. Kuhak? Art was prioritizing his attacks against demons that were of similar or lower level than him. This was why he was able to pierce them easily. There wasn't much resistance against his mana. The humans had no real understanding about Art's ability, so it looked as if demons were being killed every time he swung his whip. Their morale rose as they cheered. The peerless magician is helping us. The demons are so scared that they aren't able to attack us properly. Rush them. It is time. Don't let this opportunity slip away. The knights and dungeon merchants shouted at the same time as they faced off against the demons. However, the demons were still dying at the same rate, yet the human force was getting smaller at a faster rate. Basically, the humans were too weak. This won't do. How ridiculous would it be if we can't defend against the lunatic wave because of this? Even if it would disadvantage him later on against the lunatic wave, should he kill all the demons right now by pouring out all his magical energy? It happened when Art was dithering. Huoab, Ait, Kuhak, Kuo. Finally, Meadle and Sienna had arrived at the battlefield. Hook, those girls were the ones that caused the big ruckus earlier. Berserker, that girl is a berserker. Is she perhaps a demon? The nobles and knights, who were in the midst of fighting against the demons, flinched in surprise. However, the 2 girls didn't pay any attention to the gazes they were receiving from the other humans. They charged towards the demons. Ha! Huu! Meadle gripped her long sword as she used acceleration. It was as if she was sliding across the surface of the ground. Each time her sword lashed out, several demons were cut down. Sienna threw her sledgehammer. It crushed the head of a demon that was about to break through the line of humans. She's strong. My God, she wasn't part of the demon race? Once she invoked her power, Meadle didn't stop. She activated Berserk to push the power of her muscles to the extreme. She planted her foot into the ground and she shot forth like an arrow. She pierced through the body of a demon. Kuhak? Next. The demons that were left were all over level 200. They were strong, yet even in Art's past life, the hero had easily ignored the level difference. The demons were cut down with a single strike. No one here was able to face a demon one-on-one, yet she killed it with one blow. Strong, they are too strong. Huu-woo-oh-ah. At that moment, Sienna had reached the spot where she had thrown her hammer. As soon as she retrieved it, she filled herself with magical energy, and she stomped on the ground. The wave of magical energy had a widespread effect as it impacted against the demons. At the same time, it imparted healing energy towards the humans. It was a main skill used by the warrior priestess. It was called the Divine Ground. Ji-guak. What is that cursed ability? Priestess, she's a priestess. That girl was a warrior priestess. The girl that was having a fight of passion with the berserker was a warrior priestess. It seems the temple has gone full Monty. It didn't matter where she was or what point in her development she was in. Art knew Meadle was crazy strong. The unexpected one was Sienna. She hadn't reached level 160, yet the demons were unable to anything against her attacks. It was a shocking sight. No, she'll probably move past level 160 soon. Around half of the demons here would be turned into her EXP. Evil Reflector. I knew that her race was created as an antagonistic force towards the demon race, but I never expected it to be like this. Sienna's magical energy rebuffed the demons, and all her skills contained her magical energy. This meant all her skills had the effect of dispersing magical energy of the demons. Art had known all of this, yet it was entirely different to see her in action. Can't I just make her the hero? One thing was for sure. The decision to accept Sienna as a party member was one of the finest decisions he had made in his life. That week, Brat became so strong in just 1 year. It seemed Sienna's performance had also left behind a big impression on Mycenae. He smirked when he heard her express her admiration. He weighed in on the situation with his words. Humans normally change really quickly just like that. That is the strength of the humans. Strength. Art hadn't planned on praising the human race as a whole. The fact that humans changed rapidly was a strength, but it was also a crucial weakness. Since she's a priestess? Nope, that's fine. His mind had wandered during battle. It seemed he couldn't let go of the habit he picked up as the Heavenly King. Art clicked his tongue as he swung his mana string. Let's wrap this up quickly. The night has just begun. That is also my wish, customer. Mycenae laughed as she answered him. When her mana arrow was reloaded into the ballista, a loud sound of an explosion was heard from the port. It's here. Art clicked his tongue as he mumbled to himself. At that moment, humans and the demons under the influence of the madness curse stopped what they were doing for a brief moment. Oh no. This is nuts, can it be? It's happening right now. Oh my God. Z. Afterwards, an ear-splitting sound rang out through the entire city. It was an alarm magic that warned of an impending lunatic wave. Chapter 57, Lunatic Wave 3. After the ambush by the demons, the lunatic wave had arrived. It was said that unfortunate events happened in series. It perfectly described what freight was facing Luantic Wave. I'm sure it's the lunatic wave. Lord, where's the Lord? He's already at the port, I see. The Lord had already foreseen this. I believe a lunatic wave happened during the summertime several hundred years ago at a different port city. All the port cities had guidelines for what to do in a lunatic wave. Even the guests visiting the city knew it. However, even if one wanted to follow the guideline, it was impossible to do so with the demons in their way. The knights finally realized the intent of the Demon King's army, and they quivered in anger. My God! Did the demons use the curse to induce the Luantic wave? The Demon King is sacrificing his subordinate demons to bring Dias to ruins. How laughable! Of course, the Demon King had no intention of sacrificing his subordinate demons. However, there was no need for Art to step forward and say something like, in truth, I'm the one that made the demons go crazy. Kook, those damned demons! Die, we won't let you do as you like. You won't bring ruin to Dias. The people were going to die by the lunatic wave while they were fighting off the demons. Of course, their heart was in the dumps. Art had killed all the demons that were weakly affected by the curse. Those were the demons that would have gone off script. Now the remaining demons surged forward as they matched the intensity displayed by the humans. The demons rampaged as if they had lost their minds. I was hoping the lunatic wave would be delayed, but those were merely hopeful thoughts. Art clicked his tongue as he looked over the battlefield. When Meadle and Sienna had joined the fight, the battle had tilted completely towards the humans. After he confirmed this truth, he nodded his head. It'll all work out somehow. As expected, Meadle is a cheat. Since Meadle and Sienna was at this site, everything would wrap up quickly. It would be good for him to stay here and earn EXP from killing the demons, but Art's abilities would be more effective elsewhere. Instead of the small confines of the auction house where he couldn't move without getting into a fight, he would be able to borrow the power of nature to create a miracle at the port. Ajima, I'll be going to the port. Ooh. After he made a quick plan of action, he was about to move when Mycenae firmly grabbed the sleeve of Art's robe. She had her head turned away to avoid facing Art, yet she had a firm grip on him. Art was dumbfounded, so he asked her a question. "What are you doing?" "Ah, it's nothing." "Shouldn't we move after we wrap things up here?" It was a busy situation where every second counted, so why was she acting as if she was weak? He was about to yell at her, but he caught sight of Mycenae's ears. Her ears were fluttering delicately. Art's eyebrows furrowed. She's been weirdly afraid since a while ago. Maybe did she perhaps have demon phobia? Art tested his theory as he took a step away from her. She let out a gasp, and she gripped him tighter. It was a completely different sight from the brave figure that had been firing her ballista by his side. Maybe you can take me with you?" "Yes." "Ajima, how were you able to function as a dungeon merchant until now?" Art let out a sigh. The tremble in her ears became worse when he moved away from her, and when the screams of the demons increased in loudness. He knew he couldn't do anything about this. "Yes, I guess nothing will change if you leave this place. All right, we'll go together." "Hoo-oo-oo." She let out a sigh of relief as she put away the ballista. Afterwards, she looked over the auction house one last time. There were people screaming their hearts out as they fought with their lives on the line. Then there were the people that couldn't exit the auction house. They couldn't fight, so these people were hiding. Then there were the pathetic humans that were trying to find the missing auction items with bright eyes. She also caught sight of the greed beast that let out a happy cry as it ate all the curse and evil energy. "I'll see you later." "Miang," Art whispered in a low voice, and the greed beast gave a rumbling answer. He had feared the worst-case scenario might have come true. He had wondered if the greed beast would consider Art, who was the owner of the egg, as an enemy. Fortunately, the greed beast had acknowledged him as its master. "Huo." When he heard its reply, he smirked as he grabbed Mycenae's hand. Then he lightly pushed off the ground. In the next moment, the two arrived at a location far away from the auction house. "Huh." Mycenae blinked her eyes when her surroundings suddenly changed. She looked around as she spoke in an accusatory tone towards Art. "I wasn't able to sense you activating your magic. Usually, the magic spells infused into artifacts can be activated in a stealthy manner. Customer, you have an artifact with teleportation magic, Mycenae felt Art grip her hand again. He once again pushed off the ground, and they traveled a distance of several hundred meters. Her eyes widened when she saw this. "Did you perhaps use Blink right now?" "After I reinforced it, I'm able to bring along another person." "This doesn't make any sense. Blink was a spell developed as a means for a caster to escape from danger by himself, Kaya." Art didn't give Mycenae time to reply as he used it once more. For reference, the boots worn by Art had reached this state. Blessing of the Wind Spirit's boots +2, the black leather boots is infused with wind. It was reinforced twice with a special skill to be made into a legendary artifact. The user can use Blink 5 times a day without consuming any mana. The Blink can also be activated when the user is being attacked, and anyone in contact with the user can be moved too. Additional mana can be used to activate Blink. The additional mana increases the travel radius by a significant amount. It would be great if I can reinforce it one more time. However, if I want to reinforce it further, I'm going to need a magic stone. I've heard about the legends regarding enchanters. There are so many types of reinforcement enchanting skills. They can be temporary or permanent. There are ones that requires the user to fulfill a special requirement to activate it. There are also ones that can be used on humans, inanimate objects, the environment. Then there is the reinforcement skill that is above all other reinforcement skills. It allows one to overlap the reinforcement skill on the same item. I didn't know the reinforcement skill I earned was that type of reinforcement skill. Of course, he had gained this great reinforcement skill in the hero's development dungeon. It really was a bitter experience, but he couldn't deny the fact that Meadle and he had gained many important things in there. In that sense, I'm going to blink 2 more times. Wait a Kayak, the boot's blink activated, and he was used to using it now. It really took them 2 blinks for Art and Mycenae to arrive on the port's barrier wall, which was facing the ocean. The monsters were crawling in front of them. There were more monsters than there were high waves. We are here. How can this be Blink? What the hell is... Hook, magician. Also, weren't you the merchant from the Anywhere Company? As always, I am in your care, Ayat. The Lord was tirelessly moving along the wall to encourage the soldiers. He became surprised when he saw Art. Even in such a desperate situation, Mycenae was trying to go into her business mode. Art poked her in her side so she would back off. He surveyed the situation. Fortunately, we are still at the early stages of the lunatic wave, so the weak ones are coming to shore. Why, you are correct. However, we are faced with a problem. This isn't the only region where the monsters will try to invade. Somehow, we were able to raise the first-tier barrier wall around the whole place. You encountered a problem when trying to raise the second-tier walls. They had built 3 stages of barrier walls to stop the sea monsters from entering the city. Normally, the first tier of barriers were buried deep within the water. It was raised when the lunatic wave was about to happen. It was easy to put in place, but it also meant that the wall was low. Basically, it could take care of the minor monsters, but the monsters above them would break through it. The ships in the dock had to be isolated in specific locations for the second tier of barrier walls to be activated. It was a barrier made out of magic. It was a barrier made out of a large concentration of mana, so it also had the effect was attracting the monsters to stay near the wall. It was a fantastic barrier, but everyone's ships are docked at the pier. That is a problem. They didn't have the time to isolate the ships into their designated locations, so the barrier couldn't be put up. The fact that they were even able to raise the first barrier wall was an effort to be commended. The Lord let out a deeper sigh. We tried to skip the second barrier to raise the third barrier. However, the ships that were parked between the first and third barrier prevents us from raising the third. From my perspective, it doesn't sound like a big problem. What? Before Art spoke again, he turned his head to survey his surrounding. Everyone was busily moving around in an attempt to do their assigned tasks, so no one would be able to hear their conversation. Lunatic wave is a natural disaster. Even if all the customers here lost their possessions, they won't be able to lodge a complaint against you. Isn't there a treaty between countries that specify this stipulation? As expected of a magician, you are well informed. If you hadn't defended against the lunatic wave aggressively like you are doing right now, it might be a different story. However, you are doing your best right now, so they won't be able to place the blame on you. Isn't it so? You are working your heart out right now. Art's words completely untied the knot within the Lord's heart. A small smile returned to the face of the Lord. That's right. You are right. Yes, I was worried for nothing. The lives of our people are the most important, absolutely. Then we have to put up the third-tier barriers. No, why are you jumping to that conclusion? The Lord tilted his head in puzzlement. If the gesture was done by a cute girl, it was forgivable. However, an old man was making such a gesture, and it was really creepy. Art pushed down the urge to beat him up, and he continued his explanation. It is as I've said, Lord. If we do our best, no one will complain even if we destroy all their possessions. That is why I said we should ignore the boats to put up the third-tier barriers. At that moment, the Lord finally understood what Art was getting at. The raising of the third-tier barriers weren't their best option. If they did their absolute best, they would be able to raise the second barrier. The Lord's face was filled with shock. At that moment, Art smirked as he continued speaking. In the process of us fighting hard, we can destroy all the ships. We can sink them all, and they wouldn't be able to must up a complaint. Aren't I right? Why, you? The devil was right in front of him. The Lord's face turned pale as he shook his head. There had been a hint of a smile on Art's lips, but now that smile deepened. The words that drove the final nail in was spoken by Art. If we are to do this, we have to do it now, Lord. The figures from the foreign lands are all gathered at the auction house. Did you perhaps put all of this into your calculation? When Art heard his words, the corner of his mouth lifted as he smiled. Yes, this was the moment he had been waiting for. From a deep place inside his soul, the instincts of the 4 heavenly king boiled up to the surface. He started bluffing hard. Of course. From the beginning to the end, I've calculated everything. Of course, he was lying. The Lord's whole body shook at such ruthless and evil calculations made by the magician. However, it didn't take him too long to nod his head. Chapter 58, Lunatic Wave 4. Since we are going to do this, we have to be as discreet as possible. I'm not sure what you are trying to say. I said the possessions of the guests would be damaged during the heat of the battle, but I never said I would do something myself. What? The Lord had hardened his heart. He finally convinced himself to go along with Arp's suggestion, yet Arp had given him such a shameless answer. When the Lord was about to answer him, an enormous merchant ship that was docked near them started to sink. This was happening despite the fact that the monsters were still being held back at the first barrier walls. Amazing. I never expected to a sea monster that can attack from long distance would make its appearance. There is no way anyone would believe such bull. Who? The Lord was using his reasonable part of his brain to tackle this issue. However, he shut his mouth when Art gave him a sharp look. Mycenae acted as if she had already stopped listening to the conversation. She started mounting her ballista on the wall. It is an incredibly strong monster. That, those boats are all sinking. Customer, it looks as if you are enjoying this more than anything I've seen you do before. Am I mistaken? It is a terrifying monster. It's a terrifying monster. Yes, a monster. Everything could always be justified by using force. The Lord was holding back tears. He knew the truth, yet he couldn't reveal the truth. Arp ignored him as he used his mana strings to sink the ships in order. He made holes in the hull of some ships, and he capsized others. Art possessed the read all creation ability, so he could clearly see the internal structure of the ships. He was able to easily sink a ship by lightly swinging his mana strings. What the hell is going on? The attacks are coming from unexpected places. Everyone be prepared. The ships are all sinking. How are they doing that? The soldiers and knights had been busily running around on top of the wall when they caught sight of the sinking ships in the coastal waters in front of freight. The sight boggled their minds. What would happen if a monster with such overwhelming power attacked them instead of boats? Strangely, this particular monster was focused on sinking ships rather than killing humans. The ocean is already crawling monsters, so we can't run away through that route. However, they are specifically targeting the ships. The lunatic wave came much earlier than expected. It will be hard year. However, we gained something when they sunk all our ships. Isn't that right, Lord? Lord? Everyone on the first barrier wall turned to look at the Lord. He knew the dirty and evil truth, so he didn't have to fake his bitter expression. He raised his voice. We'll activate the second-tier barrier wall. Everyone aside from the members manning the first barrier should all come with me. Yes, sir. We will follow our Lord. The fighting spirit of the humans were boiling upwards. The Lord had a heavy expression on his face. It was as if he was asking himself, is it really all right to do this? However, it was true that they had gained more time by following Arp's instructions. The extra time was precious in defending against the monsters. The Lord let out a bitter laugh as he lowered his head towards Arp. Magician, may I leave the first tier of barrier walls in your care? Of course. You should withdraw everyone from here. You should divert them to the second and third tier barrier walls. No, it isn't just the barriers. Don't you have a lot to do within freight? The fact that you are here during a crisis makes me feel very reassured. Then I'll leave this all to you. They had gained a lot of time thanks to Art, but this didn't change the fact that they were still in a desperate situation. The Lord hastily gathered all the soldiers and knights. They left to activated the second-tier barriers. This meant the only ones facing the ocean on the first barrier wall was Art and Mycenae. No one else had stayed behind. Art was flustered as he mumbled to himself. He really took everyone. That's what you get for bluffing and acting high and mighty. Mycenae grumbled as she loaded and shot her ballista. It pierced several monsters that surged up from the surface of the water. However, there were so many monsters that one could hardly notice the loss of these monsters. Anyways, you've already spoken those words, so you have to take responsibility. This might be obvious, but I cannot hold them back by myself. Still, I never expected him to pull out everyone. As it was noted before, the first barrier wall was low in height. Since the lunatic wave had started not too long ago, the monsters they could see were small fries. However, monsters that could easily jump over the barrier would show up soon. This was especially true for monsters that had the upper body of a human and the tail of a fish. When these monsters surged out of the water, their lower body changed into human legs. The merfolk were the greatest threat during the lunatic wave. When the merfolks made their appearance, it was fair to assume that the first tier of barrier was useless. I have to cover this large area by myself, whatever. I'll do it. He had been unable to break the habit of bluffing. It had carried over from his days as the Heavenly King. He could blame no one but himself. Moreover, it wasn't as if he didn't have a plan he could use for this scenario. Art admonished himself as he vowed to become a little bit more humble in the future. Then he activated his mana. "Customer, it isn't too late to talk to the Lord." "No, just wait." Art had an aggrieved expression on his face as he placed a hand on top of the barrier wall. He activated his Read All Creation ability, and he was meticulous in finding out the exact structure of the barrier wall that was separating the ocean and freight. Mycenae had no idea what he was trying to do, but she was getting more and more anxious. "Customer, there are so many monsters gathered at the base of the wall that they'll form a mountain. Just wait." "Customer, I caught sight of mermen and mermaids in the distance." "Just wait." "Customer." It is done. When Mycenae thought the barrier wall was going to fall in its entirety, Art was able to confirm the structure of the barrier wall. We succeeded in gathering all the information. When he raised his head, his frightening purple eyes flashed. "Customer, that monster is about to cross over the barrier. They won't be able to come over now." As he confidently made the declaration, he activated a single magic. It was aimed at the point of contact between the barrier wall and the ocean waters. Basically, Art's magic would be applied when the monsters tried to climb over the wall. It was the hyper-rubbing spell. It had developed during the fight with the demons, so it had reached an overpowering level of 49. "Customer, did you just use that right now?" "MMMM. There are two ways of activating the hyper-rubbing. The first method is to rub against a target. The second method is to impart the power of rubbing on a target. In the past, he had rubbed the floor to make it slick. He had used the first method to do this. The second method was used when he imbued the power of rubbing onto the soap during the shower. Of course, it was possible to combine the two methods. This was seen when he used his mana string whip. However, the method he was using right now was the second method. The ocean water, no, it's the monsters. When he first learned hyper-rubbing, all he could do was to rub his target in a vigorous manner. Even if he put in a lot of mana into the spell, he couldn't create a magic that could change one's environment. In the past, magicians thought about researching the hyper-rubbing spell, but it was useless in practical life. No one dared to use it in battle. This was why most could raise it to level 20 on average. Level 30 was the highest someone had developed it before. Art had also thought that level 30 was the limit of hyper-rubbing. Kuguru-zuwu-wuo. Kiak. However, he didn't have any of the spells that had been available to him in his past life. He had no choice but to rely on the hyper-rubbing spell. In turn, he had found ways to use the magic spell in real battles, and it had widened his repertoire. He realized a truth about the world through this meaningless magic, but his biggest achievement was the growth of the hyper-rubbing spell. It wouldn't be an exaggeration if one called him the Emperor of Friction. The waves, new waves that seems to be resisting against the waves of the oceans are forming. The friction causes vibration. As I control the mana, I can control the cycle and intensity of the vibration. The waves started small, but the waves kept adding to each other as the size of the waves grew larger. Art was raising the barrier wall as he controlled the vibration caused by the friction. He even controlled the waves that were forming as he grew the size of the waves. Kaya. Ki-hi-ek, kayak. This was occurring everywhere the barrier wall was installed. "Amazing, you are too incredible, customer. Still, it would have been simpler if you used the magic spell that creates waves." "I don't have it. I don't have such magic." Art threw a tantrum as he created a bigger wave. Most of the weak monsters could not overcome the waves. They were pushed backwards. Even if monsters were strong enough to push past the waves, they couldn't withstand the incredible amount of friction being created by the barrier wall. They were repelled. In other words, Art was really defending the first-tier barrier walls by himself. Look over there. Magician Nim has control over nature. We shouldn't be doing this right now. While Magician Nim is buying us time, let us complete the second-tier barrier walls. However, Art wasn't done yet. He had somewhat recovered the magical energy he had expended when he placed the hyper-rubbing spell on the entirety of the barrier wall. He once again placed his hand on the barrier wall. Customer, you should help me now to snipe the monsters. What are you doing now? Reinforcement. Art's hand flashed, and a massive amount of mana flowed out of him again. All of the mana was put into the barrier wall. The barrier wall slowly started to vibrate more as it let out a purple light. Wait a moment. This isn't an artifact. How are you going to use reinforcement on a regular barrier wall, Kaya? Mycenae had been doubting Art until the barrier wall started to shake. He easily took her by surprise again. The first-tier barrier walls were about to become obsolete, since the troop of mermen could easily overcome the low barrier walls. However, when the first-tier barrier walls received Art's mana, the wall evolved at a fundamental level. Of course, its sturdiness had increased, but it also increased in overall size. All right, I think I can use reinforcement twice on the wall in one sitting. I'm going again. Kaya! Another round of purple light burst forward, and in a flash, the barrier wall surged upwards. It was over 10 meters in height. Oh, Magician Nim breathed his magic into the barrier. It grew. It is about the same size as the second-tier barrier walls. Oh my God, what is his level? Vibrating wall infused with the Wilta. Protect freight +2. This nameless and plain barrier wall had been touched by the hands of a magician. The records of the people, who had fought in the past lunatic waves, were absorbed. The wall was born again, and this process affected the power of the special spell that was placed on the barrier wall. It turned into a large artifact that can emit vibration. Art let out an embarrassed laughter when the artifact was born. He hadn't expected it to work. Ha ha ha. I've done it again. Customer, you always cause trouble, but the scale of this is too big. Art didn't need to maintain his hyper-rubbing anymore. The barrier wall had been given the power of vibration, so it could repel the weak monsters with waves by itself. Even if monsters could approach the wall, it could increase the intensity of its vibration to cause damage to the monsters. And to top it off, the barrier wall was too tall now. Monsters couldn't even attempt at jumping over the wall. Ah, the large troop of mermen are here. You are right. They are coming. They were a step too late. The troop of monster mermen had confident expressions on their face as if to say, we'll just climb over that low barrier wall. They had an exquisite timing in making their appearance. It made one want to ask them if they were the main characters of this story. Guru Oru, Uwung. Hi, it is hi. They finally arrived at the first-tier barrier walls. However, these weren't the human-made walls that they had heard about from their mothers and fathers. They were baffled. The mermen froze as they came face to face with the massive barrier wall. It was supposed to be a wall they could easily jump over. Ji-guung. Wall, it hurts. We can't cross it. The wall is insurmountable. I want to go home. The troop of mermen and mermaids despaired at their twisted reality. Naturally, they took steps to avoid the reality. However, Art wouldn't let them do so. Mana strings were emitted from the tip of his fingers. He no longer needed to maintain his hyper-rubbing spell. He could slaughter them to his heart's content now. Kuwak, ki-eek. You aren't even worth much EXP, yet you dare to come here. Come back with stronger monsters. MMMM. It seems we no longer need the second and third tier barriers. Mycenae carefully observed her surrounding as she raised her ballista. After 2 hours, the nobles from the other countries that had been occupied with the battle against the demons came running towards the port. They despaired when they found no traces of their boats. They realized their ships had all sunk. Even at that moment, not a single monster was able to cross the first-tier barrier wall. Chapter 59. Lunatic Wave 5. Art. Appa. The moment Meadle neatly annihilated all the demons, she came running towards the port. In a flash, she used her amazing jumping ability to climb atop the vibrating wall. It took her a single leap, and when she arrived at the top, she clung to Art. As if Sienna didn't want to lose to Meadle, she tried to jump onto the wall, but her physical ability was inferior compared to Meadle. She had to push off once more midway up the wall. "Art, you did this, right?" "That's right. It is really high up here." Meadle's mana detection had always been exceptional, but it became much more sensitive as she traveled with Arp. She was like a hound that could smell anything that possessed Arp's mana. When she saw the unique wavelength of his mana being emitted in droves from the barrier wall, she knew his hands had touched the wall. "Kiek, come down here, humans. Listen to my song, hear me sing." The more important fact right now was the fact that numerous monsters, including mermen, were unable to invade the territory of humans. This was thanks to the barrier wall being in the way. Arp and Mycenae were killing a massive amount of monsters, but the number of monsters present in the ocean was growing. It was said that the ocean was a treasure trove of life, and this phrase was being proven right by the massive number of monsters that was continually growing. It made one wonder if there was an end to this monster rush. "We are fine for now. We'll be able to relax until the barrier walls falls." "Ah, so that is why I saw people carrying out tasks all over the city instead of manning the wall. I found it particularly reprehensible that they left everything to you. If an outsider saw this, one would think you were Freight's lord." The residents of Freight had many tasks to do if they wanted to face the lunatic wave. Food had to be put away as reserve. Then they had to close several roads that could be used by the monsters once they entered the city. More barriers had to be erected on the roads. However, this year's lunatic wave had arrived so suddenly that they would have had to endure it with nothing but their body. However, Arp had executed an effective plan that had given all humans within the city some time. It had given the humans some breathing room. It was unintentional, but Arp was carrying out tasks that befit a hero. Arp is too kind. Meadle had no idea how a wall could continuously vibrate and make waves without an outside source of mana. However, she understood that many people would be saved thanks to what Arp had done. However, Arp decisively shook his head from side to side. "I'm not kind. I just want to smash all the plans hatched by the Demon King. Moreover, I want to kill all the monsters so I can monopolize the rewards." Hoo-hoo. Whenever he got embarrassed, he always uttered such silly things. Meadle found that part about him to be endearing. Meadle was having such thoughts to herself. Arp snorted as he avoided her gaze. As consequence, the blameless monsters were cut into pieces by the mana strings. Instead of flirting with Arp, Sienna had decided to kill the monsters. However, when she caught sight of the merman, she tilted her head in confusion. She asked Arp a question. "Appa, they look like humans. They aren't humans." I guess this is a good opportunity to give you this explanation." The mermen had pushed through the wave to approach the barrier wall. However, they couldn't do anything because of the vibration caused by the wall. Unlike the dog-headed gnolls, the mermen had the ability to adapt. They gave up on trying to climb over the wall, and they focused on directly attacking the humans on top of the wall. Their upper body looked human above the surface of the water, and their lower body was under the surface of the water. It made it very difficult to differentiate them from humans. In the case where monsters look like humans, it is mostly a ploy to take the humans off their guard. Since they look like humans, it causes humans to have a sense of kinship with these types of monsters. It drops the guard of the humans. These types of monsters use this weakness to attack their opponents. "Yes, I see. Is that how it is?" Meadle was a cruel hero. When she determined her opponents were bad guys, it didn't matter if her opponents were humans or non-humans. She ruthlessly cut them down. She tilted her head as she asked a question. Art brushed off her words as he continued to speak. "There is nothing strange about monsters resembling humans. The dominant race of this land are humans. The important thing isn't the appearance of the monsters. It is more about our mental attitude towards the monsters. Art, that shouldn't be a problem for us, right?" Meadle once again let out a bright smile as she butted into the conversation. "When they do bad things, we kill them. However, that doesn't mean all monsters do bad things." "Yes, that's right. She got half of the answer right. Despite this fact, Art let out a bitter laugh as he nodded his head. He acknowledged her answer. For Meadle and Sienna, the depth of this answer was sufficient. The rest could be taken care of by Art. It would be great if good and evil can be determined in such a simple manner. The problem arises from the fact that not all monsters are evil. There are monsters that have developed their intelligence, so they have the self-control needed to suppress the urge to harm other creatures. Sometimes it is hard to determine the line between monsters and other foreign races. This problem comes up for discussion sometimes between humans and even the demon race, Tusk. I can think about this later. Art retracted such thoughts as he raised his head. Many mermen had thrown their body against the vibrating wall early on, so their body was dyed with their blue-colored blood. All their eyes had turned red, and they were throwing spears towards Art and Meadle. It seems these mermen were unable to control their base instincts. There were many individual differences between mermen. They were similar in that facet as the humans. However, none of them should have been affected by the lunatic wave, so they didn't have to think too hard before acting against the mermen. That is why we can just kill them all. Yes. Understood, Appa? Sienna let out a bright smile as she extended both her hands. She possessed a special mana that was unique to her. She was the only person on this world who possessed it. Her mana flowed through her body and it gathered at her fingertips. Divine punishment. She couldn't jump into the ocean to wage an underwater warfare. This was why she chose to use the attack magic of a priestess. She possessed a high-rank class of warrior priestess, yet she hadn't been able to learn much specialized skills of her class. However, she had learned a simple spell where she could smite her enemies by gathering her holy power. Divine punishment, divine punishment, divine punishment. Normally, this attack magic was used to keep others in check. However, Sienna was able to overlap this weak attack magic multiple times to expand its power and area of effect. She was able to come up with a powerful magic on the spot, and the attack struck the ocean. It was the same concept of waves adding to other waves to create an enormous wave. She combined several attack magic into one. She was able to cause meaningful damage to her targets. Ki-ak, it hurts. I want to go home. Ku-hak. Sienna's overpowering magical energy washed was the ocean, and it inflicted stun effects to the monsters. If one didn't know she was a warrior priestess, one would mistake her for a magician. She really does have talent for magic, huh? Art was lamenting the fact that Sienna had been unable to traverse the road suited for her when he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned to look behind him. It was none other than Meadle. Her cheeks were puffed out. Art, what should I do? There are too many monsters to target each of them with my long sword. You can't do anything here. You should make preparations. I'm sure the higher-ranked monsters will show up later. You should eat and recover your stamina. I'm not hungry yet. Over here. Everyone gather over here. The inner wall isn't vibrating. Place the ladder here. Meadle was sulking in a major way as she stamped her feet. At that moment, humans were climbing ladders to climb up the first-tier barrier wall. The number of humans on top of the wall was steadily growing. These were foreign nobles, merchants, and knights. They had just finished lamenting the fact that their boats had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Afterwards, they had come to the barrier wall with their fighting equipments. Even if they were foreigners, they couldn't ignore the danger being faced by freight. I'll help in the defense, Magician Nim. Magician, thanks to you this city, no, this country was saved. From now on, I will help you with everything I got. Could you point out which monster sunk our ships? Art put on a suitable business smile as he assigned them to various parts of the wall. Meadle finally came to a big decision as she raised her head. I understand now. You should go there. I told you I don't know which one did it. Salvage. You should ask your own country about that. Huh, what did you just say, Meadle? It's been my dream of mine to enter into the ocean. She had suddenly made an offbeat announcement. Art was going to laugh it off. However, Meadle didn't give him the chance to reply to her words. She took couple short breaths before jumping off the barrier wall. Iya! She didn't jump towards the inner part of the wall. She jumped outwards where it was teeming with hundreds of thousands of monsters. She jumped towards the location crowded by an overwhelming number of monsters. Ooh-ah, Meadle? Hook, the berserker jumped into the ocean. As expected of the berserker, I'm sure of it. She is trying to just end her life through this fight. I'm pretty sure she lost to the priestess in the quarrel for the magician's love. Crazy nonsense were being spouted by the people around him. Art wondered if he should drop them all into the ocean, but he decided it wasn't time to do that. Meadle, you idiot, come back up here right now. If you had an artifact that allowed you to walk on water, you might. Hoo-up! As always, Meadle extinguished Art's worries. When she was about to hit the surface of the water, she took a violent swing with her long sword. 3 mermen were cut open, and she used the recoil of the attack to jump once again into the air. Ait, hop, kuak, kaya. It would have been disappointing if it had ended with a single attack. However, Meadle once again swung her sword right before she fell in a different location. This time she cut open 4 monsters. She kept repeating it again, again, and again. He had been about to use his mana string to fish her out, but Art froze halfway in an awkward position. She said it had been her dream to enter into the ocean, yet there wasn't a single drop of water on Meadle's body. It was as if she was playing on dry ground. She was hopping across the water. That is, customer, what am I supposed to say when you look at me as if to say, how is that possible? Unni is amazing. The fact that she was able to move around lightly without feeling the weight of her armor was the norm for her. However, she currently had to take into account of the location of the monsters, their resistance to her attacks, the power of her swings, the recoil of her attacks hitting the surface of the water. The fact that she was able to calculate all of that factors before moving. You want to try that, Alfred? I'm sorry, Lord. I'll die if I try that. Art had wondered if other knights had skills that would allow them to jump into the ocean. Fortunately, no swordsman or warrior was able to do so. Everyone was absent-mindedly watching Meadle go ham on top of the ocean. Yes, it is as expected. She's the one that is strange. It is only her. This scene is worthy of being recorded in the history books. However, it does look unsightly. It really would have been an interesting sight if around 100 knights jumped into the ocean by following Meadle's example. He was a bit disappointed that he wouldn't be able to see it, but he tamped down on such thoughts. At that moment, he saw an enormous shadow appear in the distant ocean. MMMM. He felt an atmosphere that could only be felt when the final boss came out. Art hoped it wasn't the case, but when the enormous shadow entered into the range of his read all creation ability, his hope was dashed into pieces. Kraken level, 267. My goodness, this is nuts. What's wrong, customer? If we can hold out like this for several days, everything will be fine. Art let out a bright laughter as he answered Mycenae's question. The Kraken has surfaced. Customer, you are really good at making a joke. If she really thought he was joking, she wouldn't have put away her ballista. She was getting ready to run away. If it was Art's words, Mycenae always trusted it to be true before asking any questions. It was a somewhat praiseworthy and cute. Where are you going? Let me go. However, that was a separate issue. He wouldn't let her run away. Mycenae had quickly packed her items. However, he firmly gripped her should when she turned away. Mycenae, since we've come this far together, let us meet our end together. You only say my name in an attentive manner in situations like this. Let me go, I have to live. If you run away to the city, I'm sure there are demons waiting for you. Ooh-ah, customer, you are bad. You are a bad guy. Mycenae let out a cry. In the next moment, it was as if the monster was responding to her. An enormous tentacle appeared in the distant ocean. The boss wave had begun. Chapter 60. Kraken 1. Kraken. It was a monster that existed since the distant past. It was a large monster of the ocean. Over the numerous years, it had eaten its competitors to grow in size. It had the combination of overwhelming size and massive amount of magical energy. It was a calamitous monster. Sailors who lived their entire life on the ocean couldn't even catch sight of its shadow. Still, when it did show up, it destroyed everything and everyone in the region. This was why no one knew if it was a squid, an octopus, or a crustacean. Still, this monster appeared frequently in legends. Kraken level, 267 UOO. Moreover, this kraken had shown itself in the ocean in front of freight. It was still very far away, so Art could discern only 2 facts. The first fact was its level, and the second fact was that the kraken was a squid. It has impeccable timing. Appa, is that edible? Nope, however, we usually eat their kind. The humans had been about to coalesce into a unified front in an effort to face the monsters. It was supposed to be a tale of brotherhood and bravery amongst the humans. However, the final boss had shown up at that moment. There is no doubt about it, it's the real kraken. Its legs are incredible big. See, can it be? Kraken. It really is that dreadful being. The current situation was so unfair that it verged on being immoral. It wasn't the case where a final boss made an appearance to scare its opponents. It had locked in on freight as its target, and it was making a beeline from the deep sea to the coast. Ki-hee-ee. It's here. That bastard is here. Humans weren't the only ones to shake from fear in the presence of the kraken. The sea monsters had lost their mind as they coveted the inland, but they felt fear when they realized the kraken was approaching them. We follow its words. Obey. If we don't listen to it, we'll die. We'll all die. This was especially true for the mermen and mermaids. They spouted some nonsense about obeying the kraken. It seemed there was a clear hierarchy between the krakens and the mermen. It was extremely rare for a monster of kraken's caliber to appear in a lunatic wave. It seemed this kraken was aggressive as it ruled over the mermen of this region. It seemed the kraken was the leading this lunatic wave. Why did it have to show up this year? Customer, let me go, please. No way. If we are going to stay alive, we do it together. If there are going to be any deaths, you will die alone. Isn't that a roundabout way of saying you'll throw me out as bait while you guys run away? I'm right, aren't I? Let me go. Mycenae was on the verge of tears as she fell to the floor. In truth, she was well aware of the current situation. Once she decided not to run away, she couldn't escape the clutches of the kraken. Moreover, there was a record of her entering freight. If she left solely on the basis that the city was a dangerous place to be, a huge crack would form in her qualification as a merchant. She would have thrown away her wares and customers in pursuit of her own safety. Even if she was able to survive through running away, it would be tough for her to be a merchant in the future. On the other hand, if you survive this, it might count as an achievement. Achievement? Art's words stopped Mycenae's tears. A thought came to her when she heard his words. When you say achievement, are you perhaps? When one is trying to gain a high-rank class, this requirement is more important than one's level. I have to put my life on the line if I want to move forward. It is up to you to make the choice. He didn't know how she felt about being a merchant. Since she was a dark elf, he was sure there was some backstory as to why she became one. On the other hand, she wouldn't be able to drop the class easily. This was true even if her life was in danger. How? Is there a method that'll allow us to win against such a powerful monster? In the end, she put strength into her 2 legs to stand up, and she carefully posed the question to Art. He let out a sigh as he gave an answer. I'm working through that problem right now. Obviously, the humans in this place were of no help. The highest level amongst them was lower in level than Sienna. None of them could last a second against the kraken. Moreover, there were only a very select number of people that could use magic. Art and the dungeon merchants were the only ones that could use magic. If the kraken hits this barrier wall with its full strength, it'll eventually fall. Barrier wall, reinforcement, that's right. Wait a moment, customer. It seemed Mycenae had come up with an idea. She desperately clung to him as she asked him a question. Customer, didn't you say you could duplicate the effects of reinforcements if you had magic stones? I was talking about small items like my boots. If I want to further reinforce such a large barrier wall, the amount of magic stones I would need. Art stopped mid-speech. Mycenae was looking straight at him with incandescent eyes. This was the first time he had seen such sincere eyes since she had talked about the eternal forest with her sole contract in hand. Is it possible, customer? Was that the reason? Art acted out of character by talking somewhat seriously towards her. According to my calculations, the kraken won't be able to destroy or cross the barrier if I reinforce it twice more. Is it really possible for you to calculate the amount of magic stones you need? I would need around 500 magic stones, that is over level 200. It doesn't matter what properties they possess. It just has to be a high-rank magic stones that is over level 200. Magic stones were rare drops from monsters. It was a crystallization of pure mana. Each magic stone possessed different properties, and since it was the purest form of mana, it was often used as supplementary ingredients for artifacts. Of course, it was traded at high prices. As the level of monster it had dropped from increased, the price also increased precipitously. Moreover, if one was talking about 500 magic stones that only dropped from level 200 monster and above, we could have bought every item put up for auction with that amount. Even if we empty all of Daya's, I question as to whether that much magic stones could be found. It'll show up. I'm sure it'll show up. Mycenae spoke with strong conviction behind her words. Money can even summon ghosts. I need to go and negotiate, customer. Please wait a moment. I'll be sure to bring all 500 of them. Mycenae immediately turned around as she jumped off the barrier wall. However, it wasn't the sight of someone trying to run away. The sight of her retreating figure was something that could be seen only with a person that had put their life on the line. She's only an Ajama, yet she's trying to act cool. However, at that moment, he was sure of one thing. If they were able to survive today's ordeal safely, Mycenae would be able to advance to the high-rank merchant class. Yes, if we are able to survive today, the humans were running about in confusion at the appearance of the Kraken. Alongside the humans, the monsters were plunged into a state of confusion too. They were acting as if the world was ending today. As expected, the irresistible urge to run away tempted everyone. At that moment, Meadle realized that the Kraken had made its appearance, so she hopped across the surface of the water. She returned to Art's side. Art, what should we do to catch that thing? If we make the ocean boil, wouldn't it cook completely on its own? Wah! I bet that'll be delicious. Meadle let out an innocent laugh at Art's joke. In the next moment, her lily-white hand pinched Art's cheek. Even in the corner of her smile, there was a small piece of rage that was infused within it. It was a rage that was suited for a berserker. Yeah. I'm being serious right now. Art? I'm being serious too. It would be great if someone would make the ocean boil. How can there be a person in this world that can make the ocean boil? There weren't any humans that could do it, but there were demons that could pull it off. Art let out a sigh as he kept that answer to himself. If Etna stepped forward to use her magic, she could solve this easily with one attack. However, she was under the Demon King's shackles, so she couldn't get directly involved in this matter. He frowned as he thought the world was really fucked up. Art spoke towards Meadle. I trust Art, but I also know that there are things that are impossible to accomplish in this world. Art, that is why, Meadle whispered in a small voice. It was small enough that Art and Sienna was the only ones that could hear her words. You have to tell me if we have no chance of winning. I'll run away with Art and Sienna in tow. You'll leave everyone to their certain death. The fact that people will die makes me sad, but if Art dies, my world loses meaning. Art is the one that taught me to choose what is more important to me. It seems she received unnecessary specialized education from him. Art clicked his tongue as he flicked her forehead. I can't win against it, but I can make it retreat, so don't even think about running away. Yes, I'll put my trust in you. Just tell me what I have to do, Art. Appa, I'm ready too. Meadle and Sienna had killed demons in the auction house earlier, and their levels had risen thanks to it. Meadle was level 195, and Sienna's level rose to 174. If a little bit more time had been given to them, they would have easily broken through level 200. This was to be expected of Meadle, but Sienna had also gone through an explosive growth. It was thanks to her power to dominate and kill strong enemies. However, this didn't mean they weren't in danger. Since this is an absurdly dangerous task, a single mistake could kill you. What do I have to do? You have to delay the Kraken as much as possible. You have to delay him as much as possible. You have to hit it with meaningful attacks to attract its attention, and you have to decrease its speed. She knew it was a possibility, but once he gave the order for a direct assault, Meadle turned absent-minded for a brief moment. She turned her gaze towards the ocean. The Kraken was still a long ways away, but it was charging towards them at terrifying speed. The sight of the Kraken filled her eyes. She replied with a vacant voice. That guy? Yes, in this place, you are the only one that can pull this off. Meadle had a high-rank ability called acceleration. The only one that could match the reaction speed of the vicious Kraken was Meadle with her acceleration skill activated. Meadle was a genius where she could move on instinct. He confirmed this fact when she moved across the ocean. Let's link our mana. It'll allow you to use acceleration to your heart's content. It'll allow you to stall for enough time. I understand. Arp had told her to stall for time against a level 267 large monster, and she accepted his request. Both of them were already halfway crazy. However, the most crazy thing here was the situation they found themselves in. I'll give it a try. I'll go right now. The most important thing here is your life, Meadle. Arp took off Meadle's battle boots, and he put his black leather boots on her feet. When the artifact accepted the will of its owner, it shrunk in size to fit Meadle's feet. If it gets too dangerous, I want you to run away immediately. At that point, I'll abandon this place. Ah-oo-oo-oo. He told her the instructions on how to use the boots. Unfortunately, none of Arp's words were reaching Meadle at this point. Is this heaven? Ah-oo, heaven. Arp's actions had broken through to the threshold of Meadle's happy meter. He had placed her in heaven. When she didn't move, Arp tapped her shoulder. Meadle, hey. Hot, yes. I can do any tasks you ask of me now. Are you all right? I'm completely fine. It feels like I'm walking in heaven. You don't seem all right at all. Meadle was facing Arp, and her face was glowing. If the Kraken tried to take the boots off of her, she would probably use her superhuman strength to rip the Kraken into pieces. Arp became worried. He was unable to pinpoint what he was worried about. Meadle left him behind as she quickly turned her body towards the ocean. I'll go right now. Arp, do you mind if I kill it? When he heard her words, his worry started to spike uncontrollably. No, don't kill it. Run away. I told you to run away. Hoo-ah! Meadle's energy had been fully charged. She didn't listen to Arp's words as she jumped towards the ocean. She didn't bother killing any monsters. She charged forward as she used either the head of the monsters or the head of the spears as stepping stones. She was charging with such ferocity that it made one wonder if she would really just kill the Kraken. However, there is always a gap between reality and ideals. The fact that heroes overcame all impossible situations was something that was only possible in old stories. If one wanted to turn the impossible into possible, one had to turn one's eyes away from one's ideals to face the uncomfortable reality. He turned around with a hardened expression on his face. He faced the other girl who was waiting for her orders. Just tell me what to do, Appa. Sienna. Yes. Sienna spoke with a dependable voice. If he asked her for the stars in the night skies, she would have gotten them for him. It was probably safer for her if he had asked her for the stars. Instead, he asked her to do a task that was much more dangerous. Actually, you'll have to face someone that is more dangerous than Meadle's opponent. Huh, there is a more dangerous opponent here than the squid. She isn't our enemy right now, but that's right. In truth, Arp had told Mycenae a single lie. He would need to consume 500 magic stones from monsters over level 200 if he wanted to reinforce the barrier wall twice. He told the truth up until that point. However, the 2 additional reinforcement had no chance of holding off the Kraken. He needed to reinforce it one more time. Moreover, he had to reinforce the barrier wall with a property that was completely opposite of the Kraken. Arp would have to execute the world's strongest and splendid reinforcement. The supplementary ingredient needed for this reinforcement was simple. I want you to take this letter to James Inn located in C sector. James Inn located in C sector. Sienna repeated his words as she took letter he had written during the few-minute break. Then he spoke with a desolate smile on his face. You will find a woman waiting there for me. Tell her that I want to hold her hand once. The 3rd supplementary ingredient for the reinforcement was none other than the magical energy of the fire witch Etna. For more chapters, join my Patreon, link in description.